Shakespeare. Prologue. She was dead the minute she answered the link. She didn't question the caller or the urgency of the request. In fact, pleasure and excitement rushed through her as she put aside her plans for an early night. Her movements both graceful and efficient, she dressed quickly, gathering what she needed. She strode through her pretty apartment, ordering the lights to dim, and remembered to switch to sleep the little droid kitten her lover had given her as a companion. She'd named it Satchmo. It mewed, blinked its bright green eyes, and curled into a ball. She gave its sleek white fur an affectionate stroke. "Be back soon," she murmured, making a promise she couldn't know would be broken. She glanced around the apartment as she opened the door, smiled at the bouquet of red roses in full and dramatic bloom on the table near the street window, and thought of Lee. She locked her door for the last time. Following ingrained habit, she took the stairs. She was a slim, athletically built woman with eyes of deep blue. Her blonde hair swung past her shoulders, a parted curtain for a lovely face. She was 33, happy in her life, flirting around the soft edges of love with the man who gave her kittens and roses. She thought of New York, this life, this man, as a new chapter, one she was content to walk through, page by page, and discover. She tucked that away to turn her mind to where she needed to go, what she needed to do. Less than 10 minutes after the call, she jogged down the second flight of steps, turned for the next. She had an instant to register the movement when her killer stepped out, another for surprise when she recognized the face, but not enough, not quite enough, to speak before the stunner struck her mid-body and took her down. She came to with a shocking jolt, a burn of skin and blood, a rush from dark to light. The stunner blast had left her body numb, useless, even as her mind flashed clear. Inside the paralyzed shell, she struggled, she strained. She looked up into the eyes of her killer, into the eyes of a friend. Why? The question was weak, but had to be asked. There had to be an answer. There was always an answer. She had the answer when she died. In the basement, 5 floors below her pretty apartment, where roses bloomed red and a kitten purred in sleep. Chapter 1. Eve stepped out of the shower and into the drying tube. While the warm air swirled around her, she shut her eyes and wallowed. She'd snagged a solid 8 hours' sleep and had woken early enough to indulge in what she thought of as water therapy. 30 laps in the pool, a spin in the whirlpool, followed by a 20-minute hot shower. It made a hell of a nice way to start the day. She'd had a productive one the day before, closing a case within 2 hours. If a guy was going to kill his best friend and try to pass it off as a mugging, he really shouldn't get caught wearing the dead friend's inscribed wrist unit. She'd testified in court on a previous case, and the defense counsel's posturing, posing, and pontificating hadn't so much as cracked a hairline in her testimony. Topping off the day, she'd had dinner at home with her husband, watched a vid, and had some very excellent sex before shutting down for that 8 straight. Life, at the moment, absolutely did not suck. All but humming, she grabbed the robe on the back of the door, then paused, frowned, and studied it. It was short and silky, and the color of black cherries. She was dead certain she'd never seen it before. With a shrug, she put it on and walked into the bedroom. There were ways for a good morning to get better, she thought, and here was top of the list. Rourke sipping coffee in the sitting area while he scanned the morning stock reports on screen. There were those hands that had worked their magic the night before, one holding a coffee mug, the other absently stroking their fat slug of a cat. Galahad's dual-colored eyes were slits of ecstasy. She could relate. That beautifully sculpted mouth had turned her system inside out, twisted it into knots of screaming pleasure, then left it limp and satisfied. Just shy of 2 years of marriage now, she mused, and the heat between them showed no sign of banking down. As if to prove it, her heart gave a leap and tumble in her chest when he turned his head and his bold blue eyes met hers. Did he feel that? She wondered. Could he possibly feel that every time? All the time? He smiled. So both knowledge and pleasure spread over a face, she thought foolishly, must make the gods weep with joy over their work. He rose, moved to her, all long and lean, to take her face in his hands. Just a flutter of those clever fingers over her skin, before his mouth found hers and made a better morning brilliant. "Coffee?" he asked. "Yeah, thanks." She was a veteran cop, a homicide boss, a tough bitch by her own definition, and her knees were jelly. "I think we should take a few days." He programmed the auto chef for coffee and, if she knew her man, for the breakfast he intended her to eat. "I mean, maybe in July, like for our anniversary, if you can work it in between world domination and planetary acquisitions." "Funny you should bring it up." He set her coffee on the table, then 2 plates. It seemed bacon and eggs was on the menu this morning. On the sofa, Galahad twitched and opened his eyes. Rourke merely pointed a finger, said firmly, "No," and the cat flopped the pudge of himself over. "I was thinking a few weeks." "What? Us? Away? Weeks? I can't—" Yes. Crime would overtake the city in July 2060, raise it to a smouldering ash if Lieutenant Dallas wasn't here to serve and protect." Ireland wove misty magic through his voice as he picked up the inert cat and set him on the floor to make room on the couch for Eve. "Maybe," she muttered. "Besides, I don't see how you can take off for weeks when you've got 90% of the businesses in the known universe to run." "It's no more than 50. He picked up his coffee again, waiting for her to join him. "In any case, what would be the point of having all that, and you, darling Eve, if I can't have time with you away from your work and mine?" "I could probably take a week." "I was thinking 4. 4 weeks? That's a month!" His eyes laughed over the rim of his cup. "Is it now? I believe you're right. I can't take a month off. A month is like—" "A month? As opposed to what? A chicken? Ha! Look, maybe I could stretch it to 10 days, but 3 weeks. Her forehead furrowed. "We had to cancel plans for a quick weekend away twice this year. Once for your work, once for mine. 3 weeks. I couldn't take more than 2, even 2.5. We split the difference." He handed her a fork. She frowned at it. "You were always going for the 2.5. He took her hand, kissed it. "Don't let your eggs get cold." She'd squeezed confessions out of stone killers, browbeaten information out of slimy weasels, but she would never come out 100% on top with Rourke in a negotiation. "Where would we go during this famous 2.5 weeks? Where would you like to go?" Now she smiled. Who needed 100%? "I'll think about it." She ate, dressed, happy that she'd left herself enough time to take her time. As she strapped on her weapon harness, she considered indulging in one more cup of coffee before she headed downtown to Cop Central. Her communicator signaled. She drew it out of her pocket, and seeing "dispatch" on the readout, went straight to full cop mode. He watched it happen. It always fascinated him how those whiskey-colored eyes could go from easy, even laughing to flat and empty. She stood straight now, her tall, lanky body braced, long legs spread, boots planted. Her face, all those delightful angles of it, showed no expression. The generous mouth that had been curved moments before, set. Dallas. Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. See the officers, 525 West 23rd Street, basement of residential apartment building. Possible homicide, female. Acknowledged. On my way. Contact Peabody, Detective Delia. I'll meet her on scene. Well, you had breakfast first, Rourke commented, when she pocketed the communicator. He traced a finger, lightly, down the shallow dent in her chin. Yeah, I won't be getting that last cup of coffee. Then again, the female on West 23rd won't be getting any either. Traffic clogged the streets. Spring, Eve thought, as she bullied her way through it. Time for daffodils and fresh tourists. She carved her way over to 7th, where she caught a break for a solid 10 blocks. With her windows down, she let the city-scented air blow over her and send her short, chopped-up brown hair flying. Egg pockets and sludge coffee emanated from the glide carts. Stone dust kicked up from the crew that attacked a wide chunk of sidewalk with air jacks. The sound of them, the symphony of horns as she hit another snarl, the clatter of feet on pavement as pedestrians surged over a crosswalk, created the urban music she understood. She watched street vendors, who may or may not hold licenses, pop their tables up in hopes of catching the early commuters or tourists up and about for breakfast. Ball caps and T-shirts replaced the winter's heavy scarves and gloves. Markets, open for business, displayed crates of fruit or flowers, colorful arrays to feed body and soul. A transvestite, who easily topped 6.5 feet, toddled along on skinny blue heels. She shook back her golden waterfall of hair as she delicately tested a melon for ripeness. As she waited out the light, Eve watched a tiny woman, well past her century mark, bump up on her seated scooter. The tranny and centurion seemed to chat amiably while they selected fruit. You had to love New York, Eve thought when the light changed. Or stay the hell out of it. She shoved her way into Chelsea, absolutely in tune with her city. At 5:25, she double-parked and, flipping on her on-duty light, ignored the bitter curses and rude gestures tossed at her by her fellow New Yorkers. Life and death in the city, she thought, was rarely a smooth ride. She hooked her badge on her jacket, grabbed her field kit out of the trunk, then approached the uniform at the main door. What have we got? DB in the basement, female, round about 30. No ID, no jewelry, no purse or nothing. Still dressed, so it doesn't look like a sex crime. He led her in as he spoke. Tenant and his kid found her when they came down to get the kid's bike out of the storage locker. Kid's been grounded or something. Anyway, they called it in. Guy thinks maybe she lives here, or around. Maybe he's seen her before, but he ain't sure. He got the kid out pretty quick and didn't take a good look. They headed down a stairway, boots and cop shoes clanging on metal. Didn't see a weapon, but she's got burns here. He tapped fingers on his carotid. Looks like she got zapped. I want 2 officers knocking on doors. Who saw what, when? See the tenant and his boy are secured. Names? Birnbaum, Terrence. Kids, J. We're sitting on them in 602. She nodded at the 2 officers securing the scene, engaged a recorder. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, on scene at 525 West 23rd. My partner's on her way. Find out if the building's got a super or manager on site. If so, I want to see him. She scanned the area first. Concrete floor, caged lockers, pipes, spiderwebs. No windows, no doors, no security cameras. I'm going to want any security discs from the entrances and from the stairwells. Find the super. Lured her down here, Eve thought, as she opened her kit for her can of Seal-It. Or forced her down. Maybe she came down for something and got jumped. No way out. She studied the body from where she stood, coating her hands and boots with sealant. Slim build, but didn't look soft. The head was turned away, with long blonde hair curtaining the face. The hair had a shine to it, and the clothes were good quality. Not from the streets, she thought. Not with that hair, those clothes, the nicely manicured fingers on the hand she could see. The victim is lying on her left side, back to the stairs. No visible prints on the concrete floor. It looks clean. Did Birnbaum move the body? He says no. Says he went over, took her wrist, said it was cold, got no pulse, and he knew. He just got his kid out. Eve circled the body, crouched. Something set off a low alarm in her brain, a kind of sick dread in her gut. She lifted the curtain of hair. For an instant, one sharp instant, everything in her went cold. God damn it! God damn it! She's one of us. The cop who'd stayed with her stepped forward. She's a cop? Yeah. Coltrane. Amaryllis. Run it now. Get me an address. Detective Coltrane, son of a bitch. Morris, she thought. Oh, fucking hell. This is her place, Lieutenant. She's got 405, this building. She ran the prints because it had to be done, had to be official. The sick dread rose to a cold rage. Victim is identified as Coltrane, Detective Amaryllis, NYPSD. This address, apartment 405. She flipped back the light jacket. Where's your piece, Coltrane? Where's your goddamn piece? Did they use it on you? Do you with your own weapon? No visible defensive wounds. Clothes appear undisturbed. No signs of violence on the body but for the stunner burns on the throat. He held your own piece to your throat, didn't he? On full. She heard the clang on the stairs, looked up as her partner came down. Peabody looked fresh. Her hair flipped at her neck, dark sass around her square face. She wore a pink blazer and pink skids, a color choice Eve would have made numerous pithy comments on under any other circumstances. Nice of them to wait until we were almost officially on shift, Peabody said cheerfully. What have we got? It's Coltrane, Peabody. Who? Peabody walked over, looked down, and all the rosy color drained out of her cheeks. Oh, my God! Oh, God! It's Morris's... Oh, no. She isn't wearing her weapon. It may be the murder weapon. If it's here, we have to find it. Dallas. Tears swam in Peabody's eyes. Eve understood them, felt them in her own throat, but shook her head. Later for that. Later. Officer, I want you to take a man and check her apartment. Make sure it's clear. I want to know either way, now. Yes, sir. She heard it in his voice. Not the tears, but the simmering rage. The same that rolled in her gut. Dallas. Dallas, how are we going to tell him? Work the scene. This is now, that's later. And she didn't have the answer. Look for her weapon, her holster, anything else that might be hers. Work the scene, Peabody. I'll take the body. Her hands were steady as she got out her gauges, went to work. And she froze the question out of her mind. The question of how she would tell the chief medical examiner, tell her friend, that the woman who'd put stars in his eyes was dead. Time of death, 23:40. When she'd done all she could do, Eve straightened. Any luck? She said to Peabody. No. All these lockers. If the killer wanted to leave the weapon and hide it, there are a lot of places. We'll put crime scene on it. Eve rubbed the space between her eyes. We have to talk to the guy who called it in and his son, and take her apartment. We can't ever take it in until Morris knows. He can't find out that way. No. God, no. Let me think. Eve stared hard at the wall. Find out what shift he's on. We don't let the morgue unit have her until... The uniforms know a cop went down, Dallas. It's going to start spreading. Cop, female, this address or just this area. If Morris gets wind... Shit, you're right. You're right. You take over here. The uniforms are sitting on Terrence Birnbaum and his boy in 602. Talk to them first. Don't let them take her off scene, Peabody. I won't. Peabody scanned the text on her PPC. One thing good. Morris is working a noon to 8. He wouldn't be at the morgue this early. I'll go to his place. I'll do it. Jesus, Dallas. The words trembled. Jesus. If you finish in 602 before I get back, start on her apartment. Fine tooth, Peabody. Steps, Eve reminded herself. Take all the steps. Think about the misery later. Contact EDD, but give me a head start. All her communications, all her data. Uniforms are finding the super, so confiscate the security disks. Don't... Dallas. Peabody spoke gently. I know what to do. You taught me what to do. I'll take care of her. You can trust me. I know. I know. Eve struggled to let out a breath that wanted to stick in her throat. I don't know what I'm going to say to him. How to say it. There's no easy way. Couldn't be, Eve thought. Shouldn't be. I'll tag you when it's done. Dallas. Peabody reached out, clasped Eve's hand. Tell him, if it seems right, tell him I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. With a nod, Eve started up. The killer had gone this way, she thought. Only way out. Up these same stairs, through this same door. She reopened her kit, unsure if she was stalling or just doing her job. But she took out the mini-goggles, studied the lock, the jam, and found no sign of force. Could have used Coltrane's key card, Eve thought. Unless he was in first, jumped her when she came down. Damn it, she couldn't see it, couldn't clear her mind to see. She went up to the next level, repeated the process on the back door of the building with the same results. A tenant. Someone let in by a tenant, including the victim. Someone with a master or superior skills at picking locks. She studied the security cam over the rear door, then shut the door, secured it as one of the uniforms jogged down to her. Apartment's clear, Lieutenant. Bed's made, no dishes around. It's neat and tidy. Lights were on dim. She, had this droid pet, little cat. It was set to sleep mode. Did you see her weapon? Her badge? His jaw tightened. No, sir. We found a lockbox in her bedroom closet, space for her sidearm and a clutch piece, holsters for both. None of them were there. Box wasn't locked. I didn't see her badge, Lieutenant. We didn't search, but what do you do with your badge when you're off duty for the night, Officer Jonas? Put it on my dresser. Yeah. Lock up the weapon, leave the badge on the dresser. Maybe on top of the lockbox, but easy access. Detective Peabody's in charge here now. I don't want her name out. Do you hear me? I don't want a leak on this. You keep it contained here until I clear it. Understood? Yes, sir. That's one of us down there. She'll have that respect. Yes, sir. She strode out, then stood on the sidewalk and breathed. Just let herself breathe. She looked up, watched clouds crawl over the sky, gray over blue. It was only right, she thought. It was only right. She walked to her vehicle, keyed it open. Trapped behind it, a driver leaned his head out of his car window, shook his fist at her. "Fucking cops!" he shouted. "Think you own the streets or what?" She imagined herself going up to the window, plowing her fist into his face. Because one of the cops, he cursed, was lying dead on a concrete floor in a windowless basement. Some of it may have showed on her face, in the cold, hard stare. He pulled his head back in, brought up his window, hit the locks. Eve stared another moment, watched him shrink behind the wheel. Then she got in her car, flipped off her light, and pulled away. She had to look up Morris's address and use the in-dash computer. Strange, she thought. She'd never been to his place. She considered him a friend, a good one, not just a work acquaintance or connection. But they rarely socialized outside the job. Why was that? Maybe because she resisted socializing like she would a tooth extraction. Could be it. She knew he liked music and was especially fond of jazz and blues. He played the saxophone, dressed like an uptown rock star, had a mind full of interesting, often incomprehensible trivia. He had humor and depth, and great respect for the dead, great compassion for those left behind by death. Now it was a woman he'd... Had he loved her? Eve wondered. Maybe. He'd certainly cared deeply for the woman, the cop, who was dead. And now it was he who was left behind. The clouds brought a thin spring rain, the kind that spat rather than plopped on the windshield. If it lasted or increased, vendors would poof up with stands of umbrellas, the magic of New York commerce. Vehicle traffic would slow, pedestrian traffic would speed up, and for a while the streets would gleam, shining like black mirrors. Illegals dealers would pull up their hoods and get on with business, or huddle in doorways until the storm passed. More than an hour of rain? You could find a diamond on the sidewalk easier than finding an unoccupied cab. God bless New York, she thought, until it ate you alive. Morris lived in Soho. She should have guessed it. There was something bohemian, exotic, artistic about the man who'd chosen to doctor the dead. He had a Grim Reaper tattoo, she remembered, which she'd seen inadvertently when she'd called him in the middle of the night, and he hadn't bothered to block video, though he'd been in bed and barely covered by the sheet. The man was hot. No wonder Coltrane had... Oh, God. She stalled, couldn't help herself, by searching out a parking spot along the street. Artists tented their wares or grabbed them for the little stalls to dash with them out of the rain. Those too iced to settle for trendy shops lived here, among the lofts and varied restaurants, the in-groove clubs and night spots. She found a spot 3 blocks from Morris's place, and she walked through the rain, while others dashed and darted around her, seeking shelter from the wet. She climbed to the main door, started to push his buzzer. Couldn't. He'd see her through his screen, and it would give him too much time to think, or he'd ask, and she couldn't answer. Instead, she violated his privacy and used her master to gain entrance to the tiny lobby shared by the other lofts. She took the stairs, gained herself a little more time, and circled around to his door. What would she say? It couldn't be the standard here. It couldn't be the standby. I regret to inform you. I'm sorry for your loss. Not here. Not with Morris. Praying it would come to her. It would somehow be the right way. She pressed the bell. In the time that passed, her skin chilled. Her heart thudded. She heard the locks give, watched his lock light go from red to green. He opened the door and smiled at her. His hair was loose. She'd never seen it loose. raining down his back rather than braided or queued. He wore black pants, a black tee. His exotic almond eyes looked a little sleepy. She heard the sleep in his voice when he greeted her. "Dallas, the unexpected on my doorstep on a rainy morning." She saw curiosity. No alarm, no worry. Even cops and death doctors don't think the knock on the door is for them. Not like this. She knew her face showed him nothing. Not yet. Another second or two, she thought, just another few seconds before she broke his heart. "Can I come in?" Chapter 2. Art radiated from the walls in an eclectic mix from bold, bright colors and odd shapes to elegant pencil drawings of naked women in various stages of undress. It was an open space, with the kitchen in black and silver, flowing into a dining area in strong red, which curved into the living area. Open silver stairs ribboned their way up to the second floor, again open and ringed by a shining rail. There was a sense of movement in the space, maybe from the energy of all the color, she thought, or all the pieces of him and his interests displayed there. Bowls, bottles, stones, photographs jockeyed for position with books. No wonder Morris and Rourke hit it off. And musical instruments, sculptures of dragons, a small brass gong, and what she thought was an actual human skull. Watching her face, Morris gestured to the long, armless couch. "Why don't you sit down? I can offer you passable coffee. Nothing as prime as you're used to." "No, that's okay." But she thought, yes, let's sit, have coffee, let's just not do this thing. He took her hand. "Who's dead?" "It's one of us." His fingers tightened on hers. "Peabody? No, Peabody's... No." Only making it worse, she thought. "Morris, it's Detective Coltrane." She could see by his face he didn't understand. He didn't connect his question with her answer. She did the only thing she could do. She plunged the knife in his heart. "She was killed last night. She's dead, Morris. She's gone. I'm sorry." He released her hand, stepped back from her. As if, she knew, breaking contact would stop it, just stop it all. "Amy? You're talking about Amaryllis?" "Yes, but—" He stopped himself from making the denial. She knew the first questions in his head. Was she sure? Could there be a mistake? There must be a mistake. But he knew her, and didn't waste the words. "How?" "We're going to sit down." "Tell me how." "She was murdered. It's looking like her own weapon was used on her. Both her weapons are missing. We're looking. Morris, no. Not yet." His face had gone blank and smooth. A mask carved from one of his own polished stones. "Just tell me what you know." "I don't have much yet. She was found this morning in the basement of her building by a neighbor and his son. Her time of death was about 23:40 last night. There aren't any signs of a struggle at the scene or in her apartment. No visible wounds on her, but for the stunner burns on her throat. She had no ID on her, no jewelry, no bag, no badge, no weapon. She was fully dressed." She saw something flicker over his face at that, a ripple over the stone, and understood. Rape always made murder worse. "I haven't looked at the security discs yet, because I needed to tell you. Peabody's on scene." "I have to change. I have to change and go in and see to her." "No, you won't. You tell me who you trust the most, who you want, and we'll arrange for them to do the autopsy. You're not doing it." "It's not for you to say. I'm chief medical examiner." "I'm primary. And you and I both know that your relationship with the She swallowed the word victim. With Detective Coltrane means you have to step back from this part. Take a minute. Take as many minutes as you need to come down to that. You can't work on her, Morris, for your own sake and for hers. You think I'll do nothing? That I'll stand by and let someone else touch her? I'm not asking you to do nothing, but I'm telling you, you won't do this. When he turned, started for the stairs, she simply took his arm. I'll stop you, she spoke quietly. Felt the muscles in his arm vibrate. Take a swing at me. Yell. Throw something. Whatever you need. But I'll stop you. She's mine now, too. The rage showed in his eyes, burned them black. She braced for a blow. She'd give him that. But the rage melted into grief. This time, when he turned, she let him go. He walked to the long, wide window that looked out on the buzz and vibrancy of Soho. He laid his hands on the shelf of the sill, leaned so his arms could hold some of the weight his legs couldn't. Clipper. Now his voice was as raw as his eyes had been. Ty Clipper. I want him to take care of her. I'll see to it. She always wore, a ring on the middle finger of her right hand, a square-cut pink tourmaline, flanked by small green tourmaline baguettes, a silver band. Her parents gave it to her on her 21st birthday. Okay. You said the basement of her building. She'd have no reason to go down there. There are storage lockers. She didn't keep one. She told me once they charged a ridiculous price for little cages down there. I offered to store anything she needed stored, but she said she hadn't accumulated so much yet, that she needed spillover space. Why was she there? I'll find out. I promise you. Morris, I promise you. I'll find out who did this and why. He nodded, but didn't turn, only stared out at the movement, the color, the life. There's a place inside, when you're connected to cops, as friends, as lovers, even as associates, that knows the risk of that connection, of involvement. I've worked on enough dead cops to know those risks, but you have to put it aside, lock it away, because you have to keep that connection. It's what you do, who you are. But you know. You always know, and still, when it happens, it seems impossible. Who knows death better than I? Than we, he said, turning now. And yet it seems impossible. She was so alive, and now she isn't. Someone took the life from her. I'll find them. He nodded again, managed to get to the couch, sink down. I was falling in love with her. I felt it happening, that long, slow drop. We wanted to take it slow, enjoy it. We were still discovering each other, still at the stage where when she walked into the room, or I heard her voice, smelled her skin, everything inside me sang. He dropped his head into his hands. Comfort wasn't her finest skill. Peabody, Eve thought, would have the right words, the right tone. All she could do was follow instinct. She moved to the couch, sat beside him. Tell me what to do for you, and I'll do it. Tell me what you need, and I'll get it. Lee, maybe it was the use of his first name, something she never used, but he turned to her. When he turned, she held him. He didn't break, not yet, but kept his cheek pressed to hers. I need to see her. I know. Give me some time first. We'll take care of her for you. He eased back. You need to ask. Turn on your recorder and ask. Okay. Routine, she thought. Wasn't that a kind of comfort? Tell me where you were last night between 21 and 2400. I worked until nearly midnight, clocking some extra hours, clearing up some paperwork. Amy and I plan to go away for a few days next week, take a long weekend. Memphis. We booked this old inn. We were going to take a garden tour, see Graceland, listen to music. I spoke to several people on the night shift. I can give you names. I don't need them. I'll check it out and we'll move on. Did she tell you anything about her caseload? About anyone she had concerns about? No. We didn't talk shop a great deal. She was a good cop. She liked to find answers, and she was organized and precise, but she didn't live the job. She wasn't like you. The job was what she did, not what she was, but she was smart and capable. Whenever we had our jobs intersect, that came across. What about on the personal front? Exes? We started seeing each other shortly after she transferred here from Atlanta, and while we were taking it slow, letting it all unfold, neither of us was seeing anyone else. She had a serious relationship in college. It lasted over 2 years. She was involved with another cop for a while, but said she preferred the casual dating scene as a rule. That I was breaking her rule. I know there was someone else, someone serious, and that ended before she transferred to New York. Any complaints about any neighbors? Anyone in the building hassling her? No. She loved that little apartment of hers. Dallas. She has family back in Atlanta. I know. I'll notify them. Can I contact anyone for you? No. Thank you. I didn't bring a grief counselor because I don't want a grief counselor. He pressed his fingers to his eyes. I have a key for her apartment. You'll want that. Yeah. She waited while he went up the silver stairs and paced around his living space until he came back with a key card. Did she have one to this place? Yes. Change your codes. He drew a breath. Yes. All right. I need you to keep me informed. I need to be involved in this. I'll keep you informed. I need to be part of it. I need that. Let me work on that. I'll contact you. If you need to talk to me, I'm available for you 24/7. But I've got to get back to this, back to her. Tell Ty. Tell him to play Eric Clapton for her. Any of the discs in my collection. She particularly liked his music. He moved to the elevator, opened the grill. I wish sorry meant something. Peabody, she told me to tell you the same. She stepped in, kept her eyes on his as the grill closed and until the doors shut. On the drive back, she tagged Peabody. Did the sweepers find the weapon? That's a negative. Damn it. I'm heading back to the scene. Contact the morgue. Chief Medical Examiner Morris assigns M.E. Ty Clipper to this matter. He requests the M.E. play Eric Clapton during autopsy. Oh, man. How is he? How? He's holding up. Make sure they understand these are Morris's directives. I'm on my way back. You and I are going to go through her apartment inch by inch. I was about to start on that. I talked to Birnbaum and his kid. Nothing more there. The knock on doors hasn't turned up anything. Security, fill me in when I get there. 10 minutes. She clicked off. She wanted silence. Just silence until the emotional knots loosened. She'd be no good to Amaryllis Coltrane if she let herself stay twisted up over the grief in a friend's eyes. At the apartment, she waited until the morgue team carried the body out. She goes straight to M.E. Clipper, Eve snapped. She's a cop. She gets priority. We know who she is. One of the team turned after the body was loaded in the wagon. "She's not only a cop, she was Morris's lady. We'll take good care of her, Lieutenant." Satisfied, she went inside, took the stairs to Coltrane's apartment. Using the key card Morris had given her, she found Peabody inside. "It was hard," Peabody said after one look. "It shows." "Then I'd better get over it. Security?" "I took a quick scan. Nothing on the rear door. He had to come in that way. Jam the camera. EDD's on it. Front door cam ran the whole time. I've got her coming in about 1600, carrying a file bag, which is still here, and a takeout bag. She didn't go out again, not by the front. Stairway has cams, and they were compromised. Both the rear and stairway cams shut down from about 2230 to about 2400. Elevator has cams, and they ran through. She didn't take the elevator. Neighbor confirms she used the stairs habitually." The killer had to know her routine, had to take her in the stairway. "I've got a team of sweepers in there now, going top to bottom." Taking her that quick, that clean, the killer had to know she was going out. So either that was another habit, or he lured her out. We'll check her transmissions, but if that's how it went down, he used her pocket link, then took it with him. Someone she knew. A friend, an ex, one of her weasels, someone in the building or close by. Someone she'd let get the drop on her. Eve glanced around the apartment. Impressions? "I don't think she left under any kind of duress. Everything's just too tidy for that. And that droid kitten?" When Peabody gestured, Eve frowned at the snoozing ball of fur. "I checked its readout. She set it to sleep mode at 2318. It doesn't seem like something you'd do if you were in trouble." Eve studied the room as she wandered it. It had a female feel, a fussy woman's order to it. The killer contacts her via her pocket link. "Come out. Meet me for a drink." Or, "I had a terrible fight with my boyfriend. Come over so I can boo-hoo all over you." No. Eve shook her head, wandered into the small bedroom with its mountain of pillows on its neatly made bed. She had her clutch piece. Most cops are going to carry a weapon, but I don't see her strapping on a clutch to go have a drink. "One of her weasels. Meet me here at such and such time. I got some good shit." Yeah, that could work. We'll talk to her boss, her partner, her unit, see what she was into. She could have been meeting another kind of source, or just meeting someone she didn't completely trust. A little extra insurance with the clutch piece. And still he got the drop on her, took her down without a struggle. She wouldn't have been expecting to see him in her stairway. Her guard's down, and that's that. Eve said nothing. She needed to turn it over a while, walk it through. Let's see what we can find here. They got to work, searching through drawers, in closets, through clothes and pockets. The dead had no privacy, and Eve thought, as a cop, Coltrane would have known and accepted that. She found the goodie drawer in the bedside table. Body oils, a few toys, and had to block the image that kept trying to lodge in her head of Morris and Coltrane rolling around naked on the bed. "She liked pretty underwear," Peabody commented as she went through her drawers. "All her stuff's in the lingerie level. Sexy, girly. She liked pretty things. The little bottles, the lamps, the pillows. Her drawers are neat and organized, nothing like mine. She doesn't have a lot of stuff, you know. No clutter. And what's here doesn't match, but it all works together. It's just a really pretty place to keep dogging the same word." Eve stepped to a clever little corner table that held a compact data and communication system. In the single slim drawer, she found a memo book, but when she tried to bring up data, it denied her access. She's a cop. She'd have passcoded it, Eve said. We'll want this tag for EDD. I want in. She learned more about the victim on the search. Peabody was right. She'd liked pretty things. Not overly fussy and frilly, just female. But no clutter, not crowded, and everything in its place. The roses in the living area were real and fresh. She found a trinket box that held florist cards, all from Morris. He'd said they'd been exclusive for months. At least as far as flowers went, Eve thought, he was right. That didn't mean she hadn't had something on the side. When a woman went out that time of night, it could be a booty call. Yet it just didn't strike right. She'd seen Coltrane with Morris. She'd felt the zing between them. Secure building, Eve said out loud. A nice, compact apartment. Droid pet. Nice furniture, nice clothes, not a lot of either. She's selective. Not much jewelry, but again, what she has is good quality. Same with the hair products, the enhancers, Peabody put in. She knew what she liked, what worked for her, and stuck with it. Me, I've got a drawer full of cast-off lip dyes, eye gunk, hair crap, perfume. 1 cent. There's leftover Chinese in the fridge, vac-sealed. Some health food, bottled water and juices. 2 bottles of wine. She's got a lover, but lives alone. The men's toiletry kit is probably Morris's. We'll check with him rather than sending it straight to the lab. The man's shirt, boxers, socks, pants, they look like him. Not a lot of him in here, though. They probably spent more time at his place. It's about 4 times as big as this, and the location's prime for cafes, clubs, restaurants, galleries. How'd the killer know she was in last night? Stalking her? I should have asked Morris how often they were together, if they had a routine. Dallas, you gave him a break. Gave him a little time. We'll follow up. The killer didn't come in here. Too risky. Why chance being seen? No, he tagged her on her pocket link. They could have set up a meet prior. Why risk that? She might tell somebody. Morris, her partner, her boss. I'm meeting X tonight. And then we'd be talking to X instead of wondering who the hell he is. Morris was working. She'd have known that. So she's not going to tag him at that hour and tell him she's headed out for something. She just gets her stuff, turns off her cat, and goes. She knew her killer, or whoever set it up. Let's get the sweepers in here and have EDD pick up her electronics. She checked her wrist unit. We'll go by the morgue before notifying next of kin. I'll do that. You told Morris, Peabody added. I'll tell her family. Okay. Then we'll both talk to her partner, her squad, her boss. In the car, Peabody sat slumped in the seat, staring out the side window. Dallas, I got this thing eating at me, and I just want to get it out. You felt bitchy and resentful because she hooked up with Morris. Yeah. Peabody let out the word like relief. I didn't even know her, hardly at all, and I let myself think, like, who the hell is she? Sashaying. I even thought the word sachet, because she was from the South, in here and getting all smoochy with our Morris. Stupid, because I'm with McNabb and never had a thing with Morris anyway, except the occasional perfectly permissible and healthy fantasy. But I decided I didn't like her just for that. And now she's dead, and I feel like crap about it. I know. I've got the same thing going. Except for the fantasy part. I guess that makes me feel a little better. She scooted up again, studied Eve's profile. You really never had the teeniest fantasy about Morris? No, geez. Just a little one. Like, you'd go to the morgue one night, and it's strangely empty, so you go into the main cutting room, and Morris is there. Naked. No! Stop filling my head with that crap. But oddly, some of the sick weight in Eve's belly eased. "Don't you and McNabb bang often enough to keep you from having prurient fantasies about a colleague? In the freaking dead house?" "I don't know why. The morgue's creepy, but Morris is severely sexy. McNabb and I bang plenty. Just last night I don't want to hear about you and McNabb banging. You brought it up, which illustrates how your sick Morris fantasies screwed up my mental health." Peabody shrugged that off. "Did Morris put anybody on Coltrane specifically?" Clipper. "Die for Ty? Talk about the sex. How come so many death doctors are wholly iced?" "A mystery I've pondered throughout my career." "No, seriously, Clipper's like, He's gay and has a partner, but a yummy treat for the eyes. His partner's an artist. He paints people. Literally, I mean, body painting. They've been together about 6 years. How do you know all this stuff? Unlike you, I enjoy hearing about people's personal lives, especially when it involves sex." "At least, since Clipper's not into women, you won't be troubled by sexual fantasies." Peabody pursed her lips in thought. "I can work with it. 2 naked guys, body paints, me, oh yeah, endless possibilities." Eve let Peabody have her moment. Easier, she knew, to think about crazy sex than the murder of another cop, than the grief of a colleague and friend. The moment passed soon enough. Once they arrived at the morgue, started down the long white-tiled tunnel, the mood shifted. It wasn't just death. It wasn't just murder. Nipping and gnawing at objectivity were the keen teeth of personal loss. They crossed paths with a tech who stopped, slid her hands into the pockets of her long white coat. Clipper's using Morris's suite. I don't know if Morris is going to check in or anything, so maybe when you talk to him, you could tell him we're all here." "Okay. Whatever we can do." The tech shrugged helplessly, said, "Hell," and strode away. Eve moved on to the autopsy room, where Morris habitually did his work. In his place stood M.E. Ty Clipper, a solid 6 feet with a muscular body clad in a pale blue shirt and khaki pants. He'd rolled up his sleeves neatly to the elbow, donned a clear cape. He wore his hair in a close-cropped skull-cap. A short, neat goatee added a hint of edge to his conservative attire and interest to his angular face. But with Clipper, it was all about the eyes. Huge, heavy-lidded, they were the color of crystallized amber and a jolt of contrast to his dark skin. "I haven't finished. I'm sorry." His voice held a hint of his native Cuba. "What can you tell me?" "She wasn't raped. There's no evidence of sexual assault or sexual activity. That would matter to Morris." "Yes, it will." Like a murmur in the background, a man sang a plea to someone named Layla. "Is that Eric Clapton?" "Yes." "That'll matter to him, too." Eve set it aside, stepped forward. Coltrane lay on the slab. No defensive wounds. Eve studied the body now as she would any piece of evidence. No signs of violence other than the throat burns. There are minor bruises on her shoulder blades and the back of her head. Clipper gestured to the comp screen, called up the scan, of the sort you'd incur by knocking back against a wall. She was shoved, pushed. Possibly. Death ensued soon after. The burns on the throat are consistent with a stunner pressed to the area. Contact burns. Have you found her weapon? No. Until you do, I can't confirm it was the murder weapon, or if another was used. Only that the wounds are consistent with contact burns from a police issue. If her own weapon was used, how the hell did he disarm her? Shoves her back, she hits the wall. It's not enough, not for a cop. There aren't any cuts, no evidence of restraints. Because he didn't offer, as Morris would have, Eve picked up a pair of micro-goggles herself, leaned over Coltrane to examine. No abrasions on her wrists, her ankles. Here, right here, on her biceps. Pressure syringe? I believe so. How did he get close enough to her without her putting up a fight to drug her? I have the talk screen flagged priority. You're right that there are no signs of violence outside the body. But there are in. Eve glanced up at Clipper, then shifted to study what the precise Y-cut revealed. What am I looking for? Her internal organs show signs of distress. Dying will do that. But she followed him, looked closer. She took a hit? I need to complete more tests before I can be sure. I understand you want quick answers, he added at Eve's hiss of impatience, but she shook her head, willed herself to throttle back. Morris wanted you because, I'd say, you're thorough and you're precise. Give me best guess. I won't hold you to it. A high-range stun, frontal assault. No more than 3 to 5 feet distance. A body shot. Which would have taken her down. Down and out. She takes a hit. It knocks her back against the wall, in the stairwell, and she goes down. He has to get her down to the basement. No signs she was dragged, so he has to carry her. Or there could have been more than one assailant. Carry her down. Why not just finish her off in the stairwell and be done with it? Because there was something they wanted. Something to say, something they needed her to say, to tell them, Eve continued. So they, cart her down, and they bring her back with a jolt, a hit of amphetamine, adrenaline. Pain, Eve thought. They'd brought her back to pain. Helpless, body paralyzed from the stun, mind aware. To tell her something, to ask her something. And when they finished, they shut her down. She'd have known it was coming. When they pressed the stunner to her throat, she'd have known. She pulled off the goggles, tossed them aside. They used her weapon. They used it to kill her because it's more insulting, more demeaning. Ambushed her in the stairway, dropped her, carried her down, jolted her back, took her out. In somewhere around 20 minutes. That's quick. Took her weapon, ID, badge, link, jewelry. Why the jewelry? The rest makes sense. It's professional, but the jewelry's amateur hour, so why? Just because you can? Just because you want? Souvenirs? Mementos? Because it left her with nothing? Peabody voiced the question. It strips her. They leave her dressed, maybe because it's not about that kind of power or violence, even that kind of humiliation, but they take what's important to her and leave her on the floor. With nothing. Maybe. Eve nodded. Maybe so. I don't think Morris will come in today, Eve said to Clipper, but if he does, do whatever you have to do, whatever it takes to keep him away from her until she's... I will. Chapter 3. Eve moved quickly through Central. She took the glides rather than the elevator to avoid getting into a box with other cops. She passed enough of them, uniforms, soft clothes, detectives, brass, to know word had spread. When she turned into her own bullpen, all movement, all chatter ceased, and she knew it had to be addressed. At 2340 last night, Detective Amaryllis Coltrane was murdered by person or persons unknown. Every member of this division is hereby notified, or will be notified, that any scheduled leave may and likely will be canceled until this case is closed. I will clear overtime for any and all of you who are tapped to join the investigative team. Any of you who require personal or hardship leave in the interim will have to clear it with me and will have to make it damn good. There will be no statements to the media, officially or unofficially, on this matter, unless cleared through me. You can all consider this part of your current caseload. She's ours now." She walked to her office, straight to the auto chef for coffee. She'd no more than taken the steaming mug out when Detective Baxter came in behind her. "Lieutenant? Make it quick, Baxter. I wanted to say Trueheart and I are clearing up a few loose ends on a case. We should have it tied up pretty soon. You need grunt work, leg work, shit work, whatever on this. My boy and I," he continued, speaking of his stalwart aide, "we're up for it. Screw the overtime, Dallas. We're not putting in for any of that, not for this." Okay. She'd expected no less, but it was satisfying to have her expectations met. "I'm going to be talking to her boss, her partner, whoever she worked with back in Atlanta. I'm going to require copies of her case files, opened and closed, her notes, and I'm going to want fresh eyes going over them. I'm going to need runs on everyone in her apartment building, everyone she came into contact with routinely, her neighbors, the guy she bought her food from, who delivered her pizza, any previous relationships, any current, her friends, the bartender where she drank. I want to know her inside and out. Morris, I'll be going back there, but he needs some time. By the time you tie up those ends, I'll have plenty for you and Trueheart." "Okay. I made half a play for her a few months back." "Baxter, you make half a play for anything female." He smiled a little, appreciating her attempt to keep it light. "What can I say? Women are the best thing going. She gave me half a flirt back, you know, but she was all about Morris. There's nobody out there who wouldn't jump to work this case because she was a cop, but every one of them will jump higher, jump faster because of Morris. Just wanted to say. Let me know when you close your case." "Yes, sir." She took her coffee to her desk, noted she had multiple incoming transmissions. Some would be from the media, she thought, and those she'd dump on the liaison until ordered otherwise. She picked through, passed, discarded, held, and played the one from her commander. Whitney's administrative assistant relayed his orders. She was to report the minute she was in her office. She set her coffee aside, rose, and walked back to the bullpen. "Peabody, contact Coltrane's lieutenant and request to meet with him at his earliest convenience. Also request he arrange same with her partner or partners. I'm with Whitney." She could wish for more time, Eve thought, as she traveled the labyrinth of Cop Central to Commander Whitney's domain. Time to put her thoughts together, to start her murder book, to refine her notes, to begin her cold and intrusive search through the life of a dead cop. But when Whitney pushed the bell, you answered the door. He didn't keep her waiting, either. The minute she walked into the outer office, the admin directed her into the inner sanctum. He rose from behind his desk and filled the room with his presence. He wore command the way a man wore a suit perfectly tailored for his height, his girth. It belonged to him, Eve had always thought, because he'd earned it with every step. Though he rode a desk rather than the streets, that suit of command had been tailored for a cop. "Lieutenant." "Sir." He didn't gesture for her to sit. They would do this standing. He studied her for a moment, his wide, dark face solemn, his eyes cold. "Report." She gave it quickly, straight out, every detail, even as she laid disc copies of her on-scene on his desk. "I'm arranging to meet with her lieutenant, her partner, anyone from her house who may be able to provide insider details." "Morris is covered." "Yes, sir. He was working, and there are witnesses as well as security discs and his log to support. There's no need to spend time ascertaining his whereabouts. He's clear." "Good. That's good. Play it out for me, Dallas. Your view." She was home. She either received a call on her pocket link or had a previous meet. Personal or official is not possible to confirm at this time. Previously arranged. Her weapon box was unlocked and empty. There are compartments for her standard issue and a smaller clutch piece, as well as holsters for both. She used a hip holster for her standard. For herself, Eve preferred the harness, the feel and the weight of it.
She went out armed?
Yes, sir. I'm more inclined to think she went out on the job than socially, because of the clutch piece, but I don't know her yet. I don't know what kind of cop she was yet. He nodded.
Continue.
She left the apartment sometime after 23:18. She had a droid pet and switched it to sleep mode at that time. She set her security and took the stairs. Wits state this was her habit. The ambush came in the stairway, frontal assault. She took the hit, which knocked her back against the wall. The assailant transported her to the basement of the building, administered an as-yet unknown stimulant to bring her to. At 23:40, a weapon, possibly her own, was held to her throat and fired. I have EDD checking the security. We know that the rear door cam was jammed. He came in that way, and from my examination, the lock looked clean. So he had a key card and code, or he's very skilled. He knew her habits, and knew she'd be coming down the stairs. He contacted her, and she went out to meet him. That's how I see it. She knew her killer.
For the time being, any media will be funneled through the department liaison. The death of one cop won't stir up the juices in any case. If that changes, I'll let you know. You're free to assign as many men to your investigative team as you feel necessary. Again, if that changes, you'll be informed. This is now flagged priority for every department involved. I want copies of all reports as they come in or as they're completed.
Yes, sir.
Whatever you need on this one, Lieutenant.
Understood.
I'll be speaking with her family shortly, as will her lieutenant. I assume they'll want a funeral or memorial in Atlanta, but we will be holding a memorial here. I'll let you know when it's arranged.
I'll see my division is informed of the details.
I've kept you from it long enough. But before you go, I want to ask you something from a personal level. Does Morris have all he needs?
I wish I knew. I don't know what else can be done for him at this time. They were, I think, becoming very serious. Whitney nodded.
Well, we'll do what we do and find the answers for him.
Yes, sir. She went back to it, closed herself in her office to review her notes, to open her murder book, to start her board.
Dallas?
Lab reports are already coming in, Eve said as Peabody stepped inside. I didn't have to threaten or bribe anybody to get them this fast. It's not just because a cop went down. It's because the cop was Morris's lady. They shot her up with a stimulant, enough so she was conscious and aware, but unable to move to fight. No trace on her, no prints on the outside rear door, sealed up, and had to wipe it down for good measure. No prints at all. Her internal organs showed extreme trauma from a stun. If she'd lived, she'd have been in bad shape. He didn't take any chances, but was careful and knowledgeable enough to know what setting to use, so she'd go down hard, stay down, but live, until he was finished. I spoke with the locals in Atlanta. I arranged for a grief counselor for her parents and her brother. Good. That's good. Her lieutenant can and will speak with us any time. They worked squad style, so she partnered or teamed with everybody in her unit. Then we'll talk to everybody in her unit. Let's go get started. Peabody glanced at the board and Coltrane's ID shot. She was really beautiful. She turned away, followed Eve. I started runs on the other tenants, and Jenkinson said he had some time, so he's helping on that. I checked in with EDD. McNabb said they're on top of it. and they've already sent somebody down to pick up her unit at her house, her cop house. I know what you mean. He told me she'd saved on her home unit. She kept emails from Morris. Funny ones, romantic ones, sexy ones. She let out a sigh as they went down the glides. And some from her parents, her brother, some from friends back in Atlanta. She had them all in different files. There was job stuff on there, too. He's sorting it out. Her last transmission on her home link was about 8 last night. From Morris. He talked to her while he took a dinner break. Nothing else on her home unit yesterday. She worked an 8 to 4 shift. We need to know when she got the Chinese, if it was pickup or delivery. Chinese? Leftovers in her kitchen. She had a takeout bag with her when she came in, security discs. When did she order it? Did she stop on the way home, bring it from work? Start checking takeout and delivery places near her building. Okay. M.E.'s report said she ate about 7:30, drank a glass of wine. She ran the recycler, so there's not much left for the crime lab. Let's find out if she ate alone. We're going to put together every step she took from the time she got up yesterday morning. Did you ask Morris if they were together the night before she died? No. Shit. No, I should have. Damn it. She stopped in the garage, took out her pocket link. Give me some room, Peabody. She keyed to Morris's number. She didn't expect him to answer, and was dumped straight to voicemail. Morris, it's Dallas. I'm very sorry to disturb you. I need to put a timeline together for yesterday. When you can, if you can, let me know if you and Detective Coltrane were together yesterday morning. It would... Yes. His face came on screen. His eyes were dull, dark, and empty. She stayed here the night before. We had dinner around the corner, a bistro. Jock's. About 8, I think. And we came back here. She left yesterday morning, about 7. A little after 7. She had an 8 to 4 shift. Okay. Thanks. I spoke with her twice yesterday. She called me sometime in the afternoon, and I called her at home on my dinner break. She was fine. I can't remember the last thing I said to her, or her to me. I've tried, but I can't. It doesn't matter what the last thing was. Everything else you said to each other over these past months, that's what adds up. That's what counts. I'll come by later if you... No, but thank you. I'm better off alone for a while. That was a good thing you said to him, Peabody commented when Eve shoved the link back in her pocket. About all the things they said to each other. I don't know if it was right or bullshit. I'm winging it. Coltrane's cop shop squatted between a Korean market and a Jewish deli in post-urban war's ugliness. The concrete box would probably withstand a bomb, but it wouldn't win any beauty prizes. Inside, it smelled of cop. Foul coffee, sweat, starch, and cheap soap. Uniforms milled around in their hard shoes, coming in from details or heading out again while civilians shuffled their way through security. Eve held her badge to a scanner, had it and her prints verified with Peabody's, and passed through. She moved straight to the sergeant's desk, badged him. He was a hard-eyed, craggy-faced vet who looked like he enjoyed a nice bowl of nails for breakfast. Lieutenant Dallas and Detective Peabody out of Central to see Lieutenant DeLong. Those hard eyes trained on Eve's face. You the ones who caught the case? He didn't have to specify which case. Not for Eve, or for the cops within hearing distance. That's right. 18th Squad's 1 floor up. Stairs there. Elevator there. You got any juice on it? We've just started to squeeze. Has anyone off been in to see her? Anyone we might want to talk to the last few days?
Nobody comes to mind. If you need to see my log, I'll make sure you get it. The rest of the desk shifts, too.
Appreciate that, Sergeant.
I don't know what kind of cop she was, but she never passed this desk without saying good morning. It says something about a person they take a minute to say good morning.
Yeah, I guess it does. They took the open metal stairs, and Eve felt cop eyes follow her to the second floor. The squad room was smaller than her bullpen, and quieter. 6 desks jammed into the room, 4 of them manned. 2 detectives worked their comps, 2 others their links. The public administrative assistant sat at a short counter. His eyes were red, Eve noted, his white skin blotchy as if from a recent crying jag. He looked, to her, very young. Lieutenant Dallas and Detective Peabody to see Lieutenant DeLong. Yes, he's expecting you. Once again, Eve felt cop eyes on her. This time she shifted, met them, one by one, as the routine activity in the squad room stopped. She saw anger, resentment, grief, and a measurement. Are you good enough to stand for one of ours? And through a glass wall she saw the man she assumed was DeLong rise from his desk and start out. He stood a little under average height, looked mid-40s and fit, strong through the shoulders. He wore a suit, dark gray with a white shirt, gray tie. A crop of wavy black hair swept back from a thin face that showed strain around the eyes and mouth. Lieutenant. Detective. He offered a handshake to both. Please, come back. Silence followed them into the glass-walled room. DeLong shut the door. First, let me say, you'll have complete cooperation from me and the squad. Anything you need, anytime you need it. Thank you. I've already copied all of Detective Coltrane's case files and cleared EDD to take her electronics. I also have copies of her personnel file and my evaluations. He picked up a pouch. Peabody took it, slipped it into her file bag. You can use my office to talk to the squad or one of our boxes. There's a small conference room upstairs if that works better. I don't want to put you out of your office, Lieutenant, or cause your men to feel they're being interrogated by another cop. The conference room would be fine. I'm sorry for your loss, Lieutenant. I know it's hard to lose a cop under your command. Hard enough if she'd gone down in the line. At least then, you know. But this... Is there anything you can tell me? We believe she was ambushed in the stairwell of her building, taken down to the basement. We haven't found her weapon. It may have been used to kill her. What was she working on? A robbery in Chinatown, a break-in, electronics store. A couple cases of pocket links and PPCs were taken. A carjack, armed. It's all in the case files. Did she report any threats against her? No, she didn't. I have an open-door policy. We're a small squad. If something's up, I usually hear about it. Who was she partnered with? We work as a squad. She'd have worked with everyone at some time. I usually paired her with Cleo, Detective Grady. They had a good rhythm, but she was on with O'Brien for the break-in. How'd she get along with the rest of the squad? She slid right in. We had some ribbing going on. Southern transplant and her looks, but she held her own and earned respect. I'm going to say my squad runs pretty damn smooth. Amy fit it. What kind of cop was she? He sighed a little. She was solid. A detail cop. Organized, good eye. She'd work a case through. No bitching about OT, no griping over paperwork. She was an asset. She cleared her share of cases. She wasn't flashy, didn't need the big collar. She was steady, did her job. And her personal life? She wasn't flashy there either. Everybody knew she was involved with Morris.
We got a squad of 4 here. It's hard to keep secrets." She was happy. If she had trouble, she didn't share it. She didn't show it.
Why did she transfer out of Atlanta?
I asked her, the way you would. She told me she'd started to feel as if she'd gotten into a rut, that she needed a change of scene, of routine. I wish I had answers. I wish I had something clear-cut to give you. I know your reputation, Lieutenant. Detective, he added with a nod to Peabody. While part of me wants my team on this case, I know Annie's in good hands.
Thank you. If you direct us to the conference room, we'll set up. If her most usual partner, Detective Grady's available, we can talk to her first.
I'll take you up.
The room boasted a single long table, a lot of creaky chairs, 2 wall screens, a wide whiteboard, and an aged auto chef. Peabody tried the coffee, blanched.
"It's worse than ours. I didn't think that was possible. I'm going to hit vending for a soft drink. You want one?"
"Yeah, thanks." While she waited, Eve thought of DeLong. She understood. If Coltrane had gone down in the line under his command, there would be guilt and grief and anger. But he'd know why. The bad guy got the edge that day. He'd know who, and even if that bad guy needed to be chased down, he'd know. She set her recorder and her notebook on the table, took out her PPC to refresh herself on Detective Cleo Grady. 32, Eve mused. Detective 3rd grade with 8 years in. New York transplant from Jersey. No marriages, no cohabs, no children. Several commendations, and a handful of disciplinary slaps. Part of DeLong's squad for 3 years, transferring at her own request from SVU. Parents retired to Florida. No sibs. She glanced up when Cleo rapped on the door jamb. "Detective Grady, Lieutenant." "Have a seat." It showed in the eyes, Eve thought, the anger and the resentment, and in the tight line of the mouth. Cleo wore her streaked blonde hair short, straight, sleek, and showed off a couple of winking blue studs in her earlobes. The eyes, a deep, almost navy blue, stayed level with Eve as she crossed the room. She hit 5'5", with a body both solid and curvy. She wore simple brown trousers, a white shirt, and a thin tan jacket over it. Like Eve, she preferred the shoulder harness. "The boss wants us to cooperate, so we will." She had a quick, clipped voice, a little raw at the edges. "But this should be our case." "If it was my partner, or a member of my squad, I'd probably feel the same. But it's not your case. We're on record here, Detective." She paused as Peabody came in, shut the door.
"I picked up some water and Pepsis,"
Peabody said, and set bottles on the table. Cleo shook her head. "The least you can do is tell me what you've got. You can talk to your lieutenant about that. We brought him up to date. You can play the hard ass with us, but that's not helping Detective Coltrane. If you're looking to dig up dirt on her, why would we be? We're not IAB. We're homicide. Your squad mate was murdered, Detective, so cut the crap. You and Coltrane were often partnered." "Yeah. The boss thought we complemented each other." "Did you also interact on a personal level? Socially?" "Sure we did. Why wouldn't we?" She shook her head again, held up a hand. She picked up a bottle of the water she'd initially rejected, twisted it open, drank. "Look, maybe I'm sorry for the attitude, but this is hard. She was part of my team, and we got to be friends. We worked damn well together. You can look at our case files and see that. And we got so we'd hang out sometimes, have a drink after shift, or a meal, maybe just the 2 of us, or maybe with some of the other guys. It wasn't always about the job, either. We'd talk about regular stuff, hair and weight and men." "You were close," Peabody commented. Yeah. We each had our own life, but we hit it off. You've got to know how it is. When you're working with another female, there are things you can get into, things you can say that you wouldn't with a man. Did she tell you about any old lovers, boyfriends, guys that wanted to be with her? She was seeing a couple guys casually back in Atlanta before she transferred. One was another cop, and that was basically a booty buddy she'd been tight with a while before. The other was a lawyer. She said it just wasn't a good fit, and both of them got to just drifting along in the relationship. One of the reasons she transferred was because she felt her personal life got stale, and she felt she was losing her edge professionally. She wanted something new. Nobody serious? Eve pressed, thinking of what Morris had told her, and saw Cleo hesitate. She mentioned there had been somebody pretty intense for a while, but it hadn't worked out. Name? No, but it bruised her up some, emotionally. She said they broke it off, and she'd done the casual thing for a couple months with the lawyer, but she wanted a change, a new place, new faces, like that. And once she'd transferred, on that personal level, the thing with the ME started pretty quick. She hadn't been here long when they met. Amy said there was this instant spark. They took their time. I mean, they didn't jump in the sack right off. When they did, like I said, you tell a woman partner things. She was crazy about him, and it came off mutual. I went out with them, like a double date deal, a few times. They gave it off, that spark. She wasn't seeing anyone else. She never mentioned anyone pushing her on that personal front. No. Did she take meets on her own, with weasels or informants, or arrange to deal with suspects solo? Not generally. I mean, she might hook up with one of her weasels solo, but she'd been working this area less than a year. She didn't have that many. Names? Cleo's back went up. Eve could see it. No cop liked to share weasels. She mostly used this guy who runs a pawn shop on Spring, Stu Bollimer. He's originally from Georgia, so she played the connection. Were you using him on anything currently? I know she gave him a bump on the Chinatown robbery we're working, and he said he'd keep his ear to the ground. Anything you worked on generate trouble? Somebody who'd want to hurt her? You bring in bad guys, they're not going to be happy with you. Nothing stands out. I've been going over and over it since I heard. We're a small squad, and most of what we handle just isn't that juicy. She liked doing the small jobs. The mom and pop whose market gets ripped off. The kid who gets knocked off his airboard so some asshole can steal it. The truth is, she was thinking, maybe down the road, about marriage and having a family, taking the professional mother deal. She liked her job, and she was good at it, don't get me wrong, but she was thinking, especially since Morris, that down the road... All right, Detective. If you'd send Detective O'Brien up, I'd appreciate it. If he's not available, your lieutenant can send up whoever he can spare. O'Brien's working his desk. I'll send him. Cleo got to her feet. I don't think it's too much to ask that you come to us if you need more manpower on this. Not every cop works out of Central. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Detective. After Cleo went out, Eve sat back. Does she just not get it? Is it just a blind spot?
That every cop in that squad is currently a suspect?
Peabody shook her head.
I guess you don't look at your own family first.
Civilians don't. Cops do. Or should. Eve made a couple of notes, then reviewed her data on O'Brien. Next up has 23 years in. He made first grade 5 years back. He's been with this squad for 12 years. Second marriage, 15 years in. No kids from marriage 1, 2 from marriage 2. Commendations and 2 valorous conduct citations. Worked major case until he transferred here. That's a big shift. Eve finally cracked her tube of Pepsi, took a hit. He's been here the longest, longer than his current lieutenant.
Guys like that can be the touchstone of a squad, the one the others go to when they don't want to go to the brass.
We're going to be here a while yet. Check in, will you? See if there's anything new we can use here. O'Brien, beefy, long-jawed, sharp-eyed, stepped in as Peabody moved to the far end of the table. Lieutenant, Detective. Detective O'Brien. We're splitting duties here to try to keep ahead of the curve. We can talk while my partner makes some contacts. Fine. He sat. Let me save you some time. Detective Coltrane was a good, steady cop. Dependable. She liked to dig into the pieces for the little details. When she first joined the squad, I had my doubts she'd make the cut. That was my own prejudice, because she looked like someone who should be making beauty vids. After a couple of shifts, I saw what was under her. She knew how to be a part of a team, how to handle herself in the field and with the rest of the squad. If she got taken down in the stairwell of her own place, it wasn't a stranger. How do you know how she was taken down? His eyes never shifted from Eve's. I've got connections. I used them. I haven't shared what I dug up with the rest of the squad. What gets shared there's up to the boss. But I'm telling you here, if she left her place last night carrying both her weapons, she was on the job. She went down in the line, and I'm going to be pushing for her to have that on her. Who could have gotten into her building? Fuck if I know. We don't work that much heat here. She didn't have anything going for somebody to swing out and kill a cop. We got a break-in, electronics. Inside job, no question. We'd have had the guy sewed before noon today. I'll still have him sewed before end of shift. He's an idiot, a screw-up. He's not a cop killer. I know DeLong gave you the case file. You'll see for yourself. Could she have, when picking at the pieces for the little details, on this, on something else, have scraped up something hot, something that came back at her? If she did, she didn't tell me. We had I guess I want to say a kind of relationship where she'd talk a case through with me. The grief showed now. He stared down at the table, but Eve saw it working over his face. She had dinner at my place a few times. My wife liked her a lot. We all did. Maybe it was Morris. Excuse me? Something he was working on, or had. Somebody who wanted to pay him back. Where do you hit? She was in love with the guy. It showed. The few times he came in to hook up with her at end of shift, it was all over both of them. I don't know. I'm reaching. I can't see anything she was on, anything she was connected to that she'd die for. Would you mind telling me why you transferred out of major case? He shrugged. The job's a good part of the reason my first marriage went south. I got another chance. Got married and had this kid, a little girl. I figure I'm not going to risk it again, so I transferred. It's a good squad. We do good work here and plenty of it, but I don't get many calls in the middle of the night, and most nights I'm home for dinner with my family. So you don't have to ask. That's where I was last night. My kid, the oldest, she's 14 now. She had a friend over for a study date. Mostly bullshit, he said with a hint of a smile. Around midnight, I was giving them both a raft of grief for giggling like a couple of mental patients when they should have been asleep. Detective Grady mentioned a weasel, Stu Bollimer. Yeah, Amy cultivated him. He's from Macon, so she used the old home connect. The guy was born a weasel. I can't see him setting her up, not for this. He's small change. All right. I appreciate it, Detective. Are you going to keep the boss in the loop? That's my intention. He's a good boss. He pushed back from the table. If she'd felt anything coming, anything to worry about, she'd have gone to him or to me. How were her instincts? For the first time, he hesitated. Maybe not as tuned as they could have been. She was still feeling her way here, a little bit. Like I said, she was hell on details, and she was good with people. Put wits and Vicks at ease. But I guess I couldn't say she had the gut. The head, yeah. But maybe not the gut. Doesn't make her less of a cop. No, it doesn't. She's gonna get our best, Detective O'Brien. Couldn't ask for more. Who should we talk to next? Newman, maybe. He's not going to get dick done today anyway. Would you send him up? Peabody waited until the door shut.
Touchstone, she said again. He'll take this the hardest. The boss is the boss, but he's the team leader.
She didn't have a cop's gut. He didn't want to say it because it seems disrespectful, but he knew it might help the investigation. She didn't have the gut. Got the call, went out. Probably never felt any twinge. She'd been set up, and it doesn't feel like impulse, but something planned out. But she didn't feel it. It's good to know. She reviewed her data on Detective Josh Newman. Chapter 4. Eve found Josh Newman sad, steady, and talkative. The easygoing type, she decided. The sort that did his job, did it competently, then went home after shift and left the job on the job. Average was how she thought of him. The family man who just happened to be a cop, who would unlikely make it to detective second grade, and who gave her no new insights on Coltrane. She moved on and took Dak Clifton. Though he was the squad's youngest member at 29, he'd been a cop for 8 years and held his detective shield for nearly 4 of them. She thought of him within minutes as the hot shot. His strong good looks, the warm gold skin, the steel blue eyes, and tumbling sun-tipped brown hair probably served him well with female wits, just as his aggressive, kick-your-ass interview style might have given some suspects the shakes. Eve didn't care to have it directed at her. He leaned in, pushing into her space, with his eyes hot and bright. We don't need outside brass on this. This investigation needs to be handled in this house, in this squad. We take care of our own here. It's not up to you to say who handles this investigation. It's done. If you're going to take care of your own detective, you can start by easing back. We worked with her. You didn't. She's just another case to you. Since his words echoed Cleo Grady's, Eve gave him the same response. You don't know what she is to me. You want a bitch? Bitch to somebody else. Now you'll answer my questions. Or what? You'll haul me down to Central? Big fucking deal. You're in here jacking us up when you should be out there hunting down the one who killed her. I'll tell you what the big fucking deal is, Clifton. Detective Coltrane is dead. You're here wasting my time and pissing me off when you should be doing everything you can to aid the investigation of a fellow officer. Now Eve pushed into his space, and that makes me wonder, are you just an asshole, or is there some reason you don't want to answer my questions? Let's assume you're just an asshole and start with your whereabouts yesterday from 2200 to 2400 hours. The gold skin went hot as he showed his teeth. You're no better than the IAB rats. Consider me worse. Whereabouts, detective, or, yeah, we will continue this at Central, in a box. I was home, with the woman I'm seeing. Sneering, he sat back, deliberately rubbed his crotch. Want to know what we were doing, and how many times we did it? Peabody, she said with her eyes on Clifton's, are either of us interested in what this asshole did or didn't do with his cock between the hours of 22 and 2400 last night? We couldn't be less. Name the woman, Clifton, and consider yourself lucky I have more important things to do right now than write you up. Kiss my ass! I'm no more interested in your ass than I am your dick. Name, Clifton, or I'll find the time to write you up and you'll take a 30-day rip for it. You'll start the rip sweating in a box in my house if you don't stop screwing with me. Name. Sherry Loper. She's upstairs in communications. Tell me about your relationship with Detective Coltrane. We worked together. I'm aware of that. Were you friendly, unfriendly? We got along fine. And occasionally worked cases together? He shrugged, stared up at the ceiling. Some of us actually do the job. Eve sat back. If you keep trying to bust my balls here, Clifton, I'm going to bust yours. Believe me, I'm better at it. I'm rank, and don't you forget it. Now show some respect for the rank and for your dead squad mate. I said we got along fine, and we did. Hell, Annie got along fine with everybody. She had that way. She was good with people. You think I don't want to know who took her down? We all want to know. It doesn't make any sense. Some of the bravado cracked as he dragged his fingers through his hair. Why the hell aren't you hammering at the people in her building? It had to be somebody in there. She lived in a secure building, and she was careful. Have you been to her building? Her apartment? He closed up again. Sure, a couple of times. Picked her up, dropped her off when we worked a case together. I have a ride, she doesn't. So what? Did you and Detective Coltrane have a personal relationship? You mean did I screw her? Look, bitch. Eve leaned in again. I am a ranking officer. If you call me a bitch, you'd better damn well put lieutenant in front of it. Answer the question. No. Not like you mean. We had a drink now and then, like everybody else in the squad. Maybe grabbed a meal. She was tied up with the death doctor. You ought to be talking to him. He had access to her building, her apartment. He'd know how to take her out fast, leave a clean scene. Do you have any knowledge that there was any friction between her and Dr. Morris? He shrugged, scowled off toward the window. People have sex, they have friction. First person you eyeball with murder is the spouse or lover, but you're here grinding us through it. So noted. You're done, Detective. Eve sat, watched as he strode out, gave the door a slam behind him. He made a play for her, that's my take. Too much heat there. He made a play, and she brushed him back, and then she goes for Morris. He's the type used to having women go for him, not somebody else. He'd be stupid to give us an alibi we can break, Peabody said. Yeah, but we'll check it anyway. In fact, you do that now. I'll go thank DeLong. If there was something between him and Coltrane, or tension between them because she didn't let there be, wouldn't the rest of the squad know? Cops are good at keeping secrets. They met outside, where, at Peabody's insistence, they grabbed a quick-to-go lunch from the deli. Eve wasn't sure what was inside the roll she ate while they leaned against her vehicle, but it was pretty damn good. So, Clifton's alibi checks out. Peabody chomped into her own sandwich with obvious enjoyment. But she was pretty pissy about it. Yeah, we spent the night together, so what? Snarly, defensive. She and Clifton deserve each other. Eve ate, watched cops come and go. Busy little house, she thought. And little meant more interaction, more internal relationships. Cops tended to stand for each other. It was part of the code. She'd taken down wrong cops before, and it was a hard and ugly process. She hoped she wouldn't have to take one down for this. Clifton's had a lot of disciplinary slaps and a few marks for using undue force. He's got a temper. This murder doesn't feel like heat, but we need to dig into him and his alibi a little deeper. I hate that. I hate looking at us for this. Then we hope it's a straight bad guy, one without a badge. But we look. We'll take the weasel next. Then I want to go back to the scene, go through it again. She walked around to get in the car, leaving Peabody no choice but to hop in. They found the pawn shop and its proprietor easily enough. The guy looked a little like a weasel, Eve thought, or what she figured a weasel looked like. He sat in back of his security glass making a deal with a guy sweating for his next fix. Bollimer's long, sharp nose twitched in the center of his long, thin face. Scenting cop, Eve decided, as the man's bright black eyes darted over toward her and Peabody. You got 50. Come on, man. The junkie's body twitched. His voice piped with desperation. I need the 100. It's worth more than that. Worth $250 easy. Have a heart, man. I need the one. Bollimer sniffed through his nose, pretended to examine the wrist unit more carefully. 75. That's the best I can do. How about 90, maybe? How about 90? It's a nice piece. 75's the limit. Okay, I'll take it. Bollimer tapped some keys on his mini-comp, and it spat out a form. He slid it through the chute. You know the drill. The junkie scrawled his name on both parts, took off his tab, slid the other end back to Bollimer. After keying another code, Bollimer sent the 75 jingling down a tube. You got 30 days to reclaim, he said, and only shook his head as the man rushed out of the shop. He'll be back, but not to reclaim this. Bollimer tagged the wrist unit, set it aside. Then he ran a hand over the near-mirror gloss of his slicked-back hair. What can I do for you officers today? Regular customer? Eve asked. Binks? Sure. This is his property. Bollimer tapped the wrist unit. I've seen him wearing it before. Sooner or later, he's going to get a Jones on without anything to hock. Then he's going to start stealing, end up mugging somebody. Bollimer nodded sagely. It's the way of this sad, sad world. I run a straight place, licensed. I check the hot sheets for stolen merchandise every day and cooperate with the authorities. You looking for something hot, maybe hasn't hit the sheets, you can look around. We're homicide. Eve pulled out her badge, held it up to the security screen. We're investigating the murder of Detective Coltrane. His mouth dropped open, while his black, weaselly eyes popped wide. What did you say? Amy? You're telling me Amy got killed? The media's reported it. Her name was released to them a couple hours ago. Don't you listen to the screen, Stu? What the fuck I want to hear that shit for? Hold on. Just hold on. He pushed a button, had the screen coming down on his front door. Eve heard the lock click. Though his shock and distress rang true, she set a hand on her hip closer to her weapon when he pushed back on his rolling stool, got up, and hurried to unlock his cage door. When he came out, she saw the gleam of tears in his eyes. What happened? What happened to that girl? Somebody killed her last night. Her body was discovered in the basement of her apartment building this morning. That much the media had. That's not right. That's just not right. He pressed his fingers to his eyes for a moment. You got she used me as a confidential informant. Yeah. Did you feed her anything recently that might have pissed someone off enough to take her out? No, petty shit, just petty shit. I used to be higher level, got busted, did time, you know all that too. Since then I've kept it straight mostly. I didn't like the slam and don't want to go back. Amy came in one day with the blonde cop. They're looking for some jewelry got taken in a mugging. Turns out I had one of the pieces, a ring. I did the transaction like an hour before. Son of a bitch, I usually got a nose for the hot. He tapped his finger to the side of his blade-like beak. The blonde, she comes down hard, but the thing is, it wasn't on the hot sheet yet. What am I says, a fucking mind reader? I give them the ring, the ticket, the ID copy, full cooperation. Me, I'm out the 200 I paid, but that's the way of it. They get the guy? Yeah, Amy. She comes back alone the next day to thank me. How about that? He added with a slow, sappy smile. She comes in to thank me.
And to tell me the guy who rolled the couple for the jewelry and shit gave the ring to his girlfriend, and she turned right around and comes in here to hock it. So they got her to flip on the boyfriend, recovered all the shit. Hardly ever happens that way. We got to talking, 'cause we're both from Georgia. I haven't been south of Jersey for about 20 years, but still. She'd come back in by herself, bring me coffee. How about that? And I sort of fell into passing her information if I had any. She was a sweetheart. A goddamn sweetheart. Those tears gleamed again. They hurt her? Not as much as they could have. Eve took a chance. They took her piece. Do you have a weapons business on the side, Stu? I won't even take knives, much less stunners or blasters, but I know people who maybe do. I'll check around. He cleared his throat. Is there going to be a service for her? Anything like that? I'd want to come. I'd want to pay my respects. She was a sweetheart. I'll make sure you know when I have the details of that. She drew out a card, passed it to him. If you find out anything, hear anything, think of anything, contact me. You got that. Eve started out, turned. You said she came back alone. Did she always come in here or meet you solo? Almost always. You know how it is when you're caught in a weasel. It's one-on-one. Yeah, it is. Thanks. Peabody sniffled when they stepped outside.
God, he nearly had me dripping. I think he loved her, sincerely. Not like I want to roll with you in chocolate sauce, but like a daughter or something.
She's coming across as having that effect on people. Maybe she was going out to meet another weasel, one she was courting.
I like that better than thinking somebody in her own squad did her.
There has to be something in her notes or on her comps. Something, somewhere, if she was working with another informant, or working on cultivating one. She got in the car, sat, considered. She could have stepped into something bigger than she knew, or courted somebody who strung her along for a while. She said the wrong thing, asked the wrong question. The weasel, or somebody higher up the chain, has to take her out.
She worked a lot of robberies, burglaries. Whoever it was got into her building slick and smooth, so somebody who's into more than petty stuff.
Still considering, Eve pulled out to head back to the scene. We'll get Feeney. Nobody does a search and cross faster. Well, except maybe Rourke. Feeney can check with robbery, homicide, major case. Whatever might link up. Cross with her case files. Maybe something will pop.
Even with Feeney and McNabb and maybe the magic of Rourke, that's going to take a lot of man-hours. Feeney would spring Calendar into it, if you asked. She's fast.
Before she could respond, Eve spotted the Chinese restaurant. Less than 2 blocks from Coltrane's apartment, she thought as she pulled over. Did you get that list of restaurants?
Yeah.
Peabody pulled out her PPC.
This one has to be on it, as we're nearly to her place. China Garden. It's the closest coming from this direction. There's another, the other side of her building, that's a little closer. Plenty of others in a 5-block radius.
She took the stairs. I bet she walked to work when she could. It's close to a mile, but she needed to learn the streets, and she used the stairs. She'd walk right by here. Even if she took the subway, she'd get off a block down and still walk by here. Let's check it out. The narrow dining room sparkled red and gold. Despite the recent consumption of sandwiches, Eve realized it was past the usual lunch hour, still too early for dinner. Still, several tables were occupied by people drinking from small cups or nibbling on mini egg rolls. When they entered, a woman with a short, spiky crown of hair slid out from a corner booth to come forward. "Good afternoon. Would you like a table?" "No, thanks." Eve palmed her badge, held it down at her side.
The woman glanced down, then up again. Her eyes, a sea green in her exotic face, showed both understanding and sadness. "You're here about Detective Coltrane. Please, come sit. You'll have tea." She turned, called out a quiet order in musical Chinese as she walked back to the booth. The young woman who'd been sitting with her rose quickly and hurried into the back. "I'm Mary Han." She gestured Eve and Peabody to sit. "My family and I were very sorry, very sad to hear about what happened." "You knew Detective Coltrane?" "She was a good customer, a lovely lady. We're all praying for her safe passage and praying that her killer is brought to justice." "Did she come in yesterday?" "I served her myself." Mary nodded as the fresh pot of tea, the cups, arrived. She poured from the squat white pot. "I thought back after we heard, in case it was important. It was early, before 6, maybe close to 6. She told me she'd window shopped on her way home and tried on shoes she couldn't afford. We joked a little about shoes. She didn't know what she wanted to eat and asked me to surprise her. Sometimes she did that. I gave her the mushu chicken. It was very good last night, and 2 spring rolls because I knew she was fond of them." "She came in alone?" "Yes. She said she wanted takeout as she'd be eating at home alone and doing some work. It was early, as I said, and we weren't very busy yet, so we talked while the kitchen put her food together. I asked why she didn't have a date. She told me she had to work, and her boyfriend was also working, putting in extra time because they were going on a long weekend together soon." She seemed very happy. She took the order and paid without even looking at what we'd given her. She said goodbye, and she would see me soon. I think she was only here for 15 minutes. Not long. Not very long.
"Did she usually come in alone?"
"Most always." Mary lifted her teacup with her elegant hands. She wore a wide gold ring, and her nails were long, painted a glossy, rich red. Once or twice she came with the man she was seeing. She called him Lee. They had love all around them. "I hope you won't tell me he's the one who hurt her." "No, he's not the one who hurt her." "Thank you, Mrs. Han. You've been very helpful." "I'll miss seeing her."
"Sadder and sadder," Peabody said when they were back on the sidewalk.
"I guess you don't think of how many people you brush up against, or how they might remember you. The guy at your corner deli, or the owner of your favorite takeout spot, the clerk where you usually shop for clothes. Not to sound too free-agey, but it matters. It all matters, what we leave behind with the people we brush up against."
Someone she brushed up against wanted her dead. "Let's walk from here. Follow her steps." Somewhere around 6, Eve calculated, Amaryllis Coltrane walked this way, carrying takeout Chinese for one. Nice day, nicer than today, when the sky couldn't make up its mind if it wanted to rain or just stay gloomy. Had she strolled, or had she picked up the New York pace and clipped right along? Strolled, Eve decided. What was the hurry? She wasn't especially hungry, wouldn't eat for an hour or so. By all appearances, she'd planned to spend the evening in catching up on a little work. Even if she took her time, less than 5 minutes to walk it. Eve went in the front, as Coltrane would have, using her master where Coltrane would have used her keycard. "Check her snail mail drop." Peabody used her master on the narrow box, as she had that morning, and as it had been that morning, the box was empty. She'd take the stairs. They walked past the elevators, cut to the right. They passed through the fire door, and Eve paused to study the layout again. Back door straight across, stairs going up and down to the right. Which way was she going? Out the front or the back? She didn't have a ride. So was someone picking her up, or was she getting wherever she thought she was going on foot, subway, cab? They didn't ambush her here. It doesn't make sense, not if they were inside, to take her this close to the lobby fire door. Someone's more likely to walk in from this level than any of the others. Maybe she went out the back, or started to. They were lying in wait, dropped her. They wouldn't have had to gain access that way. She'd have opened the door. Possible. Yeah, possible. But when you hang around the rear of a building, you're exposed. You look suspicious. Still, if you were quick enough, possible. They started up. The stairs are clean. No litter, no graffiti, no hand smudges on the rail or the walls, the kind you'd get from long, regular use. Most people probably take the elevator. Eve paused on the next landing. Here's where I'd have taken her. Keep behind the stairs. You'd hear her coming down, be able to judge her speed. She turns here to round for the next level, you're facing her. Close, blast, done. You haul her up, or you and your accomplice haul her up, carry her down 2 levels. It's not likely you'd run into anybody that time of night, but if you do, you're armed. You take them down too. Eve narrowed her eyes, studied Peabody. You weigh more than she did. Thanks for reminding me of the 8 pounds I can't get off my ass. She was more my weight, Eve continued, ignoring the sulk. Shorter, but we weighed in close to the same. You've got a strong back. Haul me down to the basement. Huh? Over the shoulder, fireman's carry. That's the way he'd have done it. Leave his weapon hand free if he needs it. Eve pressed back against the wall, imagining slapping against it from a hard stun, and let herself slide to the floor. Haul me up, cart me down. Man! Peabody rolled her shoulders. She squatted, grunted. It took her 2 tries to get Eve's dead weight over her shoulder, and another long grunt to straighten back up. I feel stupid, she muttered as she trudged to the stairs. Plus, you're heavier than you look. She wouldn't have been a feather. Eve lay limp over Peabody's shoulder. Unconscious, carrying 2 weapons, her link, her communicator, restraints. Whatever else she took out with her. You're making good time, she added, as Peabody turned on the last landing. Even bitching about it. If the killer was male, he probably had more muscle, more height than you. Plus, he's got purpose. Get her down, through the door, fast. He wants to get it done. Okay. Puffing only a little, Peabody stopped at the basement door. What now? Door's sealed. Break the seal. Use your master. He'd have used his or her keycard to open the door. Eve scowled as Peabody bumped her up, shifting the weight to dig out what she needed. When they were in, she closed the door with her self-maligned butt. Okay, you're going to kill me shortly. What did you do first? I dump you on the floor. No, he didn't. She'd have had more bumps and bruises if he'd just dumped her. He laid her down. Lay me down. Jeez. She managed it, then just crouched, bent forward with her elbows on her thighs. You need more gym time, pal. Eve lay where she was. He disarms her. I'll break your fingers if you try it, she warned Peabody. Takes her badge, her link, takes it all. Brings her around with the stimulant. Frowning again, Eve checked the time. She left the apartment. We've got to estimate about 23:22. Maybe she fooled around after she turned the droid off, but we've got to estimate that. No more than a minute or 2 to get down the stairs. Ambush, cart her down, less than 3 minutes with you hauling me. Make it 23:25 to get to this point. Even adding time in to take the weapons, the badge, jewelry, add more for the stimulant, which would have jumped her right back. That leaves 10 minutes or so before TOD. That's a long time.
he had things to say.
Yeah. Or things he wanted her to say. A conversation? Emotional torture? He does her, but he doesn't rush the leaving. He didn't unjam the cameras for another 10 minutes.
Maybe he didn't take her weapon and the rest until after he killed her.
Disarm first. SOP. You'd be stupid to leave her weapons on her, just in case. He was checking his tracks after he'd finished her, making sure, I'd say, making sure he didn't leave any trace, make any mistakes. Eve sat up, studied the room from her vantage point. So far as we can tell, he didn't. Unless he's idiot enough to try to hock her ring, her weapon, he left nothing behind. She got to her feet. Let's take another pass through her place. Then we'll go back to Central, hook Feeney into it, and put together what we have. She wished it was more, Eve thought, as she sat back at her desk at Central. A full day's work, and most of what she had was impressions, how people saw the victim, felt about her. She had her own image of Coltrane to add to it. She could walk in her footprints, create what she believed was a fairly accurate timeline of events, but she couldn't know who or what had drawn the dead cop out of her apartment. The hour she and Peabody had spent searching, hoping to find an answer or a hidey hole where Coltrane had stashed some secret, hadn't given her any more. She had Feeney and some of his best e-geeks on research and cross-check. She had several of her own men poring over Coltrane's cases, past and present. She had Coltrane's backup datebook with no entry on the night she died. It just wasn't enough. She copied all data to Dr. Mira, the department's top profiler, and requested a meet at the doctor's earliest convenience. She copied all data to her commander, then to her home unit. She started to rise. One more cup of coffee, one more pass before she took it all home and tried a fresh approach on it there. Baxter came in, carrying a sealed box. "This came for you. Special messenger. They scanned it downstairs. There are weapons inside. Police issue." "Where's the messenger?" "In holding. It's been scanned for prints. The messengers are on it, and 2 more sets. Both employees of the mail drop where it was left. No explosives scanned." Peabody crowded in behind Baxter.
"They've got to be hers. What else could they be?"
"Let's find out. Record on. Package, addressed to Lieutenant Eve Dallas, Homicide Division, Cop Central, delivered by special messenger, scanned and cleared." She took out a knife, cut through the seal. Inside were 2 police issues, Coltrane's badge, and her ID. A single disc snugged into a protective case. Eve shoved down impatience. "Let's get the contents checked for prints, and this disc cleared."
"I've got a mini-kit in my desk,"
Peabody rushed out. "It's a slap in the face," Baxter said, his fury barely held under the surface. "We already know that. Here, I took this off a cop, killed her. See what you can do about it." "Yeah, but if you're cocky enough to take the slap, you're cocky enough to start making mistakes." She took the print kit Peabody brought in, used it herself. Wiped down. Contents, interior of the box, all clean. No hair, no fiber, no nothing. She ran the disc through a hand analyzer. Text disc. No video, no audio, no viruses detected. Let's see what the bastard has to say. She plugged it into her machine, ordered it to display. The text was bold font, all caps. "I took these off the cunt cop and killed her with her own weapon. She was easy. You can have them back. Maybe someday soon I'll be sending yours to somebody else." "Let's log them in," Eve said coolly, "and have a little chat with the messenger. Baxter, you and Trueheart take the mail drop. I'll grab the boy and go. Peabody, with me." Chapter 5. As Eve drove home, she wondered if Coltrane's killer understood the full import of having the weapons and the badge back in official hands. Despite the insult of the message and its implicit threat, their return meant a great deal. A cop's weapon wouldn't be used to do harm. An in-your-face gesture, sure, Eve reflected, and with a smirk, I took it, I used it, here you go. The messenger wasn't connected. The kid had just been doing his job. She'd leaned on him pretty hard, Eve admitted, pushed, prodded, maybe scared a few weeks off his life, but now she was sure he wasn't in on it. The mail drop led nowhere. Bogus name and address on the receipt. Prepaid, comp-generated form the killer could have picked up at any of hundreds of locations at any time, or in fact, downloaded on his own unit or at any cyber cafe. All she had there was the location of the drop and the time the package was retrieved and logged in. Same-day drop, expedited delivery ordered and paid for. He'd been prepared, she thought now. Prepared to move on it as soon as the media ran with the story and reported the murder, and the name of the primary investigating officer. Fill in her name, dump the package, go. That told her it had always been part of the plan. Not just the in-your-face shipment to Cop Central, but the use of Coltrane's weapon against her. The entire setup was all planned in steps and stages. And that was something to chew on. She thought of Morris, what he was doing, how he was coping, when she turned through the gates toward home. The spring she'd nearly forgotten about during the long day exploded here. White and pink blossoms shimmered on the trees, glowing like chains of pastel jewels against the twilight. Cheerful heads of daffodils danced with the more elegant cups of tulips in cheerfully elaborate sweeps. It seemed to her as if some happy artist had dabbed and stroked and twirled all his joy across this one secluded slice of the city, spilling it out here so the grand house could rise through it. The towers and turrets speared up into the deepening sky. The terraces and strong lines jutted out. The lights in the many windows welcomed her and sent the rich stone to a sparkle as evening shifted toward night. She left her humble vehicle at the foot of grandeur, walked between the pansies Rourke had planted for her, that blooming welcome home, and into the house. Somerset wasn't lurking in the foyer like a black cloud over a sunny spring day. It threw her off stride for an instant, not to immediately confront Rourke's major domo and her personal nemesis, but she heard the voices from the main parlor, and realized he was probably serving somebody something, and instantly thought, crap, who's here? She considered skulking up the stairs, closing herself in her office. But security would have already registered her coming through the gates. Stuck, she crossed the foyer to the parlor. She saw Rourke first. It occurred to her she almost always did. He sat in one of the rich-toned, high-backed chairs, looking relaxed, amused, at home. Despite, she realized with a jolt, the baby in his lap. Several things tumbled into her brain at once. Her friend Mavis's happy giggle, Leonardo's contented smile as he lifted his wife's hand to kiss her fingers, Somerset's skinny, black-clad presence, and the big grin, scary, she thought, on his bony face as the fat cat squatted at his feet. And the baby, Bella Eve, all pink and white and gold. Lastly, the memory struck that they'd made plans to have Mavis and her family over for dinner. Crap again. Hey, she stepped in. Sorry I'm late. Dallas! A bundle of color and cheer, with her artfully tangled pink-tipped blonde curls, Mavis bounced up. She tended to bounce, Eve thought, as Mavis hurried over in towering, triangular-shaped heels covered with rainbow zigzags. The bounce sent the green and pink diamond pattern of her micro-skirt fluttering. She wrapped Eve in a hug, then just beamed pleasure out of eyes currently the same sharp green as her skirt. Thank God Mavis hadn't gone for the pink there, too.
You missed the best time. We ate like oinkers, and Belle showed everybody how she can roll over and shake a rattle.
Wow, was all Eve could think of. Leonardo started over. He was big, where Mavis was tiny, copper-skinned, where his wife was rosy-pale. And together, Eve had to admit, they looked pretty damn perfect. He leaned down, kissed Eve's cheek. The sausage twists of hair in the style he currently sported brushed her skin like silk. We missed you. Yeah, sorry.
Not a thing.
Mavis gave Eve's arm a squeeze.
We know how complete the job is. Come see the baby.
Mavis dragged her across the room. It wasn't that she was reluctant to see Belle, Eve told herself. Exactly. It was just that the baby looked so perfect, like a doll, and dolls were just freaky. She looked at Rourke first, saw his amusement had increased. Welcome home, Lieutenant. Yeah. She might have kissed him, more as apology than greeting, but that meant leaning over the perfect pink and gold doll with its big, bright, staring eyes. You haven't greeted all our guests. Smoothly, so smoothly she didn't see it coming, he rose and plunked the baby into her arms. Eve managed to choke back a curse, so the sound she made was more of a raw-throated squeak. She held Belle at arm's length, much as she might a potentially incendiary device. Hi. Nice dress. The fact that it was pink and full and fluffy had hidden the tiny reality under it. How could anything that small be human? And what went on inside its brain when it stared that way? Stared until a thin line of sweat crept down your back. Not sure what to do next, Eve started to turn, very slowly, to pass the baby to Mavis, Leonardo, even Somerset, possibly the cat, when Belle blinked those big baby doll eyes and shot out a huge gummy grin. She kicked her legs, waved her pink rattle, and made some sort of gooing, cooing sound. Slightly less scary that way, especially with the drool sliding down her chin. And damned if she wasn't ridiculously cute. Eve bent her elbows a fraction, gave the baby a small experimental bounce, and something white bubbled out of her grinning mouth. What is that? What did I do? Did I push something?
It's just a little milk puke.
Laughing, Mavis dabbed Belle's mouth with a tiny pink cloth.
She ate like an oinker, too.
Okay, well, here you go. She held the baby out to Mavis. As Mavis took Belle, Leonardo whipped out a larger pink cloth, like a magician, and draped it over Mavis's shoulder. Lieutenant. Somerset's voice had Eve's shoulders tightening. Here it comes, she thought. He'd ooze his disapproval all over her, like milk puke, because she'd forgotten they were having company and missed dinner. She braced for it, ran several snarling responses through her brain, and turned. He simply handed her a glass of wine. I'll bring your meal in here. Her eyes stayed narrowed as she watched him leave the room. That's it? That's all? Is he sick or something? He knows why you're late, Rourke said, that you're investigating the murder of a fellow officer. Give him some credit. She frowned into her wine, drank some. Do I have to? Since it was obvious she couldn't head straight up to work, she sat on the arm of Rourke's chair. Anyway, I left you a message about being late. I remembered to do that. I get credit, too. So noted. Rourke rubbed a hand on her thigh. Progress? Not much. It's hard enough when it's another cop. But having to tell Morris, seeing his face... Morris! They had a thing. Morris and Coltrane, the Vic. A serious thing.
Oh, no!
Mavis clutched Belle tighter.
This was Amy? The woman he's been seeing? We never turned the screen on today. Never heard. Rourke just told us you'd caught a case. A cop killer. We didn't know it was... Oh, Leonardo.
He put his arm around her, drew both his girls closer. This is horrible. We ran into them at a club one night, sat down with them. You could see how much it was there between them, Leonardo said with sorrow in his gilted eyes. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Is there anything we can do for him? I honestly don't know.
We only met her that one time.
A tear slid down Mavis's cheek before she pressed it to the top of Belle's head.
She seemed so up, and they were so into each other. Total vibe, total sparkage. Remember, honeypot, how I said after they were just gone squared over each other?
I remember. It's good it's you. Mavis firmed her chin, patted Belle's back.
You'll find the bastard who did it. Morris knows that. We're going to leave so you can do the cop stuff. If there's anything, stuff I know how to do, you just tag me. I'm there.
They began to transfer Belle into her carrier as Somerset walked in with a tray. You're leaving?
Bellissimo needs to go night-night.
Mavis rose on her rainbow tiptoes to kiss Somerset's cheek.
We'll be back, us girls, for the big bash. A bridal shower and all that girl stuff's just what we all need. And you guys, she elbowed her husband, zipping off to Vegas for the man party.
Vegas? Eve blinked. Huh? My duties as best man, Rourke told her. I'm looking forward to it. When she was alone with Rourke, the wine, and an elegantly arranged plate of food, she frowned. Why do you have to go all the way to Las Vegas? Shit, you do mean Las Vegas, right? You're not going off-planet to Vegas, too. No, we're going to the original.
But what if I need help with all those women? I don't even know what they're planning because Peabody and Nadine are doing all that. So what if...
You could easily find out the plans instead of pretending it won't actually happen. And you'll be just fine. They're your friends. He tapped her chin with a fingertip. Eat your dinner before it gets cold. I'm going to take it up, eat at my desk. Fine. Then you can tell me what happened to Morris's lady, and what I can do to help you find her killer. He's my friend, too, Rourke added. Yeah, I know. She gave in for a moment, moved into him, dropped her forehead on his shoulder. God. Oh, God, it was horrible. The hardest thing I've ever had to do. It made me sick inside, just sick to knock on his door. To know I was about to break a friend in two. I have to find the answers for him. It's more than the job. It is. Yes. He held her close and tight, and as Mavis had with Belle, rested his cheek on her head, battled back his own fears. Whatever you need from me. She nodded, drew back. Let's take it upstairs. It always helps me to see things clear or from other angles when I run the case by you. They started up. Tell me a little about her first. Did you know her well? No. I ran into her a couple of times at the morgue. She transferred here a few months ago, from Atlanta. Mavis had it, the vibe thing. He was in love with her, Rourke, and with everything I've learned since this morning, she felt the same about him. I get that she was a good cop, detail-oriented. She didn't live the job. She glanced over at him. I guess you get what I mean by that. He smiled a little. I do. Organized. Feminine. She had 8 years on the job. No big flash in her jacket, no big lows. Steady. People liked her, a lot. Her squad, her main weasel, hell, the woman who owns the Chinese place where she ordered her takeout. I can't figure out what she did, who she twisted, to be targeted like this. It was target-specific? Yeah. In her office, she sat behind her desk, told him the details while she ate. The locks were checked for tampering? Yeah, and they say no. Could have used a master. Could be another tenant in the same building. Could have managed to dupe her key card or someone else's in the building. Or he could be as good as you and didn't leave a trace. She was taken down with a stunner, Rourke mused. They're not easy to come by and very pricey. Could he have disarmed her first and used their own weapon both times? It doesn't play. No defensive wounds, and other than the kill burns and the bumps on the back of her head, her shoulder blades, no offensive wounds. No cop turns over her weapon like that, not even to someone she knows. You'd give yours to me, he pointed out. If I asked to see it for a moment, you'd give it to me. Eve considered that. Okay, maybe she would, to someone she was really tight with. But it still doesn't scream that way for me. She was heading out, sidearm and clutch piece. Taking the stairs because she always did. That's a setup. And it had to be done fast and smooth. No time to ask her nice if she'd let you hold her stunner. She pushed up, began to pace. After, Rourke noted, she'd eaten only half her meal. We ran all the tenants. Got a few criminal pops, but nothing major. We'll interview everyone again who came up with any sort of a sheet, but I have to ask myself why she'd be going out, armed, to meet one of her neighbors. She might have been using the stairs simply to get to one of the other floors rather than the exit. Eve stopped, frowned. Okay, that's a thought. She arms herself first, though, so it's not a neighborly visit. It wouldn't be smart going to another apartment for a meet when it's on the shady. Then why did the killer, if he's inside, need to jam the rear door security camera? Maybe to throw us off, she said, answering herself, so we're looking outside the building. She paced again. Unnecessary complication. But we'll interview the tenants again. It just feels like an extra step to take when SOP would be to run and interview everyone anyway. I can help with the electronics. That's Feeney's call. He's always happy to have the uber e-geek on board, but he may have it well under control. I've got a lot of case files to wade through. I need to study her currents, her closed, her open, and what I got from Atlanta. You can, yeah, it's an insult to you, but you can think like a cop. Maybe you can take a look at Atlanta, while I do New York. Plus, they need to be cross-referenced. I need to know if anything from before connects with now. And I can do that faster than you. Yeah, you can. She angled her head. You can also think like a criminal, which is handy. Would you have sent her weapons to the primary? Why or why not? I wouldn't have taken them in the first place. A smart criminal takes nothing, unless it's straight thievery, which this wasn't, and leaves nothing of himself behind. Otherwise there's that connection. But he did take them, and I don't think he's stupid. They must have served a purpose. Leaving them, especially if he used one to kill her, would be, in my opinion, more of an insult to her. And you, or whoever caught the case, so taking them served another purpose, even if it was just the jab to you by sending them back. He's not a pro. Because a pro does the job, walks away, moves on. He doesn't taunt the police. Agreed. He might be a professional criminal, but it wasn't a professional hit. It looks simple on the surface, but it was actually much too elaborate and too personal for a straight hit. A straight hit, you don't take her in a populated building, but lure her out of it, maybe to a meet. Take her there or along the way. He wanted something. Information, or something she might have taken with her we can't know about. Or he wanted to give her a message before he finished her, and he wanted her found without much delay. I want to set up my board here and run some probabilities before I start on the case files. She dug out a disk. Here's Atlanta. All data's on my office unit, which I know you can access. Then I'll get started. Rourke. It had niggled at her all day, and still she hadn't meant to ask, hadn't meant to bring it up. Morris, when I was with him today, he said that being involved with a cop, being in a relationship with one, he said every day you have to block out the worry. Fear, she corrected. He said fear. Is that how it is? He slipped the disk into his pocket to take her hands and rubbed his thumb along her wedding ring. The design he'd had etched into it was an ancient charm for protection. I fell in love with who you are, with what you are. I took on the whole package. That's not answering the question. Or, I guess it is. His gaze lifted from her ring, met hers, held hers. How can I love you and not be afraid? You're my life, Eve. My heart. You're asking, you're wondering, if I ever worry, if I ever fear that one day Peabody or Feeney, your commander, a cop who's become a friend, will knock on my door? Of course I do. I'm sorry. I wish... He cut her off by brushing his mouth over hers, once, then twice. I wouldn't change a thing. Morris is right. You have to block it out and live your life. If I couldn't, I'd never let you leave the house. He brought her hands to his lips now. Then where would we be? I'm careful. He gave her a look, filled with a mix of amusement and frustration. You're smart, he corrected. You're skilled, but not always as careful as you might be. I married a cop. I told you not to. Now he laughed and kissed her again where her brow had furrowed. And would I listen? I'm damn good at being married to a cop. Best I ever saw. His eyebrows shot up. Well, now, that's quite the compliment. I don't take it for granted. I know it seems maybe like I do, but I don't. I don't take for granted that when I walk in 2 hours, or maybe it was 3, late, like tonight, forget we had plans, you don't get mad. Or all the other things. I don't take it for granted. That's good to know. Odd, he realized, that she would need reassurance here. Or not so odd, really. The death of another cop, and one a friend had loved, brought it home. We made promises to each other nearly 2 years ago now. I'd say we've done a damn fine job at keeping them so far. I guess we have. Listen, if sometimes you can't block it, you should say it. Even if we fight about it, you've got a right to say it. He traced his finger down the dent in her chin. Go to work, Lieutenant. There's no worries tonight. Sure there were, she thought, when he went into his office. But it seemed like they were handling them okay. She had told him not to marry her, she remembered. Thank God he hadn't listened. She set up her board, pinning up Coltrane, her squad, the names of any tenant in her building with a sheet, the names of the particulars in her most current cases. She added a photo of the shipping box, the weapons, the note, the badge, lab reports, the established timeline. She had a description of the ring the victim should have been wearing, and a close-up of it she'd extracted from a photo in Coltrane's apartment. Why had the killer returned the gun, but kept the ring? She studied the board, angled it so she could study it from her desk. Armed with a fresh cup of coffee, she sat to run a series of probabilities. The computer calculated an 82.6% that the victim and her killer had known each other or had some previous contact, a 98.8% that the victim was a specific target. So far, she thought, she and the machine were in accord. She decided to leave it there and start on the case files. Neither case contained any actual violence, she noted. The threat of it in the Chinatown case, but no execution of violence. 2 males wearing masks rush into a market at closing, grabbing the female owner as she wheeled in one of the sidewalk carts and holding a knife to her throat. Demand all cash and credits on the premises and the security discs. Get both. Order both the owners, husband and wife, to lie on the floor. Apparently grab a few snack packs and book. Less than 300 netted. Small change for armed robbery, she mused. The Vicks had been shaken up, but unharmed. Though they turned over the discs, the husband had noticed a tattoo on the wrist of the knife man, a small red dragon, and both had stated they believed the robbers had been young, teens to early 20s. The snack patch snitch told Eve the same. They'd given the police a very decent and unusually consistent idea of height, weight, build, coloring, clothing. 2 witnesses saw 2 young men matching the description running away from the direction of the market. Penny Annie, Eve mused. A couple of stupid kids. Confirmed, as the investigating officers had tracked down the tattoo parlor and were ready to hunt up and pick up one 17-year-old Denny Sue who'd had the ink on his right wrist. No idiot teenager and his as-yet unidentified dumb friend had the smarts to access Coltrane's building and get the drop on a cop. The break-in, literally, as a window had been smashed to access, netted a bigger profit. But a guy who could finesse the solid security at Coltrane's building had the skills to finesse the less solid on the electronics shop. Plus, the glass had been broken from the inside, leading the investigators to conclude, ta-da, inside job. They'd begun to lean on one of the employees. From the notes Eve read, she'd say they were leaning in the right direction. In this case, the suspect was again young, fairly stupid, and had a short sheet of shoplifting charges. Guy liked to steal, simple as that, Eve mused. He didn't score for her as a cop killer. She took the time to run both through probability, and in each case the machine agreed with her, with both percentages under 18%. Eve sat back, studied the board. Do I run your squad through my comp, Coltrane? It's an ugly business, cops running cops. The comp's going to favor them. Nothing in their data to hint at the dirty. Why does a clean cop, at least clean on record, kill another cop? The machine's not going to find that logical. Neither do I, but I have to run it. Eve. What? She glanced over, saw Rourke in the doorway that adjoined their home offices. Sorry, talking to myself. You found something interesting in Atlanta. I found something. A case she worked about 3 years ago. You haven't gone through these files yet. No, I just got them this afternoon. What about the case she worked 3 years ago? A robbery. An upscale antique shop. The manager was beaten. Several $1,000s worth of merchandise taken, nearly that much destroyed. They also forced him to open the safe and turn over all the cash, credits, and receipts which carried the credit and debit card data. One of the other employees found him when he went in to work, notified the police and the MTs. Coltrane was assigned. Okay, so? During the investigation, she interviewed the owner of the shop, and according to her case file, spoke with him on the matter several times. His name's Ricker. Alex Ricker. Chapter 6. Ricker. The name rammed into Eve like a bare-knuckled jab. Sucker punch. Max Ricker's son?
Yes, I checked to be sure. She took one long breath to regain her balance. So Alex Ricker has property and business in Atlanta. Wasn't he in Germany or something? He was raised there, and his father kept him insulated. When Ricker and I had business together, Alex was kept back. I never met him. I'm not sure any of Ricker's associates did. Not then. Yes, she had her balance back now, and walked it through. You worked with Ricker, back in the bad old days. Went out on your own, did a hell of a lot better. Years later, you helped me take Ricker down, way down, so he's spending the rest of his miserable life in a concrete cage off-planet. I wonder what his baby boy thinks of that. I don't know anything of their relationship, but I do know that Ricker's connected to me, to my father, to yours. I know he went to a lot of trouble to take me down and failed, and to end you, and failed. Now his son may very well be connected to your victim. Eve sat back, tapped her fingers on her thighs, thinking. Max Ricker had a lot of cops in his pocket, a lot of officials, a lot of politicians. We dug some of them out last year, but it's unlikely we dug them all. Would Ricker have passed them to his son? I can't say for sure, yet. But who else? Yeah, and his businesses, too. What we didn't find and shut down. Certainly his contacts, his PowerPoints, and there'd be finances. Coltrane meets the son of a notorious criminal, now doing life. Well, several terms of life. She'd have run him. She'd run the owner of the business that got hit. It's routine. Make sure it doesn't come up an insurance fraud at the very least. When she did, she'd have made the connection to his father. She'd ask him about it. Have to. She pushed up, walked to her board to study Coltrane's ID shot. She'd have to ask. 3 years ago, Ricker was still at large, still slithering through the loopholes, but any standing background check on the son would have coughed out the data on the father. I don't know if it has any bearing on your case, but... Yeah, but... She looked back at Rourke. Did she close it? The case? In a manner of speaking. She narrowed it down to 3 suspects. In each case, when she secured a search warrant and went to serve it, she found the suspects gone and several items from the antique shop on the premises. Within 2 days, the bodies of the 3 men were found floating in the Chattahoochee River, chained together. The what river? Did you make that up? I suppose I could have, but no. I suspect some Native Americans did that a few centuries ago. I think it'd be embarrassing to be dead in the Hoochie Coochie River. Chattahoochee. What's the difference? Quite a bit, I'd think, to Atlantans. He moved to her, laid a hand on her cheek. And now that you've finished lightening the mood until you can get a handle on this... After a while, Eve thought, marriage turned walls into clear glass, so both of you could see right through each other. Okay, so maybe it's like father, like son. Ricker's a killer. He didn't think twice about snapping necks or slitting them. The son gets ripped off, hunts down the ripper offers, or follows Coltrane's dots to same, and does them, or has them done. She'd have to look there. According to the file, Alex Ricker was attending a charity event in Miami with a few hundred witnesses at the time of death of the 3 suspects. Didn't want to get his hands dirty. Ordered the hit when he was covered. Possibly. If so, he proved as elusive as his father did. Oh, and I accessed the ME reports on the dead thieves. He watched her start to speak, to object, no doubt, then swallow it. They'd been beaten over the course of several hours, incurred numerous broken bones before their throats were slit. That's the Ricker touch, in my opinion. She had to know it. Eve studied Coltrane again,
tried to see into her head. Everyone says she was thorough, detail-oriented. She wouldn't have missed the link. The files note a follow-up interview with Alex after the bodies were recovered, and the verification of his alibi. While the homicide case went cold, all of Ricker's property was recovered. Eve rubbed the back of her neck. 3 years ago. She didn't put in for transfer here until just under a year ago. As much as I'd like to burn another Ricker for pretty much anything, I can't see the connection between her murder and a trio of payback homicides 3 years ago. Maybe there isn't, but Alex Ricker is in New York and has been for the last week. Is that so? Eve stuck her hands in her pockets, rocked on her heels. Now, see, that's just too much coincidence. Where is he? He has a pied-à-terre on Park Avenue. Convenient. I'll have to pay him a visit in the morning. I'll be going with you. He held up a hand before she could speak. Anything that involves Ricker, his son, his second cousin, his bloody pet poodle, I'm in it too. They don't allow dogs on the Omega Penal Colony. Okay, I'm not going to argue about Ricker, either of them. We did enough of that a year ago. A year ago, Rourke pointed out. A kind of anniversary. And here we have another dead cop. And you were littered with them last spring, as well as another Ricker. Oh, aye, far too many coincidences here. She'd already followed that path. We need to do a deep background on Alex Ricker. When did he buy the Park Avenue property? What other businesses does he have? And how many of them are in New York? How often does his name pop up in conjunction with an investigation? And what has he been doing for the past year? Has he contacted his father? A lot of questions. You won't find the answers to all of them on these units. Not with the privacy laws and CompuGuard. Believe me, he'll be protected under several layers. Then we'll use your unregistered. He angled his head. That's a quick leap for you, Lieutenant. Maybe. She stood as she was, hands in pockets, and stared into Coltrane's face. And maybe she found out more about Alex Ricker 3 years ago than she noted in her files. You think he, like his father, had cops in his pocket, including her? I don't know. Inside her belly, knots twisted. God, I hope not, for Morris's sake. But if she was dirty, I need to find out. If she was clean, and if Alex Ricker had something to do with her death, I need to find out. In Rourke's secured office, the privacy-screened windows opened to the lights of the city. The slick, U-shaped console held the sharpest of cutting-edge equipment, shielded, as well, from the vigilant eye of CompuGuard. Illegal, Eve thought, so whatever they found here couldn't leave the room, but she'd know. For Morris, she needed to know. Rourke, his hair pulled back in a short tail, his sleeves rolled up, stepped behind the console. He laid his hand on the palm plate. Rourke, power on. The console flashed on, a sea of jeweled lights and controls. Rourke acknowledged. Power on. We'll want coffee, he said to Eve. I'll get it. She programmed a full pot from the office auto chef, poured 2 tall mugs. When she turned, Rourke stood where he was, watched her, waited. All right. She crossed over, set his mug down, placed hers on the jut that held the auxiliary computer. For Morris, yes, she thought, but not only. My father worked for Ricker. Your father worked for him. And we've established before that they met and were working on the same job before the night in Dallas. Before I killed my father. Before you, an 8-year-old girl, stopped him from raping you again. Okay. Truth could still dry the throat and chill the blood. The fact is, he's still dead. So's your father. And your father pulled a double cross on Ricker on a weapons deal. About 24 years ago. In Atlanta. Yeah, in Atlanta. Down the line, you worked for Ricker. Rourke's tone turned very cool. In a manner of speaking. We're associated with him. Jump further down the line, Ricker shows up in New York and he's hell-bent on destroying you. And you. 3 years ago, when Ricker was probably dreaming about eating your liver, Coltrane connects with Ricker's son. In Atlanta. Between that point and this point, we brought Max Ricker down. 1 year ago. And a couple of months after that, Coltrane requests a transfer to New York. She gets cozy with the chief medical examiner, a man I have a close work relationship with, and who we both consider a friend. Alex Ricker comes to New York. She dies. I think when you've got that many intersections, you have to take a real hard look at the road. And how will this be, for you, if this somehow tracks back to your father and mine? I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out. She took a breath. I don't know how it'll be for either of us, but we need to find out. We do, yes. The killer sent her weapons, her badge, back to me. Personally. Maybe he's got a mole in dispatch and arranged for me to be assigned. But the fact is, it doesn't take a brain trust to figure out that even if someone else had caught this case, I'd have been involved, because of Morris. That package was always going to come to me. Then we're on the same page. And the note inside the package becomes more a threat than bravado. Possibly. She wasn't a street cop, Rourke. She was a puzzle solver, a detail chaser. But she wasn't street, sure as hell wasn't New York street. Nobody's going to take me with my own weapon. Damn if I'll have that in my jacket at the end of the day. He nearly smiled. So pride will keep you safe? Among other things. If I'm a target, why take her down? Why put every cop in the city on alert, then go for me? She faced Rourke over the wink of jeweled lights. I'm better than she was. That's not bragging, that's just fact. So it's smarter to try to take me out cold than to try it when I'm already looking for a cop killer. And when, within the first 24 hours, I'll find Alex Ricker in her files. Logical, and somewhat comforting. In any case, that's all speculation. We need data. It'll take some time to get under the layers. I'll use the auxiliary and keep going through her case files. Rourke sat and began to peel at the first layers. Ricker, he thought. The name was like a virus in his life, springing out, spreading, then crawling back into hiding, only to slither out again. And again. He had reason to wonder if Ricker had been responsible for jamming the knife in Patrick Rourke's throat in that alley in Dublin years ago. And that, Rourke admitted, was the single thing he'd have to be grateful to Ricker for. Not true, he corrected. Not entirely true. He could be grateful for what he'd learned during his association with Ricker. He'd learned how far he could go and where he wouldn't go. He knew it had both amused and annoyed Max Ricker that he wouldn't deal in the sex trade when it involved minors or the unwilling, that he wouldn't kill on command or for the sake of spilling blood. He'd taken lives in his time, Rourke admitted. He'd spilled blood, but always for purpose, never for profit, never for sport. He supposed, in some oddly twisted way, he'd learned more of his own lines, his own moralities from Max Ricker than he had from his own unlamented father. What, he wondered, had Alex Ricker learned from his father? German boarding schools, Rourke noted. Military type. Very strict, very costly. Private tutors on holidays, then private university. Studied in business, finance, languages, politics, and international law. Played football, soccer to the Yanks. Covering many bases there. No marriages, no children on record. Alex Maximum Ricker, age 33, residences in Atlanta, Berlin, Paris, and most recently New York. Financier and entrepreneur listed as occupations of record. Also covering a lot of bases. Current net worth, $18.3 million. Oh no, there'll be more than that. So, Rourke thought, let's get down to it. He worked steadily for an hour, ordering multiple runs and chipping away manually. Covering asses, too, aren't you now? Rourke mumbled to himself when he hit a block, shoved, and tunneled around and under it. Not so quick to toot your own horn as your father was. Smarter. All that posturing and preening helped bring him down, didn't it? Ah, now, there's a start. What have you got? I've got nothing. Ede swiveled around to him. Zip. You've got something, what? Apparently it's not coffee, he said with a glance at his empty mug. What am I, a domestic droid? If so, why aren't you wearing your frilly white apron and little white cap and nothing else? She sent him a pained look of sincere bafflement. Why do men think that kind of get-up is sexy? Let me think. Mostly naked women wearing only symbols of servitude. No, I can't understand it myself. Perverts, your entire species. What have you got? Besides a very clear picture of you in my head wearing a frilly white apron and a little white cap. Jesus, I'll get the damn coffee if you'll cut it out. What I've found is the reason Alex Ricker hasn't blipped on my radar. Not that I've given him much thought, but from a purely business standpoint, why he hasn't blipped. Why? Rourke gestured to the wall screen when he ordered data to transfer there. He scattered and spread himself out with numerous small to mid-size companies, none of them with holdings that cross the line into interesting. What's the line where they become interesting? Oh, for me? 8 to 10 million, unless I'm looking to acquire small individual properties or businesses. Oh, yeah, anything under 10 mil's boring. She rose to get the coffee. Is he laundering or hiding income? Not that I've found so far. He's bought or established companies. Some he owns outright, others a controlling interest, still others a small percentage. Some of his companies are arms of his other companies. He took the coffee she brought him, patted his knee in invitation, and laughed at her sour look. Some of his companies own property, homes in Athens, Tokyo, Tuscany. He holds some of these interests through an Atlanta-based operation called, logically enough, Varied Interests. Others are held by the Morandi Corporation, which was his mother's name. Dead mother, as I remember. Very dead. He was 6 when she ingested an unhealthy number of tranks and supposedly fell or leaped from her bedroom window 22 stories above the streets of Rome. Where was Max Ricker? Excellent question. According to statements in the very thin police file on her death, he was in Amsterdam when she jumped, or fell. Alex also has a company he called Maximum Exports, which owns, among other things, the antique store in Atlanta that was hit. There's no criminal on him. He's been questioned on various accounts by various authorities on various continents, but never charged. All of these business activities and the structuring are perfectly legal, he told her. Close to the edge on some, but never over. I've no doubt, unless he's a complete bint. He's got a second set of books on every one of his enterprises and considerable funds sheltered in coded accounts. Rourke sat back, sipping coffee. He stays under the radar, you see. Very carefully under.
No splash, no flash. Quietly successful businesses that make no real noise. Until you dig down, put them together, and see there's really one entity that's worth about 10 times what his official data lists for him. And there's probably more. Ah, very likely. I can find it, now that I've got his pattern. I could find those coded accounts with enough time. Those would probably still be on the legal side. What about the illegal side? Some of these may be fronts, or I'll find smaller, more obscure businesses that serve as fronts. An antiques business, of which he has several worldwide, is always a handy way to smuggle all manner of things. There's an easier way for me to find out if he's taken over some of his father's trade. I can ask people who know people. Not yet. For one, I don't want the people who know people to signal him we're coming to see him. For another, I don't want to get so bogged down in Alex Ricker when there's no clear evidence he's involved. Coal Train's the priority. I'm going to run her financials. I'm going to run them from here because I don't want to set up any flags there either. I'm hoping she was clean, and if she was clean, I don't want to be responsible for even a whisper she might have been dirty. I'll run them. I'll do it, he said when she started to protest. I can do it faster, as we both know, and it'll be easier for you if you don't have to do it yourself. I know it troubles you to look at one of your own this way. It's worse. She's dead. I can't ask her. She can't defend herself. She can't say, "Fuck you, bitch," for even thinking it. She dragged a hand through her hair, then crossed the room to stand and look out the window. And here I am, using illegal means to try to find out if she was tangled in something wrong, if she was on the take, or Alex Ricker's weasel. As chief medical examiner, Morris could access this case file. Yeah, he could find a way to get it. So by making sure this area of investigation isn't in that file, am I protecting him or myself? Darling Eve, I see nothing wrong with doing either, and both. If you find the worst, he'll have to know. If you don't, what good would it do you or him for him to know you felt compelled to look? You're right. You do it. You'll be faster. She stayed at the window, staring out at dark and light. Had Morris taken a soother, given himself a chance to sleep, to put it away for a few hours? Or was he staring out at the dark and the light? She promised she'd find the answers for him. But what if those answers were the woman he loved was a bad cop, a liar, that she'd used him? What if the answers were as painful as the questions? Eve. She turned, braced. What? I can do another level or two, try some tricks, but what I'm seeing here is a woman who lived within her means. You may be interested to know a New York City detective 3rd grade makes a bit more than an Atlanta detective, but the cost of living balances that out. She paid her bills on time, and now and then went a little over budget on her credit card and carried a balance for a month or two. There aren't any unusual deposits or withdrawals, no major purchases. I've tried the most usual mix of names, hers, her family's, Atlanta, and other key words that make sense to me, and the computer, to search for a second account. I haven't found one. Most of the tension eased. So, at this point, it doesn't look like she was on the take. You were in her apartment. Was there any art? Any jewelry? Nothing that rings the bells. Framed posters, street art, a couple of good pieces of jewelry, the rest tasteful costume. Let's let this alone until we talk to Alex Ricker. I don't want to do this to her any more until I have to. All right. He ordered all data saved, then laid his hand over the palm plate again. Rourke, power down. When the console winked off, he crossed to her, put his hands on her shoulders. It's harder when it's personal. She closed her eyes a moment. I can't stop thinking about him. How he's dealing or not dealing. What I might find, and how whatever that is will affect him. I should take myself off the case for all the same reasons I can't and won't take myself off the case, because a friend's life has been turned inside out. With a nod of understanding, he stepped back to take her hand, to walk her to the elevator. Tell me your instincts about her. Your feelings. No filters, he added, as they stepped into the car. Master bedroom, he ordered. Eve hesitated, then shrugged. I was a little bitchy about her, I guess. Because? Well, it sounds stupid, but because of Morris. Because he's Morris. And I didn't see her coming until she was already there, and he's gooey-eyed. It's not like I have ever had that kind of thing with Morris, or wanted one, or even thought about him. Not like Peabody and her sexual fantasies. I mean, Jesus! Why, that slut. I thought I was her sexual fantasy. Relieved with how he'd played it, she gave him a bland stare as they stepped into the bedroom. You lead the charge, but apparently Peabody's got the capacity for lots of fantasy partners. Probably all at the same time. Interesting. And I probably just violated some girl code by saying that, which doesn't apply to your question anyway. She pushed her hands through her hair. I don't know what I thought of her, exactly, because it was all filtered through that, wait a damn minute, this is Morris attitude, which is embarrassing now that I really think about it. You have a connection, an intimacy. Not all intimacies are sexual. She was an interloper. That's it. Eve pointed a finger at him. That's exactly it. And she didn't deserve that from me. She made him happy. Anybody could see it. I'd say, now that I think about it, her apartment doesn't surprise me. The look of it, the neatness of it, because that's how she struck me. A woman who had things in place and knew what she liked. Dressed, well, not flashy, but, well, sexual. She gave off the sexual in the female more than the cop, but the cop was there, under it. She took her time in how she talked, how she moved. That's a Southern thing, isn't it? Nothing New York about her. I don't know. She shrugged again. It's not much. Your instincts, on a very brief acquaintance, told you she was a woman of subtlety, not flashy. Comfortable with her sexuality, who took her time and who liked order, respected her own tastes, and who was willing to try something new. A new city, a new man. That's considerable, I'd say. Your instincts and what you've learned since confirmed that her work was just that to her. Work. It didn't drive her life. Given that, it's very possible, isn't it, that a sexual woman of taste could find herself attracted to a man like Alex Ricker, and he to her? Wouldn't that relationship, if one developed, have eventually conflicted with her work or become somewhat problematic? A cop hooking up with a guy with a shady rep? She arched her eyebrows. Gee, why should that be a problem? He laughed. We're different, you and I. He put his arms around her. But it's interesting, isn't it, to speculate how a similar situation might go very, very badly. We could have taken a turn. Ended up, he shook his head, touched his lips to hers to stop the words. No, we were always meant to end up here. He pressed the release on her weapon harness. Always meant to find each other, save each other, be with each other. She laid her hands on his cheeks. That's the Irish. But I liked the thought of it. Those weird intersects in the past, your father, mine, Ricker, they didn't stop us from getting here, Rourke. She lowered her hands, removed her harness.
When Ricker intersected with us again, it screwed us up for a while. I don't want that to happen again. I don't want wherever this investigation may lead to cause a rift between us again. I wouldn't want to see you take this investigation into an area that causes a rift. Same goal, he said at her frown. Different angles of approach. Do you want me to promise, Eve, that I won't get pissed off if you put yourself in Alex Ricker's sights, as you did with his father? I can't. The name Ricker makes it personal. There's no way around that. You have to trust me to do my job, to handle myself. I do, every day of my life. She understood, then, that it was his trust in her, his belief in her, that held his fear for her at bay. Then I'll promise something, that I'll try to tell you beforehand whenever I have to deal with Alex Ricker during this investigation. Try. If something comes up, if I can't take the time, or hell, don't know ahead of time, then I can't tell you. I can't make a promise to you I might have to break. All right, that's fair enough. I'll promise to try not to get pissed off. She smiled now. I'll probably have to do something, and you'll probably get pissed off. But we'll have tried. Yeah. So, in case trying doesn't turn out to be enough, let me say this now. I love you. The pleasure rose warm in him, circled his heart. Again his arms went around her. Again his mouth lowered to hers. No one but you, he murmured. Always. She wrapped around him, hard and tight, giving what he needed before he asked. All, everything. It undid him, this love, for her and from her. The depth and breadth of it left him weak and wanting, desperate and staggered. She poured herself into the kiss and filled him, and still, he thought, there would always be more. However many times they'd loved each other, how many ways, it was always now and always new. The taste of her, familiar and fresh, stirred him like the first time. Those strong arms around him, that mouth, both pliant and avid. Yes, this was everything. This was all. His murmur came from the core of his heart, in the language of his blood. Agra. He lifted her. That quick, careless strength, the sensation of being taken, made her head spin. His power, hers, combined, so she felt just a little drunk when he laid her on the bed, when his body covered hers. The weight, the shape, the feel of him. How could she ever get enough? Had all the years they'd both starved for love caused this bottomless need for each other? His scent. She turned her face into his throat, breathing him in. His touch, and arched under the stroke of his hands. His taste. That punch of sensation whenever their mouths met. No one else had ever brought her here. No one else had ever compelled her to take him with her. Slow, dreamy, drugging, hands and lips, sighs and movement. His shirt and hers peeled away so flesh could meet flesh, so hands could roam over curves, over planes to entice and delight. The long lines of her never failed to fascinate and arouse him. The shape of her, the subtle curves captivated him with those seductive contrasts. Skin so soft, so smooth, over rigidly toned muscle. A warrior's body, he often thought, one who gave herself to him and brought him endless thrill and impossible peace. She trembled for him, rose up and over, lost as he was lost, and when he slipped inside her, she said his name as her body arched up to his, as she twined around him, as their eyes met. He was inside there, too, he thought. In those eyes, in that gilded brown, lost and found. And it was her name on his lips as they took each other. Chapter 7. Eve contacted Peabody with orders to return to Central and follow up with EDD. She'd keep her partner in reserve regarding interviews with Alex Ricker. It seemed good strategy for her and Rourke to meet the son of the man who'd enjoy seeing the pair of them slow-roasted over an open fire without additional cop presence. As she maneuvered through morning traffic to the Park Avenue condo, she hoped it wasn't a mistake. "I need information from him," Eve began. "More, I need to get a sense of what his relationship was with Coltrane. If they had a relationship." "All right." As she drove, Rourke continued to work with his PPC. "He's not going to like us or appreciate finding us on his doorstep. His father's locked in a cage. We turned the key. One of my fondest memories, which is exactly what we can't push in his face if we want any kind of cooperation. And you think I'll go in with the neener-neener?" She'd have laughed at the term if she hadn't been concerned he'd go in with the Rourke equivalent, the ice-cold fuck you look. "I'm saying we either distance ourselves from past history or use it, depending on his reaction. His reaction may tell us if Coltrane's murder was in any way connected to us. I need something from him, so approach matters." Rourke smiled a little, spoke blandly. "And, of course, I know nothing about the art of negotiation and interview. I've seen you work, pal. I don't want him squealing for a lawyer because you put on scary Rourke. I've seen you work, pal, so I'd advise you to keep Lieutenant Kickass under wraps." She scowled before swinging over to the curb in front of the dignified old building. "I need to set the tone, the pace. You need to remember I've been on interviews with you before." Rourke got out. The doorman halted his quick march mid-stride. The sour expression the dingy police issue brought to his face transformed into polite welcome. Irritating, Eve thought. One look at Rourke wearing his power the same way he wore the perfectly cut suit and Italian shoes, and it went from, "Get that piece of shit away from my building," to, "What can I do for you, sir?" "Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?" Eve nearly snorted. Rourke merely angled his head and sent her a very subtle smirk. "Lieutenant?" She thought, show off, but said, "NYPSD." Eve held up her badge for the doorman. "Here to see Alex Ricker. My ride stays where it is." The doorman's eyes shifted from Eve to Rourke and back again. The puzzlement was clear, but obviously he knew a man didn't keep a primo gig on a door like this one by asking the wrong questions of the wrong people. "I'll call up, see if Mr. Ricker is in and available. If you'd like to step into the lobby." He moved briskly to the door, held it open for them. The outer dignity continued inside, with the black-veined marble floor, the rich tones of wood that had likely been in place for a couple of centuries. The seating was red and plush, the tables topped by antique lamps with touches of gilt, all set off under a multi-tiered chandelier of dripping crystal. The doorman opened a panel to reveal a wall link. After entering a code, he cleared his throat, squared his shoulders. Eve studied the face that came on screen. Not Ricker, she mused, but a man about the same age. What she'd call a slick character, with an expensive haircut styled so the dark waves curved around a smooth, even-featured face. "Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Sandy. I have the police in the lobby asking to speak with Mr. Ricker." Nothing registered on Sandy's face, and his tone was very cool, very authoritative, faintly European. And, Eve thought, just a little prissy.
Verify their identification, please. Eve simply held up her badge again, waiting while the doorman ran his scanner over it, read the display. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, verified. He turned to Rourke. Expert consultant, civilian, Rourke, Eve said briskly. With me. Send them up, please, Sandy ordered. I'll inform Mr. Ricker. Yes, sir. The doorman started for an elevator as its gold door slid open. 2 passengers cleared for Ricker Penthouse. Eve and Rourke stepped inside. The doors closed without a sound. Nice building, she said conversationally. Yours? No. Knowing, as he was sure Eve did, the elevator's security likely ran to audio as well as video, he leaned back casually against the wall. I doubt he'd feel comfortable living in a building I owned. Guess not. Bet it's a nice view from the penthouse. No doubt. The elevator opened directly inside a foyer that smelled of roses, from the forest of them madly blooming out of a Chinese urn on a pond-sized table. Slick Character stood beside it. Lieutenant Dallas, Mr. Rourke, I'm Robb Sandy, Mr. Ricker's personal assistant, if you'd come with me. He led the way into a wide living space. She'd been right about the view. It was a killer. The wall of windows and glass doors opened to a brick terrace that jutted out toward the spires and towers of New York. Inside, the sunny open space murmured with European dignity. Antiques mixed with deeply cushioned chairs and sofas, all in deep hues that translated wealth without flash. A room, Eve mused, Amaryllis Coltrane would have approved of. More flowers sat in the hearth in lieu of a fire, framed in marble. Paneled walls concealed such mundane matters, she thought, as entertainment and mood screens, room security, data and communication centers. All that showed was comfort, style, and the money required to maintain both. Mr. Ricker's just finishing up a link transmission. He'll join you as soon as he's free. The tenor of the statement indicated Mr. Ricker was a very busy, very important man, and would make time for his lessers when it suited him. Meanwhile, please sit, be comfortable. May I offer you coffee? No, thanks. Eve remained standing. Have you worked for Mr. Ricker long? Several years. Several years as his PA. And you don't ask the nature of our business here? Sandy's lips curved very slightly. I doubt you'd tell me if I did. In any case, there's no need. Something smug came into the polite smile. Mr. Ricker's been expecting you. Is that so? Where were you night before last from 21 to 2400? Here. Mr. Ricker had dinner in, as did I. We remained in that evening. You live here? When we're in New York, yes. Plan to be here long? Our plans are flexible at the moment. He looked past Eve. Should I stay? No, that's all right. Alex Ricker stood in the wide archway off the living area. His eyes, a dark, steady brown, skimmed over Eve to settle, to hold, on Rourke. He owned the sort of face, Eve thought, that seemed to have been chiseled painstakingly into angles and planes. Dark, bronzed hair with a hint of curl brushed back from his forehead. Like Rourke, he wore a suit, perfectly cut. She thought they looked like the dark and the light. He stepped forward, a smooth gait, a slim build, with every appearance of ease. But he wasn't at ease, Eve decided. Not quite at ease. Lieutenant Dallas. He offered a hand, and a firm, businesslike handshake. Rourke. I wondered if we'd ever meet, face to face. Why don't we sit down? He chose a chair, relaxed back into it. And again, Eve thought, not quite relaxed.
Your assistant said you've been expecting us. You, Alex said to Eve. Obviously, I followed your work. Is that so? I think it's natural enough to be interested in the police officer responsible for my father's current situation. I'd say your father's responsible for his current situation. Of course. After the polite agreement, he glanced back at Rourke. Even without that connection, I'd have had some curiosity about your wife, and I make a habit out of taking a personal interest in those who take one in mine. Scary Rourke, Eve thought, but Alex smiled and continued before she could speak. I'm sure you do. In any case, I understand the two of you often work together. Or I suppose it's more accurate to say you engage Rourke as a civilian expert on occasion. I didn't realize this would be one of those occasions. The pause wasn't a hesitation, but more of a beat, as Eve interpreted it, one that separated one tone and topic from another. You're here about Amaryllis. I heard what happened to her yesterday, so I've been expecting you. You'd study her files, from Atlanta as well as from here. Once you saw my name, you'd have to wonder. What was your relationship with Detective Coltrane? We were involved. His gaze stayed level with Eve's. Intimately involved for nearly 2 years. Lovers? Yes, we were lovers. Were? That's right. We haven't been together for about a year now. Why? He lifted his hands. It didn't work out. Who decided it wasn't working out? It was mutual and amicable. Eve kept her eyes sharp, her voice pleasant. I've found when people are intimately involved for nearly 2 years, say, the breaking it off part is rarely amicable. Somebody's usually pissed. Alex crossed his feet at the ankles, and his shoulders moved in the faintest of shrugs. We enjoyed each other while it lasted, and parted friends. Her work, your background, that would have been a problematic mix for her. We enjoyed each other, he repeated, and largely left work, hers and mine, out of the mix. For nearly 2 years. That's a strange kind of intimacy. Not everyone needs to blend every area of their lives. We didn't. Getting under his skin now, Eve noted, just a little prick under the skin. She dug deeper. Apparently not. I spoke with her former partner, her former lieutenant, and we've contacted her family. No one mentioned you, her lover of close to 2 years. That just makes me wonder. Were you really so intimate and amicable, or did you have something to hide? Something hardened in his eyes. We kept it low-key, for the very reasons you named. My familial connections would have been difficult for her professionally, so there was no reason to include them in our relationship, or to involve others. This was our personal life, our personal business. I'd think you'd understand that very well. Eve lifted her eyebrows. The lieutenant and I were open about our relationship from its beginning, Rourke pointed out. Everyone makes their own choices. Your father wouldn't have approved, any more than her superiors, Rourke speculated, as he studied Alex's face. No, he wouldn't have liked his son and heir sleeping with the enemy, unless it was for the purpose of recruiting. That he would have approved of quite well. If you're looking to use our relationship to stain Amy's reputation, you're— He broke off, settled back, but the temper had whipped out, left the sting in the air. We kept business out of our relationship, and there comes a time when a father's approval isn't the driving force in a man's life. Did Max know? You'll have to ask him, Alex said coolly. You know where to find him. Yeah. Changing tack, Eve drew his attention back to her. A concrete cage on Omega. Crappy place, isn't it? Is this about my relationship with Amaryllis or my father? Depends. When's the last time you saw Detective Coltrane? The day before she was killed. I got in touch with her when I got into town. She came here. We had drinks, caught up with each other. She was here for a couple of hours. Alone? Just the two of you? Rod was here, up in the office. What did you talk about? How she liked New York? How she was settling into a new home, her new job? What I'd done in Paris? I'd come in from there. She told me she was involved with someone, seriously involved, and that he made her happy. It was easy to see that was true. She looked happy. And on the night she was murdered, I had dinner in. About 8, I think. Rod would know. Caught up with some work. He went to his room about 10, and I went out shortly after that. You went out? Where? I was restless. I thought I'd take a walk, as I don't get to New York often. I like the city. I walked over to Broadway. You walked from Park to Broadway? That's right. The faint edge of annoyance crept in. It was a nice night, a little on the cool side. I wanted the lights, the noise, the crowds, so I ended up wandering around Times Square. Alone? Yes. I hit a couple of video arcades. I like to play. I stopped in a bar. Crowded, noisy. They had the game on screen. American baseball. I prefer football. Not what you people call football, real football. But I had a beer and watched some of the game. Then I walked back here. I'm not sure of the time. Not very late. Before 1, I'd say. What's the name of the bar? I have no idea. I was walking around. I wanted a beer. Got a receipt? No. It was one bloody beer. I paid cash. If I'd known I'd need an alibi, I'd have done considerably better. Temper, temper, Eve thought. A man in your position, a businessman with international interests, and considering, again, your background, might find it necessary to own a licensed weapon. You know I do. You'd have checked already. You're licensed for a civilian stunner, which is registered in your name. Maybe, since you're being so cooperative, you'd allow me to take it with me, have it tested and examined, since you were having a beer and watching the game when Detective Coltrane was killed. Resentment lay cold on his face. If my father was anyone else but Max Ricker, I'd still be asking for it. I can get a warrant if you'd prefer. He said nothing, only rose. He walked to a table, unlocked a drawer. It was smaller, sleeker, and less powerful a weapon than hers. One that stunned only. He offered it to her, along with its license. Handy, she said. As I said, I was expecting you. I'm not my father. He clipped out the words as Eve put the weapon and paperwork in an evidence bag, labeled it, sealed it. I don't kill women. Just men? I cared about her, or we wouldn't be having this conversation. Now, we're done. He accepted the receipt Eve printed out of her PPC. I expect the cop who put Max Ricker in that cage will catch the person who killed Amaryllis. He walked back to the foyer, called the elevator. You know the routine. Don't leave town, stay available, blah, blah. Eve stepped onto the elevator with Rourke. Yes, I know the routine. I also know if our backgrounds made us who we are, we'd all be fucked. He walked away as the doors closed. When they hit the sidewalk, Eve stopped, turned to speak. Rourke simply shook his head, then took her arm and led her to the car. What? She said, and repeated when they were inside. What? Drive. If I were a man who'd been expecting a visit from a cop who'd been looking at me for killing another cop, I'd have myself a plant on the street with eyes and ears, and then I'd know just what that cop thought about me in our conversation. Eve frowned as she drove. You actually have people who walk around listening to other people? He patted her hand,
We're not talking about me, are we? Privacy laws, there. He patted her hand again. He was in love with her, and still is. To some extent, still is. People often kill the ones they love. Well, if he did, he's either amazingly stupid about it or damned clever. Pathetic alibi like that. You'll be getting a warrant for his building's security discs to verify his coming and going. First on the list. He'd have to know that, so he'll have come and gone pretty much as he stated. He's wide open for the time in question. Wide. And he was nervous when we got there. He lost some of the nerves as we went along because he got mad. The stunner's not going to play out. He gave it up too easily. He could have another, unregistered, unlicensed. Hell, he could have a freaking arsenal. Max did love the weapons trade. He's smoother than his father, Rourke commented, and yet not so smooth. Odd, really. Max wouldn't have shown those nerves, wouldn't have felt them, come to that. Yet the son has a polish the father lacked. He doesn't seem the type to use the word cunt when referring to Amaryllis. It's too vulgar. Maybe he hires vulgar underlings. Very possible. Or it was a deliberate choice because it seems off. Because it seems more like his father. Maybe. He's interested in us, has been interested in us. But no more, it seems, than reasonable, given the circumstances. It seems, she agreed. There's either some tension between him and his father, or he wanted us to think there is. I wonder which. Anyway, are you going to Midtown, to your office? I suppose I am. I'll dump you there. Shows me what I'm worth to you. Now I'm dumped. I mean, drop you off there, take you, whatever. But speaking of dumping, she breaks things off back in Atlanta. He's pissy about it. Amicable, my ass. But maybe it's like, sure, screw it, who needs you? Or maybe he keeps at her some, and that's why she decides to transfer. The timing would indicate she wanted distance. What did he say? He doesn't get to New York often. Then he comes here, contacts her. Here we go again, she thinks, and just when she's gotten into this romance with Morris, when things are smoothed out. She goes to see him, tries to convince him it's over and done. He could play that out. Like you said, he's smooth, he's polished, but it burns his guts. This bitch can't dump me. She's not going to get away with it. Works himself up, really gets up the steam. Contacts her that night, demands she come meet him, or he's going to make it sticky for her with Morris, with the department. She might argue with him, or try to reason, Rourke continued her thought, or simply go along. But she'd take the precaution of strapping on her weapons. Yeah, but he's waiting for her. Already in. Could be he managed to get her keycard when she came to visit, or his pal Sandy did. Clone it, get it back without her realizing it. Takes her out on the stairs, carries her down, brings her back, so he can tell her no woman tells him it's over. Maybe he lets her plead with him, promise him, tell him she loves him, whatever she thinks will save her life. But he knows she's lying, and that just makes it worse, so zap, lights out. She shook her head. And it just doesn't ring all the bells for me. He'd have hurt her more. That's what you're thinking. Wouldn't you? Bitch dumped you. Now she's spreading them for some other man. Gotta pay. He loved her. Maybe enough to kill her, and too much to hurt her. Since she understood exactly what he meant, she shook her head. People are so screwy. It wasn't impulse. That's the other thing. It wasn't like, I'm going over there and deal with that bitch. It was too organized for that. So, you take it back. Figure he'd planned it a while, before he even got to New York. He'd have known about Morris. He could have had her shadowed, and then he'd have known about Morris. Plays nearly the same way, then, except he invites her over, makes nice.
So good to see you again. Glad you're happy. Aren't we mature adults? Then he calls her, tells her he needs to see her, or he's in trouble, needs her help, whatever it takes. And she goes. She shoved her way across town. Or, and here's one I don't like, because it could work. They were still screwing around. She was in his pocket. Things went south, and he did her, or had her done. I hate that it's the one that works the best. It only works best with the current data, Rourke pointed out. Is there anything I can do to help with Morris? No, there's really not. I called, straight to his voicemail this morning. I didn't want to, just said I wanted him to know we're working on it, and he could tag me whenever he needed. I've got to ask him if he knew she'd been tangled up with Alex Ricker. I have to ask, and I don't think he did. He'd have told me yesterday. However much shock he was in, he'd have told me that, given me the lead. So I'm going to be the one to kick him in the gut again. Harder for her, Rourke knew, than facing down an armed psychopath. I can reschedule some things. Go with you. We can go see him now. The offer made her throat burn. He would do that. He would always do that. She had that. I can't. I have to get back, get all this down in the book, get the stunner to the lab. I need to fill Peabody in, and other stuff. I'm hoping I'll have something more solid when I talk to Morris. She got as close to the big black tower that housed Rourke Industries as the madness of New York allowed. Thanks. Actions speak louder. He cupped her neck, and leaning to her, took her mouth in a kiss that made her swear she could see little red hearts dancing over her head. Take care of my cup. I try to make a habit of it. If only you did. He stepped out, shot her a last look with those blue laser eyes, then strode down the sidewalk to the black spire he'd created. She went by the lab first, hand-delivered the stunner. On her way to homicide, she made a mental list of what had to be done. Get the Alex Ricker interview into the file, along with her impressions. Check, for her own curiosity, how often father and son communicated. Run probabilities on all the scenarios she'd run through with Rourke. Meet with Mira to get a solid profile on both Vic and Killer. Update Peabody, study EDD results. Then, because it couldn't be put off, she'd deal with the other stuff she hadn't explained to Rourke. She'd contact Don Webster and IAB. Because goddammit, if anybody'd had a whiff of Coltrane and Max Ricker's son, it would have been IAB. If they'd known, the info on that relationship would have been passed along from Atlanta to New York. Webster would know. The idea of having to wheedle information out of internal affairs and out of a former one-night stand just burned her ass. Stewing about it, she strode into the bullpen, annoyed. Dallas! Hey, wait! Scowling, she waved off Peabody's shout. I need 5. What? 5! Eve shouted back and stomped into her office. Morris sat in her visitor's chair. Oh, hey. The next time Peabody told her to wait, Eve promised herself she'd wait. I know better. He got to his feet. She could see the long, sleepless night on him, the shadowed eyes, the pallor. Better than to get in your way. Better than to ask questions, to push at you when you push yourself harder than anyone could. I know better. But it doesn't matter. It's okay. She shut the door. It's okay. I'm going to see her. I needed to come here first. Needed you to tell me whatever you could before I went to see her. Eve's link beeped, and she ignored it. A little milk in your coffee, right? Yes, a little. Thanks. She programmed coffee, using the time to organize her thoughts. I spoke with her family.
I know. So have I now.
She gave him the coffee, took her own seat, swiveling it to face him. And I spoke with her lieutenant here and in Atlanta, with her partner there and her squad here. She was very well liked.
He nodded. You're trying to comfort me, and I'm grateful. I need more. I need facts. Theories, if that's all you have. I need to know what you think happened and why. I need you to promise you'll tell me the truth. If you give me your word, you won't break it. Will you promise me the truth?
Okay. She nodded. The truth. I give you my word. I need the same from you. I have to ask you something, and I need the truth.
Lies won't help her.
No, they won't. Morris, did you know that that Amaryllis had had an intimate relationship with Max Ricker's son, with Alex Ricker, before she transferred to New York? Chapter 8. She knew the answer instantly. His eyes widened. His lips trembled open. He said nothing for a moment or two, while she watched him drink coffee and compose himself. He sat, not in one of his sharp, stylish suits, but in a lightweight black sweater and jeans, with his hair pulled back in a simple tail, with none of the usual ornamentation. As he sat, in silence, she knew, just as she told Rourke, she'd kicked a friend in the gut a second time. Morris, he held up a hand, asking for another minute.
You've confirmed this?
Yes.
I knew there had been someone, that she'd been involved with someone before she left Atlanta.
He lifted a hand to rub at his temple.
They'd broken it off, and it left her upset, at loose ends. It was one of the reasons she decided to transfer. Just a fresh start, a clean slate, some distance between what had been and what could be. That's how she put it. I should have told you yesterday. I didn't think of it. I couldn't think.
It's okay.
She mentioned it the way you do when you're getting to know someone. She said, what did she say? I'm trying to remember. Just that they couldn't make it work, couldn't be what each other needed them to be. She never mentioned his name. I never asked. Why would I?
Can you tell me, did you get a sense she was worried about him, about how they'd ended it?
No. I only remember thinking what kind of fool had let her get away. She didn't bring it up again, and neither did I. It was the past. We were both focused on now, on where we were going, on what could be, I suppose. Did he do this?
I don't know. It's a lead, and I'll follow it. But I don't know, Morris. I'll tell you what I know if you trust me to handle it.
There's no one I trust more. That's the truth.
Alex Ricker is in New York. The color that came into his face was rage, barely controlled. Hear me out, she demanded. He contacted her, and she went to see him the day before she died. He volunteered this information to me this morning when I went to see him. Morris set his coffee aside and, rising, walked to Eve's skinny window.
They weren't still involved. I would have known.
He said they weren't, and that they broke off their relationship amicably. They met as friends. They had a drink and a catch-up conversation, during which she told him she'd met someone, was involved. He stated that she looked happy.
Did you believe him?
Hell, she thought. How did she dance around her suspicions and keep her word? I believe he might have been telling the truth, or part of the truth. If she'd felt threatened or worried, would she have told you?
I want to think so. I want to think even if she hadn't, I would have seen it, felt it. She didn't tell me she was meeting him, and now I can't ask her why she didn't, what it means that she didn't.
She didn't have to see his face to know there was pain. It could be it meant so little to her, she didn't feel it was worth mentioning. He turned back. But you don't think so. Morris, I know people in relationships do strange things. They say too much, don't say enough. Take me, she thought. Had she told Rourke she intended to contact Webster? Or it could be, especially since our relationship had become very serious. I might have asked questions, ones she didn't want to answer. It's not that she'd been involved with someone before. Neither of us were children. But she'd been involved with Alex Ricker. Yes, the son of a known criminal, a known killer, one who, when they were involved, was still at large, still in power. How likely is it that Alex Ricker is uninvolved, unconnected to his father's activities, but she, a police official, became involved with him? He's never been arrested or charged with any crime. Dallas. Okay, yeah. It's dicey, it's tricky, it's sticky. I'm a police official, Morris, and I not only got involved with a man cops all over the planet and off it gave the hard eye to, I married him. One forgets, he murmured. He came back to sit, to pick up his coffee again. It would have caused some friction for her on the job, as it did for you. When she said nothing, Morris lowered the mug. Was she investigated? I'm going to find that out. But, truth, she reminded herself. That was the deal here. She kept it to herself. From Ricker's statement, from what I've gotten out of Atlanta and out of her squad here, nobody knew she'd had a personal relationship with him. I see. Worse, Eve realized, worse for him that the relationship with Alex had been important enough for her to have kept it a secret. It could have been for a lot of reasons. The simplest is she wanted to keep her personal life off the job. No, you're trying to comfort me again, to spare me. I know how the grapevine works. Everyone in my house, in hers, I'd wager nearly every cop, clerk, drone, and tech in Central knows Amy and I were involved. Keeping it quiet had to be deliberate because of who he was. And to keep it quiet for that long. That's serious. He paused a moment, and his brows drew together. You're going to find out. You mean you're going to talk to IAB? It's necessary. If they didn't know, they will now. After you talk to them. I can't go around it. I'll be as careful as I can, but give me a minute. He stared down into his coffee. Max Ricker carried cops in his pockets like other men carry loose credits. You're wondering now if his son had Amy in his. I have to ask. I have to look at it. If I factor it out, push it off to spare her rep, maybe her killer slips through the gap. That's not going to happen, not even for you. I knew her. I know how she thought, how she felt, how she slept and ate and lived. I'd have known if she was dirty. I know how she defined her work and how she felt about doing it. You didn't know about Alex Ricker. He stared. She watched the shutter come down, the one that shut her out as a friend, as a cop, as a colleague. No, I didn't. He got back up to his feet, spoke stiffly. Thank you for keeping me informed. She got to hers before he could get to the door of her office. Morris, I can't and won't apologize for doing my job, but I can be sorry that the way I need to do it causes you pain. Just like I'm sorry to have to say this. Stay away from Alex Ricker. If I don't have your word you'll keep clear, make no contact with him. I'll put a tail on you. I won't let you impede the investigation. You have my word. He went out and closed the door behind him. Alone, Eve sat at her desk, dropped her head into her hands. Friendships, she thought, were so damn complicated, so bound with sharp edges that could jab a hole through you at any given point. Why did people always get tangled up with other people? Why put ourselves through this shit? She had to consider the possibility Coltrane had been dirty. Wasn't that hard enough? Did she have to carry the guilt for hurting Morris along with it? Crap. Yeah, she did. No way out of it. She wanted to ignore the knock on her door. Really wanted just to wallow for a while in a little stew of self-pity. But duty won. What? What the fuck do you want? The door eased open a few inches, and Peabody peered in. Are you okay? There it was, Eve supposed. There was the answer to why people got tangled with people. Because when you were down, when you were wallowing, someone you mattered to would ask if you were okay. No, really not. Come in, shut the door. When she had, Eve blew out a breath and shook it off. EDD, there's nothing off on her home or work units. Nothing off on her house or office links. Nothing referencing an appointment or meet for the night she died. Her date books check out. The only one we haven't been able to pin down so far is a notation for AR, the day before her murder. It's listed under personal. No address, no number, with the additional notation of A/S, which corresponds with after shift in her other notes. I've got that one. Sit down. AR is Alex Ricker. Alex? As in Max Ricker? As in his only son. Here's the deal. Though she kept silent during Eve's recap, various expressions raced over Peabody's face, and Eve could read them perfectly. They ranged from holy shit to poor Morris to what now? You told him? Yeah. Peabody nodded. Well, you had to. I didn't tell him about Ricker's lame alibi because he didn't ask. I didn't tell him it was pretty damn clear to me Ricker still has feelings for Coltrane. Even without that, it was bad enough. I need you to get a warrant to search Alex Ricker's penthouse and to confiscate and search his electronics. He'll be expecting it. He'll have covered himself, if need be, but we're pretty damn smart around here. We can see what's under the covers if we look hard enough. We've got to check his idiot alibi. See who's clear to sweep around Times Square with a picture. Sports bars are the focus. We'll take over there once I'm finished up and able to get back out in the field. Eve rubbed her eyes. Now I've got to twist Webster into meeting me somewhere away from here where we're not going to run into other cops or anybody else. Lets you see how it was for her. I mean, different reasons and all. But it's stressful trying to arrange to see somebody on the lowdown. I can't imagine doing it for almost 2 years. Either she really loved him, or the sex was, like, stupendously mag. Or she liked the thrill, and the profit. Oh, right. Peabody's face fell. It's hard to go there. Tell me. But I'm going, and I've just thought of the perfect place. She swiveled to her link. Shut the door on your way out. No point in advertising I'm calling the Rat Squad. The Down and Dirty was a sex and strip joint where the patrons downed the throat-searing, stomach-burning adult beverages and liked it. For those who could pay the freight, private rooms offered a cot and a lock, and an area in which to perform whatever natural or unnatural acts they chose. Privacy booths were often choked with smoke, while illegals were passed around like candy corn. At night, the stage generally held a band of some sort, in various stages of undress and with questionable talents. Dancers with the same qualifications usually joined them, as did patrons who might be influenced by those adult beverages and or illegals. Violence was known to break out, suddenly and gleefully, which was part of the appeal to some. Odd and unattractive substances stuck to the floor, and the food was utter crap. Eve's bachelor party had been held there, during which she'd caught a murderer. Good times. The man behind the bar towered up to about 6.5 feet of muscle. His black skin gleamed against an open leather vest and body ink. His shaven head shone like a dark moon as he mopped the bar top, and the hollow band beat out a jungle rhythm for a trio of impressively built and talentless dancers. Crowds didn't pack into the club this time of day, but a few men huddled at tables sucking brews, apparently content to watch the clumsy footwork since it was attached to naked tits. 2 of them scanned her as she strode by, then hunched down to make themselves, she supposed, disappear. The guy behind the bar gave her a good, long stare, bared his teeth.
"Hey, skinny white girl!"
"Hey, big black guy!" His wide, homely face broke into a grin. He reached across the bar with arms as long as Fifth Avenue, lifted her off her feet, and slapped his mouth noisily to hers. "Come on," was all she could say.
"Can't help it. I miss seeing your face. Plus, I thought about you just this morning. How about that?"
"Yeah, how about that? How's it going, Crack?"
"Be up, be down. Mostly be up these days. I went by the park this morning, like I do once in a while, to take a look at the tree you had planted for my baby girl, my baby sister. It's greening up. Makes me feel good to see how it's getting green."
His expression changed from pleasant to dangerous, like a flick of a switch, when someone dared to approach the bar for service while he was otherwise engaged. The customer slunk away. They called him Crack, it was well known, for his habit of cracking skulls together, be they employee or patron, if their behavior displeased him.
"What you doing in my place?"
"I've got a meet, and I wanted to have it in private."
"You want a room?"
"Not that kind of private."
"Good to hear. I like your man. I hope he be up."
Rourke being up is never a problem. Crack's laughter was like a thunderclap. "Anyway, I thought I could take the meet here and not run into another cop, if that's not a problem for you."
"You want? I'll kick these assholes out of here, close the place down, and you can have it to yourself as long as you want."
"Just a table, thanks."
"Drink?"
"Do I look suicidal?"
"Got some bottled water in the back."
His gaze tracked away from her.
"You don't want to see other cops, you got a problem, 'cause one of your kind just came in."
She nodded, spotting Webster. "It's okay. That's my meat."
"Take any table you want."
"Thanks." She walked toward Webster, then gestured toward a corner table, and kept walking. It was always a little awkward dealing with him, she admitted. Not because she'd bounced with him once, when they'd both been detectives working homicide, but because he'd taken the bounce a lot more seriously than she had. More awkward yet, as, years after, he'd lost his mind, apparently, and put a move on her. One Rourke had walked in on, even as she'd been deflecting it. The 2 of them had gone at each other like a couple of crazed wolves, wrecked her home office, and caused each other considerable bodily damage before Rourke had knocked Webster unconscious. They'd come to terms, she reminded herself. She and Rourke, Rourke and Webster, she and Webster, whatever. Still, awkward. And that was before you added the sticky layer of internal affairs. Webster, a good-looking man with sharp eyes, scanned the room, then sat, like Eve, with his back to the wall. "Interesting choice of venue." "Works for me." "I appreciate you meeting me." "Aren't we polite?" "Don't start with me." He shrugged, leaned back. "Can we get coffee in this place?" "Sure, if you've got a death wish." He smiled at her. "Does Rourke know you're meeting me in a sex joint?" "Webster,
I'd as soon nobody knows I'm meeting IAB anywhere, any time. And leaning against the wall, his back went up. We've all got a job to do, Dallas. If you didn't need IAB, we wouldn't be here. Since he had a point, she didn't argue. I need to know if IAB has any connection to or any interest in my investigation of Detective Amaryllis Coltrane's murder.
Why would you ask?
Yes or no, Webster? Have you uncovered any evidence, or are you pursuing any line of investigation that indicates there is or should be IAB involvement? She leaned forward. Fuck that. A cop's dead. Try to care a little. He mirrored her move. Fuck that. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be in IAB. Give me a yes or no to my question. I'll give you a yes or no to yours. He leaned back again, studying her, calculating she knew how to handle it. Yes. The knot in her belly twisted, but she nodded. Yes. I need to know if she was dirty, Webster.
Can't tell you.
Can't tell you, he repeated, pointing a warning finger when her eyes fired, because I don't know. Tell me what you do know. Quid pro quo, she added. I'll reciprocate with the stipulation we both keep this conversation off our records unless both agree otherwise.
I can do that. You wouldn't be here if you hadn't already made the connection between Coltrane and Alex Ricker. Is he a suspect?
He is. I don't have enough or much of anything on him, but I'm looking. IAB's been on her since Atlanta, then.
The bureau down there got a tip she was involved with Ricker.
A tip? Eve prompted. Some photos of Coltrane and Ricker, hand-holding, lip-locking, landed on IAB's desk. Handy. Somebody wanted her roasted. Probably. It doesn't change the picture. IAB got the package about 9 months before she requested transfer. They followed through on it, confirmed. While each maintained a separate residence, they essentially lived together in a third, a condo in Atlanta in a building owned by Max Ricker. Private entrance, private elevator, private garage. She could come and go with little risk of being seen. They also spent time together when she was off the roll. She traveled with him to Paris, London, Rome. He bought her jewelry, high-ticket items. No high-ticket items in her place, Eve put in. No evidence she kept a lockbox anywhere. She gave it all back when they split. How do you know? You had her surveilled? You had the place wired? I can't confirm or deny. I'm telling you what I know. If all this was going on, why didn't IAB pull her in? Contrary to popular belief, we don't go after cops for the fun of it. Alex Ricker? No criminal, no evidence of criminal. No evidence Coltrane was on the take or passing police info to him. Hypothetically, if the place was wired, Alex Ricker and his old man are the types who have places swept regularly, and who are smart enough not to discuss anything incriminating unless they're sure it's safe. They got bits and pieces. Did she meet Ricker? Eve demanded. Max Ricker? Have any dealings with him? Nothing came up. Then again, like I said, she and Ricker's boy, Alex, traveled, so they could have. But those bits and pieces included the boy making it clear he didn't want to discuss Daddy, so they didn't. Upshot is, things got rocky in paradise, seriously rocky after Daddy went down. When we took him down, Eve murmured. Yeah. She started spending more time at her own place. They argued a few times when there were eyes on them, then it shut down. A few weeks later, she put in for the transfer to New York. That's when you guys took over. We kept an eye on her. Nothing close. Maybe if we had, she'd be alive. The fact is, we looked, couldn't find, and put her on the outer rung. Nothing we picked up since she transferred indicates any contact with Ricker, Max or Alex. Alex Ricker's in New York. She met with him the day before she was murdered. Fuck me. You didn't know. I just said we'd bumped her down. Frustration pumped out of him. We don't crucify cops, goddammit. She'd screwed around with the son of a known bad guy, but nobody can pin anything on the son. It smelled, sure, but nobody found anything to pin on her either. She came here, by all appearances, kept her nose clean. We weren't dogging her. I wish we had been. I don't like dirty cops, Dallas, but I sure as hell hate dead ones. Okay, fine. Throttle back, Webster. Fuck that, too. Are you looking at jealous former lover here? He does her, or has her done because she walked away, and she's heating sheets with Morris? Eve lifted her eyebrows. Christ, every fucking buddy knows Morris had a thing going with her. I'm goddamn sorry for him. Okay. She did her own throttling back because she knew that as truth. Yeah, it could play that way. The problem is, he has a really crappy alibi. If he's a bad guy, he's a really smart one, so why doesn't he have a solid alibi? Sometimes the crappy ones are more believable. Yeah, I've gone there, too. He was still in love with her, at least part of the way. Still stuck on her. Webster twisted his lips into a pained smile. I know how that goes. Eve eased back, cursed herself for walking straight into it. Come on. I've recovered, he said easily, but I do know how it goes. It pisses you off and pushes at you. I never wanted to kill you, though. Whoever did her wanted it, planned it. You can't tell me either way if she was dirty or not. No. You can't tell me either. You can't give her the benefit of the doubt. Whatever you want to say about IAB, you know you have to look at her for being on the take, or at least under the influence of her feelings for the guy. You have to follow the line. I don't have to like it. Heat leapt back into his eyes. You think I do? Why do it otherwise? Because we're sworn to uphold the law, not use it. Protect and serve, not grab whatever you want along the way, not do whatever you want. We're supposed to stand for something. She couldn't argue. Did IAB look at me when I hooked up with Rourke? Yeah, some. You knew it in your gut. Your record held up. Plus, he added with a quick grin, nobody's ever pinned anything on him either. The fact is, I know from personal experience, he could be the baddest of the badasses out there, and he'd never use you. He hesitated, then seemed to come to a decision. You may never see Captain. They may never pull the bars out of their tight asses for you. I know. It doesn't matter. It should. It surprised her to hear the resentment, for her sake, in his voice, and left her without a clue what to say. Anyway, Webster shrugged. I'll take a look at things on my own time, so we don't put a smear on her if she didn't earn it. If you get any more on Ricker, either way it leans, I'd appreciate if you'd pass it on. Okay, I can do that. How much does Morris know? I told him about Ricker before I tagged you. I'm not going around him on this. So he knows you were going to run this up with IAB. He put the dots together, yeah. If you talk to him again, tell him I'll be keeping a lid on it. I will. He'll appreciate it. Yeah, unless I find something. Then he'll want to eat my heart with cranberry sauce. I have to get back. He got to his feet. Be careful around Ricker. You put his father over. Odds are he'd be happy to eat your heart raw. Eve waited until Webster walked out, then went over to say her goodbyes to Crack. Eve supposed it would be weird to most, and just another day in the life of a cop, to go from a meeting in a sex club to a consultation in the pretty, cool-aired office of Dr. Charlotte Mira. As the department's top profiler and head shrink, Mira claimed a roomy space, decorated to her own liking, which edged toward female and class, just like the doctor herself. Mira sat, her legs crossed and shown to advantage in a pale pink suit. Her deep brown hair curled softly around her calm, lovely face as she sipped tea. "I sent a card of condolence to Morris," she told Eve. "It seems such a small thing to do for a friend at such a time. You've seen him, of course."
"Yeah, he's holding on. It's wrecked him, you can see it, but he's holding."
"You were able to read the files, the updates, everything?"
"Yes. One of our own goes down, it's a priority. She had an affair with Max Ricker's son. A dangerous business, a professional risk. Yet I wouldn't characterize her as a risk-taker."
"She was a cop."
"Yes, which always involves risk, but according to her files, she never once in her career discharged her weapon. She solved puzzles. She was a thinker, an organized, detail-oriented thinker. She came from a good background, upper-middle-class, single-marriage family. She excelled in school. Her job evaluations were always solid and steady. No black marks, no shiny stars. This was a careful woman. Alex Ricker was the exception."
"Love, lust, or gain?"
"If gain, or only gain, why risk the connection, the closeness? To continue in the relationship for more than a year, to go to the trouble to hide it from her colleagues, her family? Lust can start the fire, but it rarely keeps it burning for long. It may have been all three."
"The attraction first, the lust. Hot guy, interesting guy, classy, dangerous. The good girl gets a tingle from the bad boy."
Mira smiled a little. "Are you projecting?"
"I didn't get a tingle. I got hit with a brick. Yeah, I can see some parallels, but the way she played it—"
"Wasn't the way you did," Mira finished, "or ever would. It's possible the clandestine nature added some excitement. Everything I've studied about it indicates she followed the rules. Except here. That's another form of excitement."
"So she leads with lust, and there's all those tingles, the excitement. Come away with me to Paris tonight. Hot dog. And yeah, she jumped through a lot of hoops to be with him," Eve considered, "and to stay with him, so love, or what she thought was, had to play a part. She's in love, and he says, 'Maybe you could do me this little favor. Not a big thing. Stars in the eyes, you do the little favor. What does it hurt?'
"And the next favor's bigger. You're in deeper."
Mira nodded.
"It's a logical pattern."
"Maybe he starts to ask too much. There's more risk for a woman not wired for them, and it starts going south. It went south, according to my source, right around the time Ricker went down. She sees what happened, wonders if that's going to happen to the son and to her."
"It changes the pattern," Mira agreed. "Alex is now, with his father's defeat, in charge."
She can't handle it, breaks it off, puts distance between them. Clean slate, that's what she told Morris. Fresh start. Alex Ricker loses a lover and a resource. Bad break for him.
"His father is a violent, unstable man, a known criminal, a man of power and no conscience. His mother died when he was very young. Accident, suicide."
"Or murder," Eve added.
"Yes, or. While he was given a superior education and raised with the advantages money can buy, he was placed in confined institutions, regimented schools. As his only acknowledged blood kin, as only son, Max Ricker would have expected a great deal, demanded it.
He'd be expected to excel and expected, when his father was ready, to step up and take the helm. He, too, from what I've studied, is a careful man. While he may be in the business of risk, he certainly minimized it by covering himself with layers of protection. His public persona is much more polished than his father's. He has, with careful, even meticulous PR, evaded the scandal of having a parent convicted of all the crimes Max Richter was convicted of.
It stings him anyway.
Oh, it would have to. His only surviving parent, and the one who saw to his needs for most of his life, is locked away. Much of his wealth confiscated, and as you said, his father's arrest, the repercussion of that, closely coincided with the breakup of Detective Coltrane.
He had a real bad week, I bet.
He'd have to be angry, feel betrayed, deserted. Again. His mother left him, now his father's taken, and the woman he loves, or is intimately connected to, leaves.
A careful man could bide his time.
Yes, a careful man could, but...
Damn it. I knew it.
There's no intimacy in the killing, no passion, no retribution. It's cold, calculated, distant. She belonged to him in a very real sense, either just as a woman, or as a woman and as a resource. If that sense of betrayal and that anger, even cold and controlled, led him to kill her, I'd expect to see some sign.
Mira sipped her tea, shifted.
Could he resist hurting her, taking more time? Certainly a man with his profile would be much more apt to choose a safer place for the killing. Still, using her own weapon is personal, even intimate. It's insulting.
He hired it out.
Much more likely, in my opinion. A careful man, used to protecting himself and his interests. A hired kill staged to look like a personal one, sending the weapon back to you with a personal message. Again, conflicting meanings. A careful man would have left or ordered the weapon left on the scene. If not, then would have disposed of it. Sending it back, that's a taunt.
It's an I dare your ass. The killer was proud of his work and wanted to get that last lick in.
Yes. Tell me, was she in love with Morris? You'd know.
Yeah, I think she was. Mira sighed.
Only more painful for him. But if she was in love with Morris, I don't believe she'd have betrayed him. It doesn't fit her. If she'd ended the relationship with Alex Richter and found someone else, she wouldn't betray it.
Which gives Richter another motive. If their personal relationship was dead, how about their business one, if they'd had one?
I'd say, if there was one, they were tied together. Why would she risk it?
Maybe he didn't give her a choice. I want her to be clean. Mira reached out to touch Eve's arm.
Yes, I know you do. So do I. It's painful to see a friend in pain.
He trusts me to do the job, but I don't know if he'll ever forgive me if doing it proves her dirty. It pisses me off I have to care about that. I wouldn't have to care if...
You didn't care.
That's the bitch. She pushed up. Thanks.
Anything you need on this, any time. I've cleared it.
Eve stepped out, started back to homicide, to do whatever the job demanded. Chapter 9. The problem with being the son of a notorious criminal was that it was a lot easier for cops to obtain search warrants. With one in hand and a small battalion of cops behind her, Eve entered Alex Richter's penthouse for the second time. The fact that he had a trio of lawyers with him didn't surprise her. The head guy, who identified himself as Henry Proctor,
gave off the impression of elder statesman with his flow of white hair, craggy face, conservative dark suit. She imagined his rich baritone voice had echoed through many courtrooms, sculpting the law like a chisel on marble to defend his high-collar clients. "My client is fully prepared to cooperate with the police in this matter to the letter of the law. You can read this letter of the law." Eve offered the warrant. "We are authorized to search the premises and to confiscate and examine all data and communication devices, including portables and personals. One of Mr. Richter's legal counsel or staff will observe every level of the execution of the warrant, which will be conducted on record. Mr. Richter will also exercise his right to record the search and confiscation. He will make no statement and will not be questioned at this time. Fine by me, Captain Feeney." It wasn't usual for the head of EDD to assist in the execution of a warrant, but Eve wanted no mistakes, and Feeney had wanted in. She nodded to her former partner, her trainer. His basset hound face remained sober. She wondered if she were the only one in the room who knew how much he was enjoying himself. Any slap at a Ricker gave the day a little shine. "Okay, boys and girls, you know the drill." He stepped forward, a contrast to the slick and polished in his rumpled suit and worn-in shoes. "Receipts will be issued for any equipment and devices removed. An estimated time of return would be appreciated. This causes considerable inconvenience." Feeney scratched his head through his wiry thatch of ginger and silver hair. "Depends, don't it?" "Detective Baxter, you and your team will begin the search on the 3rd floor. Officer Carmichael, take this level. Peabody," Eve added, "we'll take the 2nd floor." She wanted the bedrooms, the private spaces, the areas of intimacy. Even people who knew better generally felt safest in the place they slept, had sex, dressed, undressed. It was, in Eve's mind, the most likely spot for Alex to have made a mistake, to have forgotten something that could tie him to Coltrane's murder. They didn't speak. She'd already informed the team, down to the lowest uniformed drone, that everything they said, everything they did, every expression, gesture, and sneeze could and would be on record, and could and would be used by the lawyers to question both the procedure and the intent of the search and seize. "We'll start with Mr. Ricker's bedroom," she told Rod Sandy. He stood behind them, disapproval in every line of his face and body. He turned out of the airy 2nd-floor parlor and into the spacious master suite. Alex knew how to live, Eve mused. The parlor spilled into a tidy office sitting room with a black glass work counter holding mini-units, a matching wet bar, a couple of club chairs, and an entertainment screen filled in the blanks. Knowing Rourke's fondness for panels, she ran her fingers over the walls. "This is what you're looking for." Sandy stepped behind the wet bar, opened a panel. Inside, a cabinet held wine and liquor. "We'll cooperate, Lieutenant," he said, disdain dripping. "So you'll finish this investigation and get out." "So noted." Eve mirrored Sandy's tone, and with her eyes on his, added to the team, "Check for others." She moved on with Peabody. The man liked space, she decided. The bedrooms sprawled, one wall fully glassed to open to the terrace and the city beyond. Alex could enjoy his morning coffee or evening brandy while sitting at the bistro table or reclining on the gel sofa. An antique desk held another mini D&C. Mirrors reflected back the watered silk walls and the enormous 4-poster bed. In silence, Sandy moved around the room, opening panels for another bar, an auto chef, screens. Eve wandered, scanned the dressing area with its racks and drawers and counter, and thought she might finally have hit on someone with as many clothes as Rourke, and into the luxury of the marble and stone bath.
This was going to take a while. Roll up your sleeves, Peabody. Let's get started. It took a man with brains and some experience to carefully, even meticulously, remove anything remotely incriminating from his domain and leave the personal. She found condoms and sex toys, various lotions billed to enhance the sexual experience. Nothing that crossed the legal lines. She found an army of grooming and hygiene products that told her Alex gave a great deal of thought and time to his appearance. But vanity wasn't a crime. His wardrobe told her he preferred and could afford natural fibers and personal tailoring, that even his casual dress was meticulous in style. She found he liked soothing colors and comfort, preferred boxers over briefs, and unless his bedtime reading was a plant for her benefit, he liked spy novels. What she didn't find in his bedroom was a personal pocket computer. "I'm not finding a PPC, Rod." He stood, soldier straight, arms folded. "I'd assume Mr. Ricker would have his on his person. And not have one at his bedside strikes me as odd. Doesn't it strike you as odd, Peabody, that Mr. Ricker wouldn't have a handy PPC at his bedside where he could work in bed when the mood struck, check the box scores, send an email, whatever?" "It does strike the odd note, Lieutenant." "Would it be against the laws of this state not to own 2 personal computers?" Sandy said coolly. "Nope, just that odd note." She walked out, through the parlor, opened a door. Inside she found what looked to be a small guest room. Bed, screen, tiny kitchenette. She crossed over to another black glass counter. On it sat a vase of fresh flowers and a decorative bowl. Another odd note. "This looks like a work counter, like the one in the master suite, the kind that usually holds equipment, and instead we've got flowers." She took a deliberate sniff. "Pretty." "I don't believe flowers are against the law either." "No, but we're racking up the odd notes, Rod. Like why there's a palm plate on this door. Extra security on this room." Mr. Ricker initially considered making it his office, then decided against it. Uh-huh. She stepped up to a narrow chest of drawers, began opening it. "And this looks brand spanking new, like it's never been used, like maybe it was just put in here. Don't get much company?" His smile hit a perfect middle between sour and smug. "We're redecorating." "Yeah, I bet." She gestured Peabody to the single closet, while she stepped into the adjoining bath. Compact, efficient, scrupulously clean. But she'd bet it had been used, just as she'd bet the equipment, once housed in the guest room, had been transferred to another location very, very recently. "Oh, hey, Rod, there's this other odd note, the one where you told me you and Alex spent the night in. That would be the night Detective Coltrane was murdered, and Alex told me he went out." "I assumed Alex was in. Don't keep very good tabs on your boss for a PA, do you, Rod?" He bristled. She enjoyed it. "I don't keep tabs on Alex. We had dinner in, as I stated. I went upstairs about 10. I wasn't aware until he told me this afternoon that he'd gone out that night. I believe it's still legal in this country for a man to take a walk and have a beer. Last I checked. So, how'd you get along with Detective Coltrane?" "We got along very well, though I hadn't seen her in about a year. I'm sorry for what happened to her, and sorry it upsets Alex." "You didn't see her when she came to see him a couple days ago?" "No. Alex wanted to see her alone. I was up here." "You seem to spend a lot of time up here." She sent him an overly cheerful smile. "Since you do, why don't we take a look at your quarters, Rod?" She went through the motions, as much for procedure as to needle the annoying PA, but knew there would be nothing to find. Alex was smart, he had experience, and he'd anticipated the search. Once it was done and they were outside,
She conferred with Feeney. "Did you see the small bedroom off the big second-floor parlor?" "Yeah. Palm plate and voice code on the door. Unless he uses it to hold his sex slaves against their will. I'd say the equipment in there was moved out in the last day or two. And that equipment's probably unregistered." Funny, I was thinking the same. Except about the possible sex slaves. Guys think about sex slaves more than women do, probably. I can only suppose. He'd have wiped anything on his equipment. Unless he's stupid, sure. Feeney took out the bag of nuts in his pocket, rattled it, offered it to Eve. "We'll be able to tell if he wiped, maybe find the echoes." Because they were there, she took a couple of sugared almonds, crunched. But if he had unregistered, he'd have kept anything incriminating on that. Unless, again, stupid. I guess it was too much to hope we'd find Coltrane's ring tucked into a box in his sock drawer. Worth a shot. Guy's got the shady on him. Feeney jutted a chin toward the building. Slicked over more than his old man, but he's got the shady on him. Yeah, he does. But shady's a leap away from cop killer. I'm going to work from home. You get anything, I want to hear about it. Back at you. I didn't know the lady, but she was a badge. And there's Morris. You got EDD and me round the clock until we put this one away. She walked over to Peabody, who was in a huddle with her cohab, McNabb, and his EDD pal, Calendar. McNabb stood jingling whatever would jingle in two of the pockets of his maxi-cargo fire-red pants. His blonde hair was braided back from his thin, pretty face to hang down the back of his lightweight daffodil yellow jacket. Beside him, Calendar was a busty explosion of color in a zigzag-patterned T-shirt, floppy overshirt, and glossy pants. "Pizza hits all the notes." Calendar chomped on gum, so her jaw movements sent the huge triangles dangling from her ears jumping. "You buy." "I'm on for pizza, but the tab's a grab." McNabb held out a fist, and Eve's eyes narrowed as the two E-detectives went through the first round of rock, paper, scissors. "Gee, I'm sorry to interrupt playtime, but there's this pesky chore of hunting down a cop killer." "We're on it." McNabb turned earnest green eyes to hers. "We're going to hunker down in the pen. We're just settling on the fuel and the buy." "I cleared the night for it, Lieutenant," Calendar told her. "But you gotta prime the pump. We took 8 desk units, 12 wall, and 16 portables out of those digs. Anything on there bouncing to Detective Coltrane, we're gonna find it." But pumps had to be primed. Eve dug into her own pockets. "Pizza's on me. Peabody, I'm working from home. You can coordinate the search and seizure results, log it all in, cross all the T's. After that, choose where you're most useful." "Got that. One thing." She quick-stepped with Eve toward Eve's vehicle. "If Ricker and company hauled equipment or anything out of there, it should be on the building's security disks, so we should—" "I've got them. I'm going to scan them at home." "Oh." Peabody's face registered mild disappointment. "I guess I should have figured you'd think of it. I just didn't want to say anything about it while we were inside and on record." "It's good you thought of it." "Well, oh, and one more thing. If you think we should reschedule Louisa's bridal shower and all, I can take care of it." "Crap." Eve pushed a hand through her hair. "I forgot about it. Again." "No, just leave it. We'll see. If you talk to Nadine about that, and she uses it to try to pump you—" "The investigation is active and ongoing. We're pursuing all leads, blah, blah." "Okay, then." Eve climbed into her car. She made the tail within 3 blocks. In fact, it was so sloppy a shadow she felt insulted. Late model, nondescript black sedan, tinted windows, New York plates. She noted the plate numbers, turned to add a few blocks to her drive home. The sedan made the turn, huddled back 2 car lengths. She considered pulling over, seeing if her tail would follow suit to drive past, then scramble to double back. Instead, she allowed herself to be caught at the next light while the river of pedestrians flowed in front of her. Why would Ricker hire such a shitty tail, she wondered. A man with his connections, his reach, ought to be able to put someone with more skill and more technology on her. A Homer on her car, or at least a three-point tail that would mix it up. In this traffic, she might have missed it. Stupid amateur move, she decided. Maybe she'd drive around a while, waste their time, see if they'd swing up close enough so she could use her car to barricade, then roust them. Meanwhile, she might as well find out who owned the sedan. She engaged her dash comp. Run vehicle registration, New York, 863 Zulu Bravo Echo. Acknowledged. Working. When the light turned, she eased across the sidewalk, flicked a glance in the rear view. She caught the van out of the corner of her eye. Pinned by cross-traffic, she had nowhere to turn. As it barreled down on her, she punched the accelerator and hit vertical. Come on, you piece of shit, come on! For an instant, she thought she might make it, but the speeding van caught her sluggishly lifting rear wheels. The impact slapped her back in the seat. As the car spun, executed a clumsy nosedive toward Madison Avenue, it filled with safety gel. She thought, fuck, and crashed. She heard it, sounds muffled by the gel, the smash, crunch, screech. She went into another sloping 360 as the car that had been directly behind her at the light slammed her front fender. Or, more accurately, she slammed it. Despite the gel, she felt the jolt slap through her whole body. Dizzy, disoriented, she shoved out of the car, fumbled for her weapon. People thronged around her, with everyone talking at once through the bells gonging in her head. Get back! Stay back! I'm a cop! She rushed toward the wrecked van. Her quick scan showed her the sedan streaming sedately up Madison. Gone, baby, gone. Blood in her eye, literally and figuratively, she approached the door of the van, leading with her weapon, and found the cab empty. They ran! One of the eager witnesses shouted it at her. 2 men! I saw them run that way! The witness pointed east toward Park. I think one was a woman, another witness weighed in. God, they just rammed you, then took off. They were white guys. One was Hispanic. They had dark hair. One was blonde. Eve carved through the helpful crowd, yanked open the rear doors. In disgust, she studied the surveillance equipment. The tail hadn't been stupid and sloppy. She had. She yanked out her communicator. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, officer involved vehicular, Madison and 74th. Require assistance. She elbowed her way back to the car that had hit her after she'd crashed. A woman sat inside, blinking. Ma'am? Ma'am, are you injured? I don't know. I don't think. With glassy eyes and pinprick pupils, the woman stared at her. What happened? Require medical assistance for civilian, she added, then turned to look at her crunched, mangled vehicle. God damn it, she muttered. Requisitions is going to take out a contract on me. The information he'd gotten claimed she wasn't hurt. But Rourke took no one's word when it came to his wife, not even hers. Of course, he thought, with the simmering anger he used to cover fear, she hadn't been the one to contact him. Nor did she answer on her pocket link, as he'd been trying it since he'd started across town. When he reached the barricade, he simply left his car where it was. They could bloody well tow it, he thought, and bill him. He covered the rest of the ground on foot, moving fast. He saw the wreck first. The accordion pleats of metal, the shattered glass, bitten chunks of fiberglass. Fear rolled over the anger like lava. Then he saw her, on her feet, standing,
whole. And arguing, by the look of it, with one of the medical technicians in front of an ambulance. I'm not hurt. I don't need to be examined, and I'm sure as hell not getting in that bus. The safety gel discharged. Can you see how much I'm wearing? How's the civilian? How's the woman? Shaken up is all, the MT told her, but we're taking her in, getting her looked over. You ought to come in. Your eyes look shocky to me. My eyes are not shocky. My eyes are pissed. Now go away and... She trailed off when she spotted Rourke, and he noted her eyes went from pissed to baffled. He walked straight to her, controlled the terrible urge to simply sweep her up and away. He skimmed his finger beside the shallow cut and the bluing around it that marred her forehead. "Is this the worst of it, then?" he asked her. "Yeah. How did you—" "I'll see to her," he told the MT. "If she needs to go in for treatment or exam, I'll see to that." "Yeah? How?" "She's my wife." "Yeah?" the MT repeated. "Good luck, buddy." "Did you have to—" "Yes. My car's behind the barricade. Let's go." "I can't leave the scene yet. I haven't cleared everything, and I need to make sure the responding officers have—" He rounded on her, slowly, very slowly. "Could you leave the scene if you were unconscious and being transported to the nearest hospital or health center?" The narrowed glare she aimed at him didn't penetrate. "Let's go," he repeated. "A minute. Officer Laney, I appreciate your prompt response. Wish it could have been sooner, Lieutenant, and we'd busted the assholes." Laney, a hawk-eyed black female, glowered at the van currently being loaded on a flatbed. "The sweepers'll go over every inch of it, and the sedan, too. You ought to go with the MT, sir. You took a hell of a ride." "I'm just going to go home. Thanks." She turned back to Rourke, walked with him. "I'm not hurt." "Most people who aren't hurt aren't bleeding." "I banged my head, that's all. Geez, if I'd known you were driving home this way and would see that, I'd have tagged you first." She glanced back, winced at the unholy mess in the intersection. "It looks worse than it is, personal injury-wise. Let me get them to clear us through here." She walked to one of the uniforms at the barricade, had a short conversation. When she turned back, saw Rourke opening the door of his rich guy's car for her, she winced again. "Don't, pet or pat me or anything until we're out of here. It makes me look weenie." "Far be it from me." He got behind the wheel, threaded through the opening the uniform made for him. He headed up Madison to circle the great park and head home. "What happened?" "I was an idiot. Fell for it. Stupid. God damn it." "Other than that, what happened?" "Did a search and seize on Ricker's place, which he was expecting. Still, it had to be done. I split off after to head home, work from there. Spotted a tail. I should have known. It was sloppy, obvious, and I got smug. Had my attention on the tail and verifying the registration. Start to cross at the light, and wham." She slapped her hands together for emphasis, and the movement had the wound on her head throbbing in double time. She hunched and resisted poking at it, since Rourke would notice. Then this van comes out of nowhere, laying for me. I punched it, over and up, but a vehicle like that, it doesn't respond like the freaking wind, so he caught my rear wheels, sent me into a dive. I crash, wreck my ride. The woman behind me at the light catches my fender, sends me into another spin. I'm padded in there, but Jesus, round and round. Meanwhile, the guys, or guy and a woman, who may be white or Hispanic, may be goddamn aliens from the planet Vulcan, according to witnesses, are out and gone before I can get out of the car. The sedan's shooting up Madison and was dumped on 86th and 3rd. No wits forthcoming there so far. Since he seemed to be watching traffic, she did a cautious little poke at her throbbing forehead, and, of course, pushed the throb to triple time. "Leave it be," Rourke said mildly. Annoyed, embarrassed, she dropped her hand. "The van was reported stolen by some delivery company in the Bronx this morning," she continued. "The sedan is registered to a guy in Queens, and according to his wife and his boss, he's in Cleveland on business and has been for 2 days. The vehicle was boosted from long-term parking at the Transpo Center in Queens." She slumped down in her seat. Damn it. "It's a stupid way to try to kill you," Rourke said after a few moments. "They weren't trying to kill me, just mess me up, shake me up, screw me up. Good job. But what's the point?" She pushed up in her seat again. "Even if you mess me up, the investigation's ongoing. We've got the electronics from Ricker's. I've got the security discs. It's not like we're going to say, 'Ooh, somebody wrecked Dallas's ride, so we've got to shut down our investigation and hide.'" "Why didn't you answer your link?" "My link? It didn't signal." She dug it out of her pocket, scowled at it. "It's dead. Must have gotten gunked up. Nature of the crash. The gel just exploded. Not cushy bags, but the gunk. Everywhere." She scratched her head and rained little specks of blue gel out of her hair. "See? I'm grateful for it." She gave herself the indulgence of a sulk. "They'll never put that vehicle back together. It's the best one I've ever had. Now it's trashed. A worry for another day." He drove through the gates, stopped. "I'm afraid you'll have to be a weenie now, as I intend to pat and pet. I'm really okay." He drew her in, held her, breathed her. "I'm not. So you'll have to give me the next bloody minute or two." He turned his lips to her cheek, then touched them lightly to her injured forehead, then found her mouth, and gave way to some of the fear. "I'm sorry." She cupped his face, moved him back. "I'm sorry. I didn't think about you coming that way, coming in on that, getting scared that way. I'd have been scared if it had been vice versa. Peabody contacted me." He pressed his fingers to her lips now before she could curse, "to assure me you were all right, not seriously hurt. She was afraid they'd flash it on the media reports, on traffic, on something, and I'd hear about it that way. She didn't want me to worry. And I didn't think of it. Sorry again. You were a little preoccupied. You'll tell me the truth now. Is the bump on the head all of it?" "Pretty sure. I'm a little sore from being jostled around. Got a little queasy and dizzy from the dive and spin. That's past. Well then, we'll go in and fix you up. We being you, right? Not his scariness. As long as there's nothing serious, we shouldn't need Somerset." "That's what I say all the time. We shouldn't need Somerset. But do you listen?" He smiled, kissed her hand, and drove to the house. She was prepared for the once-over from the Black Crow of the foyer. Somerset didn't disappoint. "I see you've destroyed another police vehicle. Perhaps you now hold the record." Because she was afraid she just might, Eve only curled her lip and started up the stairs. Beside her, Rourke caught the inquiry in Somerset's eyes, shook his head. Somerset crouched to stroke the cat. "She's all right. Just a bump or two. He'll see to her. You stay with me until she's more herself. Not one nasty comment from her." Somerset tisked as he and Galahad walked back toward the kitchen. "I'm sure she'll be more herself tomorrow." Upstairs, Eve took the blocker Rourke gave her without protest, and sat through his ministrations of her head wound. There had been a time, they both knew, she'd have fought him on both. So when he offered her a soother and she refused, he simply nodded. "You'll feel better for a soak in the tub." "You want to see me naked. at every moment of every day. He went into the bathroom, ordered the tub to fill at the boiling temperature she preferred. He added salts of some sort to the water, then turned where she waited, and began to undress her himself. "Getting in with me?" "I'm not, no, though tempting. You'll soak, use the VR for a relaxation program. Then you'll eat something soothing." Every inch he undressed, he studied for bruises, swelling, and was relieved to find none. "As it's the alternative to a trip to the hospital, you'll obey orders like a good girl." "I'd rather you soak with me, and maybe try out a dual VR, something sexy, and I could be a bad girl." He arched a brow. "You're trying to take my mind off the fact you've been hurt. It's a damn good attempt." He gave her a light, almost paternal kiss. "In you go, Lieutenant. Alone. You're turning down sex. Maybe you're the one who got knocked on the head." But she stepped into the frothy, swirling water of the wide tub and couldn't stop the moan of pleasure. "Okay, yeah, this is good." He took VR goggles out of a drawer, set a program. "Relax. Am." He slid the goggles on her, heard her sigh. He got himself a glass of wine, as good as a soother, he thought, and leaning against the door, he sipped it slowly and watched her while she soaked away the aches. Home, he told himself. She was home and whole and safe. Chapter 10. Relaxed, rested, Eve bundled into a robe. She stepped to the mirror, scooping her hair back to examine the cut on her forehead. Not bad, she decided, and pulled her bangs over it. You could hardly see it. Which was bullshit, she admitted, blowing those bangs with an irritated exhale because he'd seen it. He knew it was there. She'd scared him, pulled him away from his own work with a side dish of worry, and for no good reason. If she'd taken 2 seconds to think, to contact him, to tell him she'd banged up her vehicle, but she was okay, he wouldn't have worried. Big black mark in the good wife column. She tended to rack those up. Worse, he hears she's been in a crash while she's investigating the murder of another cop. Just not good. Guilt smeared over relaxation as she walked back into the bedroom. Listen, I want to say... She trailed off. She scented the red sauce first, then spotted the plates of spaghetti and meatballs on the table of the sitting area. Damn it. Not in the mood for pasta. He narrowed those bold blue eyes to give her a critical study. You must have hit your head harder than we thought. I was going to do it, get dinner, I mean, one of the fancy things you like, because... Hell. She gave up, hurried to him to wrap her arms around him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was so pissed off at what happened, at myself, I didn't think. He stroked a hand down her hair first, then gave the choppy ends a quick tug. I'm not angry with you. I know. You could be, but you're not. So I have to be even sorrier. Your logic is fascinating and elusive. I can't pay you back with sex, or salt-crusted sea bass, or whatever, because you're too busy taking care of me. So now I've got this black mark in my column against the bright, shiny star in yours, and... He tipped her head up. Are we keeping score? No. Maybe. Shit. How am I doing? Undisputed champ. Good. I like to win. He brushed her bangs back to study the injury himself. You'll do. Let's eat. Just like that, she thought. Then no, not just like that. She shifted her grip on him so her arms linked around his neck. I love you. And kissed him, soft, slow, deep. I love you. I love you.
I'm just going to keep saying it, she told him as she pressed her body to his, racking them up so I have a supply built up for when I forget to say it. I love who you are, what you are, how you talk, how you look at me. Her lips roamed over his face, down his throat, along his jaw, coming back to his with soft, sumptuous seduction. I love your body, how you make me feel. I love your face, your mouth, your hands. Put your hands on me, Rourke. Put your hands on me. He'd planned to see she ate, rested a bit, to keep his eye on her in case. Now she was taking him under, drawing him down to drown in her. He nudged the robe off her shoulders so it slithered to the floor, and put his hands on her. More. I love you. Her lips skimmed over his ear. Her teeth scraped along his neck to add a shock of lust. I want more. I want you. She tugged at his jacket, and her laugh was a low, arousing purr. Too many clothes. Like the first time. You're wearing too many clothes. I have to fix that. To solve the problem, she ripped his shirt open and laughed again. Yeah, that's better. Oh, God, I love you. Her breath hitched from the skill of his hands, his mouth, even as her fingers got busy on the hook of his trousers. Even when she found him, hot, hard. In me. I want you in me. I want you crazy and inside me. I want to see what it does to you, while I feel what it does to me. He would have lifted her, swept her up into the bed, driven himself, driven her beyond reason, but her mouth came back to his, so tenderly. Sweet, so sweet. He fell helplessly into the warm, liquid mists of love. Come to bed, he murmured. Come to bed with me. Too far. In a lightning change of mood, she hooked her foot behind his, shifted her weight. He landed under his hot-eyed, naked wife on the couch. Before he could catch his breath, her mouth was on his, tongue teasing, teeth nipping. His body quivered as he tried to find his balance. I'm going to take you. Her breathless threat pounded through his blood. I won't stop till I'm finished, and you won't finish until you're in me, until I let you in me. She demanded. She took. She dragged him to the heady brink of control, only to leave him quaking while she soothed and smoothed tenderness over greed. He thought he might have begged her, or cursed her, and still she had a relentless way with his body, his heart. His eyes were wild, and those strong-toned muscles trembled under her hands, her lips. He said her name again and again, mixed and jumbled with words in English and Gaelic. Prayers, pleas, curses. She couldn't know, didn't care. His fingers dug into her, a bruising testament to his loss of control. When she offered, he feasted on her breasts like a man starving. Even when those fingers, that mouth, shot her to orgasm, she held on, held on. She would take him. Her breath screamed in her lungs. Her heart beat to bursting, but she watched what she did to him, watched his eyes go molten with what she could do to him. She gripped his hands, a vice of fingers. Now, she said, now, and taking him in, rode him like a demon. His vision blurred, and through the haze she was white and gold, slim and strong. His body bucked beneath hers, lashed to fury by pleasure, and striking, the dark blade of that pleasure carved him hollow. He didn't move. Wasn't sure he was capable. Reason, reality, crept in slowly, so he realized they lay tangled together on the sofa. A sweaty, sticky mess of still quivering limbs and gasping breaths. Christ Jesus! Was there a luckier man in the universe? Her skin was still hot, almost feverish. Her head lay like a stone on his chest. He considered, seriously, simply closing his eyes and sleeping just as they were for the next day or two. Then she moaned, and she sighed. He searched for, and found, the connection between his brain and his arm so he could lift it and stroke her back. And she purred. "Bet you didn't see that coming," she murmured. "I didn't. No. If I'd realized wrapping your head would turn you into an insatiable sexual maniac who'd use me so brutally, I'd have cold-cocked you long before this." She snickered against the side of his neck, then sighed again. It wasn't the head wrap. It was the spaghetti. Or the spaghetti was the last in the line. "We'll be eating it for the rest of our lives, every bloody meal." She shifted a little, snuggled a bit. It all just made me go all gooey. And I was going to be all gooey and romantic and seduce you. She lifted her head, smiled down at him. Then I got really hungry. I'm happy to be on the menu any time. I screwed your brains out. And then some. And now we're really disgusting. No question about it. I guess we should grab a shower before we eat cold spaghetti. We can heat it up. I like it cold. Only you, he muttered. All right, then, a shower. But you'll keep your hands to yourself, you pervert. You've used me up. She gave a snorting laugh. Boy, when the tables turn, they really turn. Come on, pal. I'll give you a hand. They ate cold spaghetti, and since she'd proven herself quite healthy enough, Rourke poured her a glass of wine to go with it. Tell me about Alex Ricker, the search, and so on. I'm interested. I think he's got as many clothes and shoes as you. Well, now, that's not right. I'll have to make a note to add to my wardrobe straight away. The thing is, she wagged her fork at him, I know you're not joking. Why would I? Anyway, she twirled pasta. He was expecting us, and prepared. Trio of lawyers on site to make sure we were good little cops. Full cooperation and all that. Place is perfect, and pretty much what you'd expect. But there were off notes, especially the guest room that had so obviously never been used, with a couple of pieces of furniture in it that looked like they'd just been plucked from the showroom floor. Not a crime to buy new furniture or have an unused room and palm plate and voice security. Ah, his private office. He probably had the unregistered equipment in it removed before we spoke to him this morning. That'd be my take. Feeney's on board with that, too. I've got the building security discs, but even if we see him personally carrying out boxes or hauling in a dresser, he's clear. Fully within his rights. I've got nothing on him but suspicion and knowing he's wrong. She scowled, loaded her fork again. He's just wrong. Wrong enough to have killed her, or had her killed? I don't know. Yet. P.A. Sandy covers his big fat lie of this morning by saying he assumed Alex was home all evening. Bullshit. I tend to agree, but because? Because they live in the same space, because they know each other and have since college, because that little prick knows exactly what goes on, when, where, and how. Why lie when Alex was going to tell he'd gone out? Good question. Could be he'd advised Alex to say he'd been home, told him he'd corroborate, then Alex changed his mind. Anyway, we're checking on the alibi, but haven't hit either way there. He's smart, Eve muttered. Alex is smart and fairly cool-headed. So why would he pull something so ham-handed and useless as wrecking my ride? You could have been much more seriously hurt. Yes, you could have been, Rourke said before she could protest. If you'd taken a full broadside, I'd be eating cold pasta beside your hospital bed this evening. Those police issues are like bloody tin cans.
They're reinforced, she began, then shrugged at his steely stare. Okay, they're crap, but I kinda liked that one, damn it. It had some moves and wasn't completely ugly. I was used to it. And now I'm going to spend a couple of headachy hours on paperwork. Sucks sideways. That may be your answer. You're injured, minor or serious. Your vehicle is wrecked, and you're required to spend time on routine paperwork rather than the investigation. A lot of risk, small Benny. You have to steal 2 vehicles, tag mine, hire people willing to ram into another vehicle in broad daylight on a busy street. I don't know why it would be worth it to him. You're responsible for his father's imprisonment, and you're mine. Anything he could do to hurt you may be worth it to him. Maybe. Could have been the little prick's idea, an execution. He doesn't like me. And I'll bet you were so friendly and polite in your dealings with him. Nah, I liked pinching at his tight ass. Either way, I mean, if it was either of them that set up that stupid ambush, it'll trip them up. And Alex will be taking up residence in a cage next to his old man's. I'm working with Mira. In some ways, he fits her profile. In others, it's not quite the right fit. I have to keep looking at her. There's a connection between Coltrane and her killer, and looking at her may be how to find him. Find him, wrap him up, put him down. Do you want it to be Alex because of his father? She took time to drink a little wine. Consider it. I hope not. But I can't discount that element. I know, who'd know better, that who and what we come from go a long way to forming who we are. Would I be a cop if it wasn't for what was done to me? What he did to me? Would you be who you are without what was done to you? It comes down to fate for me, I think. There are choices made, of course, along each step, but part of fate is what we make. She frowned. That only makes sense if you're Irish. Could be. You chose, Eve, the law, the order of it. You could have chosen to hide inside the victim instead of standing for others. I couldn't be the victim. It wasn't a choice. I couldn't be what they'd tried to make me and live that way. Neither could you. You couldn't be the kind of man your father was, one who took orders from others, who beat young boys, who killed the innocent. And enjoyed it. Yeah, enjoyed it. Your father and mine. Everything inside her darkened. And Max Ricker. They got off on the cruelty, and the power it gave them over someone smaller and weaker. So we know a lot about that, you and me, and him. And Alex. We know a lot about that because it's in us. You and me, we took different roads, but we never took that one. We never took the cruel for the sake of it. But it's in us. And you have to wonder which road Alex took. He was trained to run his father's empire. That empire took a major hit last year. But the son developed his own interests, too. He's got those contacts, that backing, that foundation, and the smarts and know-how to absorb some of his father's holdings, some that slipped through, to restructure others. He's crooked, and a cop he used to sleep with is dead. She stabbed a bite of meatball. Maybe Coltrane was dirty. Maybe she wasn't. But she was involved with him. And maybe, since she'd made her distance there, taken this fresh start, she was working up to some whistleblowing on him. That's a good, strong motive to kill her. But... She shook her head as she ate. Where's her documentation? Feeney and his gang of geeks would have detected a wipe or tampering. I damn well think I'd have detected somebody being in her place and doing that wiping or tampering, but her comps are clear. He's not as good as you. Why, thank you, darling. I'm serious. There's nothing in his background that leads me to believe he's that savvy with the e-work, that he's that damn good he could pull all this off. Get to her files, and leave nothing, no trace.
She stared into her wine as if she might find that trace, that one vital clue swimming in the deep red. If she was going after him, or she was going to drop the dime there, she'd have documentation. She was a maniac about documentation. Her reports and case notes are fucking textbook. It was her strength. Kept elsewhere. Yeah, shit, like I haven't thought of that. Frustrated, she took another sip of wine. I've got nothing that indicates she had a safe house, a bank box, a hidey hole, nothing that... Oh, fuck me. Fuck me! Again? Good God, Eve. Yeah, a riot of laughs. She pushed her glass into his hand, shoved up. Morris. She hooks up, falls for Morris. Spends a lot of time with him, a lot of time at his place. Ah, and may have passcoded and hidden something on one of his units, or stashed copies of said data among his data disks. I'm an idiot for not thinking of it. That would make me an idiot, as I didn't think of it either, and I'm a bloody genius about these things. He smiled when she stared at him. So I'm told. I've got to check it out. I've got to... Crap, he could be a target too. I believe we're going out, Rourke said, and set his wine and hers aside. From the sidewalk, Eve stared at the windows of Morris's loft while her stomach clenched. The privacy screens were engaged, and she could see only the faintest glow behind the glass. God, I hate this. He wants to be alone, just wants time and space to grieve, and I've got to go in there, pry in there. A lesser friend would have waited until tomorrow and sent an EDD contingent in. You're respecting him and his grief as much as you possibly can. Rourke took her hand. I don't want to put myself in his place, but if I were, I'd want the same. I promised to tell him the truth and keep him in the loop. Well, this is the damn loop. She bore down, walked over, and pressed his buzzer. It took time, but she saw the security light go on. She faced the camera. I'm sorry, Morris. Really sorry to disturb you. We need to come up. We need to talk. The only response was the green glow and the mechanical thunk of the locks being released. They went in, but when she turned to the stairs, the elevator grate opened, and its light went green. Okay, then. She took a breath, stepped in with Rourke. When the grate opened again, Morris stood on the other side. He looked as he had that afternoon. A little tired, Eve thought, a little more worn, but much the same. The lights of the loft were quiet, as was the music haunting the air. Have you made an arrest? No, but I need to tug on another line of investigation. He nodded, then seemed to focus on Rourke for the first time. Please, come in. Both of you. Rourke touched Morris's arm, just the lightest of contacts. I wish there were more than words, because they're never enough, or they're simply too much. But I'm very sorry. I've been sitting here, in the dark, or near dark, alone, trying to come to terms. Death is my business. It's a reality, a finality I've made into my profession, but I can't come to terms. Death is your business, Rourke said before Eve could comment. Eve often says the same. I'm on the outside, of course, but I've never seen it that way. The truth is your business. Seeking it for those who can't seek it for themselves is what you've made into your profession. She worries for you. Rourke, quiet, he said to Eve mildly. Hurts for you. You mean a great deal to her, to both of us. We'll do whatever it takes to help find the truth for Amaryllis. I saw her today. Morris stepped away, sat, weariness in every movement. Clip had done all he could. The people in my house, all they could. How many times have I stood there while someone looked on dead love? How many hundreds and hundreds of times? It doesn't prepare you for when it's yours. They'll release her soon. I've, cleared it to have her memorial tomorrow in one of Central's bereavement suites. At 2. Her family will have one next week in Atlanta. I'll go. And still, it doesn't seem real. Eve sat on the table in front of him, to face him. Have you spoken with the grief counselor? Not yet. I'm not ready for that yet. I should offer you a drink. When Eve started to shake her head, he continued, I could use one. I've been careful not to use that to block it out, but I think I could use a drink. There's brandy on the sideboard. I'll get it, Rourke told him. If not a counselor, would you speak with Mira, a friend? He waited until Rourke came back with a snifter. Thanks. I don't know, he said to Eve. I don't know yet. I've been thinking of dead love. He drank some brandy, met her eyes. But here you are, he murmured. Did you know I had a brother? No. I lost him when I was a boy. He was 12. I was 10. We were very close. There was an accident while we were on holiday one summer. He drowned. He wanted to go out into the ocean early in the morning. We were forbidden, of course. Not without our parents, but we were just boys. He was a strong swimmer and a daredevil. I worshipped him, as boys do. He sat back, sipped his brandy. I promised I wouldn't tell, swore an oath to him. So he let me go with him, and I was so excited and terrified. The memory brought a ghost of a smile to his lips, to his eyes. There was little I liked more than when he'd let me in on an adventure. Our father would skin us if he found out, which made it only more thrilling. In we went. Warm water, warm waves, with the sun barely up and the gulls screaming. He closed his eyes, and even that hint of smile vanished. I wasn't as strong a swimmer, and couldn't keep up. He was laughing and teasing me as I thrashed my way back toward shore. Out of breath, eyes stinging from the salt, the sun starting to burn over the water. I remember all that. I can still feel all that. I turned in the shallows, panting, to yell at him to come on, to come back before we got caught. He opened his eyes, looked into Eve's again. She saw old pain in them. And he was gone. I couldn't swim back, couldn't save him, couldn't see him. I suppose if I'd tried, if it had occurred to me to do anything but run for my father, I'd have drowned too. He let out a breath. So, they said he may have gotten a cramp, or been swamped by a wave, simply tired out, or been caught in an undertow. I wanted to know how and why my brother was dead. I wanted the truth. But they couldn't tell me. So you look for it now, Rourke said. So I look for it now. He looked at Rourke. You're right. The business of truth. I never found it with my brother. I'm not sure I can bear losing someone I love a second time and not know why, not know the truth. What was his name? Morris looked up from the brandy into Eve's face. For a moment his eyes swam with memories, tears, and gratitude. Jin. His name was Jin. He sat forward, gripped Eve's hand. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you're here. You
"You've hurt your head," he said abruptly.
"It's nothing, just banged it."
"You're not clumsy."
Truth, she remembered, and told him.
"You're not considering this may be someone who simply wants to kill or hurt cops?"
"It doesn't play that way. Neither incident was random."
"No."
He pressed his fingers to his eyes.
"You're right. You didn't come here to tell me about this. Why did you?"
"EDD's been combing her electronics. Nothing pops, Morris. The investigations she was working on just don't fit in with murder. There's nothing in her files, her notes, her personals to give any indication she was in trouble, felt uneasy, had been threatened. There's only one notation about Ricker, and that's a memo in her datebook that she was meeting A.R. at the time and the date he confirms. There's nothing to indicate she knew she was or had been under the watch of IAB. And she had been.
IAB had investigated her.
They got a tip about her relationship with Ricker when they were in Atlanta. They had eyes on her, eyes and ears when they could manage it. They lived together, essentially, for well over a year. He kept his eyes steady.
"I knew she'd had a serious relationship. She never lied to me about it or tried to play it down."
"Okay. She occasionally traveled with Ricker, vacation-type stuff. He bought her some jewelry. That's all they had. They never assembled any evidence that it was anything but a personal, a romantic relationship.
And, of course, never just asked her."
"Not according to my source."
"Which would be Webster, Dallas. I'm not a fool. Have they had her under watch here?"
"Initially. The relationship with Ricker appeared to end a couple of months before she requested the transfer. Their contact was minimal after the breakup and dribbled down to none. But the New York Bureau was notified and took a look at her. Webster said they bumped her down, just nothing there, and they weren't on her when Ricker contacted her when he got to New York."
"He's your prime suspect."
"He's a suspect. Prime's pushing it with what I have. I know he's crooked. She would have known that, too. Webster's going to do some digging and keep a lid on it. He'll be careful with her, Morris."
"IAB.
Now, it's—" He broke off, shook his head. "I'm sorry. She may have been a source for Alex back in Atlanta. Morris, you know I have to consider that. If she was involved with him, in love with him, she might have stepped over the line for him. I have to look there as long as I'm looking at him, and I have to think either way it was, maybe she took a good hard look at things. After she'd come here, after she had that distance, and you, maybe she'd started to put things down, thought about putting down details and flipping on him." Both the anger and the fatigue had cleared from his face as he heard her out.
"If that's true,
and he found out, if, but there's nothing on her units, nothing. She spent a lot of time here, a lot of time with you, maybe time here when you weren't."
"Yes, depending on our shifts,
or if either of us got called in. You think she might have used my comps, tucked something in because it felt safer, more secure. I'd like to have my expert consultant here take a look, and I know it's weird, but if I could do a search, in case she hid disks or any kind of documentation."
"Yes, please."
He got to his feet.
"I'll make coffee."
Morris helped with the search, and Eve thought he seemed more himself, precise, focused for the doing. She took the kitchen, the living area, leaving him to the bedroom while Rourke concentrated on the office. She dug through containers and clear jars, in drawers and behind them, under tables, cushions, behind art, and through Morris's extensive music disc collection. She examined every stair tread before going up. In the bedroom, Morris stood in front of the closet, a filmy white robe in his hands.
"It smells of her,"
he said quietly. "It smells of her," and hung it up again.
I can't find anything. Maybe Rourke'll have better luck. Can you think of anywhere else she might put something? Hide something? I can't. She was friendly but distant with her neighbors. You know how it is. She was closest with her squad. But if she'd given one of them anything, they'd have come to you, or certainly to their lieutenant, with it by now. Yeah. She blew out a breath. Maybe there's nothing here because there's nothing anywhere. It feels as though it's the first thing I've done of any consequence, the first I've done to help her, even if it was to find nothing. You believe she crossed the line. IAB couldn't prove it. That's evasion. You think it. Truth, Morris? I don't know. What did she do with the jewelry he bought her? She gave it back when they split. He smiled, really smiled for the first time since she'd come to his door the day before. That's who she was, Dallas. She brooded about it on the drive home. Waste of 3 hours. Nothing. Nothing there. If we couldn't find anything between us, there's nothing there. Wasted time. It wasn't, and far from it. He looked alive again when we left. In pain, in sorrow, but alive. Rourke reached out to cover her hand. Not wasted time. Chapter 11. Back in her home office, she ran the security disks. She watched Rod Sandy, carrying a briefcase, exit the elevator, cross the lobby, exit the building at 11:26 the morning after Coltrane's murder. He looked grim. "Favor," she said to Rourke. "Do a search on the time the first media reports of Coltrane's murder hit." While Rourke obliged, she continued the run, watched people come and go. None exited, according to the elevator readout, on the penthouse levels until Sandy returned at 12:08. "The first bulletin hit at 10:53 on ANN, Rourke said, referring to All News Network. Broad sweep reports followed on every major station by 11. "Quick work," Eve muttered. "That's quick work if Sandy carried discs and anything incriminating or questionable out with him, which he damn well did, to another location. He wouldn't have taken his unregistered out across a public lobby." No. She switched to elevator security. Again, she saw Sandy step in, ride down, get off. Others took the car to other floors. Then the screen went blank and black. "What the—" "Is that the disc or my equipment?" "Neither. The security cam shut down." "Was shut down," Rourke corrected. "No blip, no static, no jump, such as you'd get if there was a malfunction. The building would have a basement, utility areas, a delivery entrance." "Delivery entrance on the cross street." Eve shifted to that disc. "Son of a bitch! Coordinated shutdown!" "Smooth. Even if I dig up a WIT from the building, or the buildings across the street that saw loading and unloading, it proves nothing." "Still, he'd need a vehicle, truck, or a van to move the equipment, and to carry the new furniture in. He wouldn't have used a stolen van," she added in response to Rourke's unspoken question. "Furniture delivery truck, maybe. He owns an antique store on Madison and another downtown. Maybe I get somebody to ID it and say, 'Yeah, I saw these guys carting out boxes, carting in a dresser.' It's not evidence. But this tells me he took care of business the morning after Coltrane was killed. He covered his ass. Devil's advocate, darling. But under the same circumstances, I'd have been covering mine hours earlier if I'd done murder. By the time the body was discovered, there'd be nothing on the premises I didn't want the cops to see. He's not as good as you. I said that before. I never tire of hearing it. On the night she died, we've got him on the cam, coming and going at the times he gave us.
or close enough not to argue with. But he shuts it down to remove his unregistered and take a furniture delivery. No, not as good as you. She gave Rourke a thoughtful look. You'd have doctored the discs if you felt you needed to. But most likely, you'd have let it all go on record. What the fuck do you care if the cops see packages leaving your place? Something new coming in. No crime in it. The cops hadn't had the first word with you. You'd have let it stand and said, prove it, with the fuck you implied. How comforting to be so well understood. He's given you just what you wanted to know, hasn't he? He's, as you put it, on the shady side, and he had something to hide. Which doesn't make him a killer, Eve admitted. But if the shady side included cops on the payroll, why stop at one? I've got to take another look at her squad, which probably means reaching out to IAB again. Crap. Again. Yes, I gleaned that when you talked to Morris. Realizing she'd yet to mention her meet with Webster, she glanced over. If a lead indicates the Vic may have been a dirty cop, I've got to tap that resource. Define tap. Even though she realized it was his intent, Eve nearly squirmed. I had a meet with Webster. I used the down and dirty. Crack says hey. We're both keeping it off the log for now. Interesting venue. The connection with Crack makes it my turf. We're sharing data. Rourke tapped her chin. Isn't it lucky I'm not the jealous type? She simply stared at him. Oh, yeah, that's lucky. When he laughed, she shook her head, then walked over to study her murder board one last time. The killer's on here. The trigger, or the one who cocked it. Nothing else makes sense. But what did she do? What did she do? What did she know? Who did she threaten to bring it down on her? She slept on it, and didn't sleep well. In the dream, Eve sat on a slab in the morgue, with Coltrane sitting on her own. They faced each other while the mournful sounds of a saxophone played through the chilled air. You're not telling me enough, Eve said. Maybe you're not listening. That's bullshit, Detective. You can't think of me as Amy, or even Amaryllis. You're having a hard time seeing me as just a woman. You're not just a woman, because of the badge. Coltrane held hers in her hand, turning it over, studying it. I liked having it, but I didn't need it. Not like you. For some, the job is just a job. You know that about me. You know that much. It's one of the reasons you can think, can believe I used the badge for personal gain. Did you? With her free hand, Coltrane brushed back her blonde, glossy hair. Don't we all? Don't you? I don't mean the pitiful pay. You gain, personally, every day by being in charge, in control, doing the work, pushing what you were aside for what you are. It's not about me. It's always about you. Victim, killer, investigator. The triad, always connected. Each one links the other. Each one brings what they bring to the table. One can't be without the other two in this game. Coltrane puffed out a breath, a soft sound of annoyance. I never expected to die for it, and that, let me tell you, is a total bitch. You do. I expect to die? Sitting on a slab, aren't you? Just like me. But expect's the wrong word. You're prepared. As if pleased, she nodded. Yes, that's better. You're prepared to die for the badge. I wasn't. I was prepared to do the work until it was time to step away from it and get married, start a family. You're still surprised you've managed to be a cop and a wife. You can't figure how it's possible to be one and have a family, so you don't think about it. Kids are scary. They're foreign and what you were when he hurt you, when he beat you and terrorized you and raped you. How can you have a child until you fully understand, accept, forgive the child you were? Did getting murdered give you a license to shrink? It's your subconscious, Lieutenant. I'm just one of your dead now. She looked over to the wall and all those cold steel drawers. One of the many. You and Morris, both so oddly comfortable here. Did you really never think about tapping that? Even in the dream, Eve felt heat rise into her face. Jesus, this is not my subconscious. It sure as hell isn't mine. With a laugh, Coltrane shook back her hair. But loving someone without the sex, even the sexual buzz, that's special. I'm glad he has you now. Glad he has that with you. It was different for him and me. That sexual buzz, she snapped her fingers, almost that quick, and from there, a lot more. He was the one. I think he would have been the one to be with, to believe in, have a family with. What about Alex Ricker? Sexual buzz? And then some. You know that. You know exactly the kind of sexual buzz a man like that throws off. He's not like Rourke. Not that different. Not all that different. Coltrane pointed at Eve, smiled easily. That bothers you. We are not that different either. We fell for it. We wanted it. We just handled it differently. Would you, could you, have walked away from him if he hadn't shed the shady? I don't know. Can't be sure. But I know if he had asked me to be with him, to make a life with him, and to look the other way while he broke the law, he wouldn't be Rourke. Rourke's who I stayed with. Now Coltrane wagged that finger back and forth. But he does break the law. Hard to explain, even to me. He doesn't break it for his own profit, for his own gain. Not now, not anymore. If he does, it's because he believes in right, in justice. Not always the same right, the same justice as I do, but he believes. Ricker didn't shed for you. I got that much, too. They come from harsh fathers and dead mothers, these men. Isn't that part of what makes them, and part of our attraction to them? They're dangerous and compelling. They want us, and want to give us things. I don't care about the things. But you did. You did. Or you wouldn't have given them back. Huh. Subconscious scores. You gave them back because they did matter. And because they mattered, you couldn't keep them. It wouldn't have been a break then, not a clean one. You wore the ring your parents gave you instead, a reminder of who and where you'd come from. Solid middle-class family. Maybe you are listening. Maybe you looked the other way when you were with him. Maybe you even told him things you shouldn't have because the badge was just a job and secondary, but you weren't dirty. You weren't on the take. That's not what you wanted from him, and not what you'd have given him. If it was, you'd have given the badge back, too. You could lie to yourself when you were with him that it was nobody's business what you did on your own time, nobody's business who you loved. Coltrane's smile warmed and spread. Now who's the shrink? Ignoring the comment, Eve went on. But even when the job's secondary, it gets in the way. It got in the way. And he wasn't going to change. You couldn't keep loving him when he couldn't love you enough to see that. So you gave back the things, and you walked away. But you kept the badge. Coltrane studied it again. A lot of good it did me. She looked up at Eve then, and her eyes, so bold and green, filled with sorrow. I don't want to stay here. They're going to let you go soon. Do you think any of us go anywhere until we have the truth? Do you think there's peace without justice? No, I don't, Eve admitted, knowing it would always drive her.
would always make her push. "You won't stay here. You've got my word. I promise you. You won't stay here." Could you make a promise to a dead woman in a dream? Eve wondered. And what did it mean that she had? That she needed to? As she dressed, she glanced over at Rourke, who sat with his coffee, his stock reports, his cat. Didn't look so dangerous now, she mused. Not such a bad boy. Just an absurdly handsome man starting the daily routine. Except, of course, he'd probably started the routine a good hour or two before with some international link transmission or holo meeting. But still, didn't look so dangerous. Which, she supposed, was only one of the reasons he was. Very. "You were already giving it up." He turned his attention from the scrolling codes and figures on screen to Eve. "Giving what up?" "The allegedly criminal activities. When we met, you were already shedding. I just sped up the process." "Considerably." He sat back with his coffee. "And with finality. Otherwise, I'd have most likely kept my finger tipped into a few tasty pies. Habits are hard to break, especially fun ones." "You knew we'd never have this otherwise. We'll always slip and slide some on that line that shifts for us, but that would have been a wall, and we'd never have had this with a wall between us. You wanted this, wanted me more than anything ever before or since." She walked over, and as she had with Morris the night before, sat on the table to face him. Galahad flopped over on Rourke's lap to lay a paw on her knee. An oddly sweet gesture. There were all kinds of families, Eve supposed. "I didn't want this, because I didn't know what this was, but I wanted you more than anything before or since. I couldn't have looked the other way, but I couldn't have wanted you more than anything if you'd asked me to. I might have tried, but it wouldn't have held between us. No. The habit, the hobbies, that's exactly what they'd become for you. They weren't the driving force, not the way they'd been when you started, not survival, not your identity. Success, positions, wealth, power, security, yeah, all that's essential, but you don't have to cheat to get them or keep them. Besides me, your own pride played a part. Sure, it's fun to cheat, but after, it's just not as satisfying as doing it the hard way. Sometimes cheating's the hard way." She smiled. "Maybe so. Here's the thing. Alex Ricker, he didn't give it up for her. He expected her to look the other way, and she did for close to 2 years, but it couldn't hold. He didn't or wouldn't give it up because he didn't want her more than anything. She was secondary to him, just as the job was secondary to her. Maybe they had the heat, and maybe they loved each other. But it wasn't enough. I wondered if we were connected to her murder. I don't know that yet, but we're connected to her. We took Max Ricker down, and when we did, the dynamics shifted. The sun climbs up a few rungs on the power chain, doesn't he? Or is free to shed the shady," Rourke finished. "And he didn't. He didn't choose that. She had to know, at that crossroads, he never would. She made her choice because of that, or it had to play out. The timing just fits too well for the other. He didn't choose her. She couldn't choose him." Yeah. She thought of Coltrane sitting on the slab in the morgue, her badge in her hand, and tears in her eyes. He didn't kill her. If she was secondary, what's the point? He made a choice, she made hers. If he was that miffed about it, because it couldn't have been about pride and ego, you get crime of passion. Why wait a year, then fuss around with it? Maybe he changed his mind. Yeah, I think he might have. At least changed it enough to come here, to see her, to gauge the ground. He'd have known she was in another relationship. Maybe pride again, with vanity tossed in. He's got plenty of both. He sees she's happy, that she's moved on. That had to sting some. But enough to take her out? She shook her head again. It just didn't play for her. He let her go in the first place, and under it, he still doesn't want her more than he does the life he leads. He's a businessman, a crooked businessman, but enough of one to know when a deal's not on the table. There just isn't enough love there for murder, not cold, premeditated murder. Not for love, or for passion, then. Since she hadn't gotten any for herself, Rourke offered her his coffee. If she had something on him, was working for him, or had been. If she had anything, she kept it to herself during their breakup, after it, and for a year. "Why hit her now?" he said as she drank his coffee, passed him back the empty mug. "I kept pushing there because I was thinking like me. I mean, seeing her as a cop, not as a woman who'd been in love. If she'd wanted to punish him, she'd have gone after him when her info was hot, when she was hurt or pissed. She was never dirty. She gave back the jewelry." "So you said before, but you went back to that possibility." "Yeah, because I missed a step, and I guess that's what nagged at me. It's not just that she gave back the jewelry, but that she kept the badge. It was just a job, but it was her job, and she kept it. That's what I missed." She pushed up now, to think on her feet, to think on the move. If she wasn't dirty, wasn't out for him, and goddammit, her type would have had that documentation we can't find, and he let her go, all we've got between the two of them is a couple of people who decided it didn't work out and cut their losses. Not everybody kills over a broken affair. She turned back. "The alibi's too lame. I've been fighting that one. If he'd done it, or had it done, he'd be covered. It's not one of those psych things, the smug, if I'd known I'd need an alibi, don't you think I'd have one? He's too neat and tidy not to have one. I kept looking at him because his name is Ricker. I've wasted time. You haven't, no. No more than you did last night at Morris's. You've clarified. How could you not look at him, go through all the steps, pick at the pieces? He's the most logical suspect." "Yeah, and that's—" "Son of a bitch." "And just a half step behind you, I'll ask who'd gain by putting Ricker in your sights as a murder suspect?" "A competitor. Plenty of bad guys wouldn't scratch their ass over killing a cop." "You're such a comfort to me," Rourke murmured. "I'm smarter than the bad guys. Wasn't I a half step ahead of you?" "Only because I gave you the nudge. Still, it isn't what I'd call an expert frame job." "Doesn't have to be, obviously. I've had Ricker on the hot seat since. He had to break down his penthouse, relocate docks, equipment. Cost him time and trouble. You could probably find out if he's got any hot deals cooking, something this inconvenience is going to tangle up." "I probably could. And I'm right back to being focused on him." She pinched the bridge of her nose. "But he's the only thing that makes sense. That connection is it." She didn't have any cases with the kind of heat that turns to murder. Nobody in her building had anything going with her, anything against her we can find. And she was going out. That's how it plays, no matter how many times I run it through, turn it around. She was going out, armed. Whoever was on that stairwell was a bad guy or a cop. And a wrong cop's worse than a bad guy. Someone besides Alex with a cop in his pocket. Could be. Yeah, it really could be. And if that's how it goes, the cop has to be in her squad. Back to IAB. I'm thinking yes. Well, have some breakfast first. I'll grab something. I should get in and... Crap! Damn it! My ride! Have some breakfast, Rourke repeated. "Then we'll deal with your transportation." Scowling, she jammed her hands in her pockets. I lost my appetite thinking about those bastards in requisitions. Rourke simply walked over and programmed her a ham and egg pocket. "Here, quick and easy." "I guess." She took a sulky bite where she stood. "I'd get Peabody to offer personal sexual favors again, but they're not going to buy that a second time. They'll make me beg. Then they'll still give me the crappiest piece of junk in the junk pile." "I could bribe Baxter to do it," she considered. "The personal sexual favors? No, but maybe. Requisition a new vehicle? Like he needs one. They like him. Except they already know it's my ride." Her tone turned bitter as cop coffee. "They have their spies everywhere." "This is a very thorny problem, Lieutenant. I think I can help you with it. They'd give me the pick of the fleet if you offered them personal sexual favors, but I'm not going there. There have to be lines. There have to be limits. Besides, I'm a goddamn lieutenant." She stuffed her mouth with ham and eggs and thin, warm bread. "I shouldn't have to beg," she muttered around the food. "I'm a boss." "You're absolutely right. The bastards." He slung an arm around her shoulders. "Let's go downstairs. I think I may have a way around all this. It's not like I did anything. It's wrecked, sure, but it was wrecked in the line. Fuckers." "I agree. Fuckers." The amusement in his tone was lost on her as she wallowed and stewed. "I hate playing it this way. It just gripes me. But I can't get bogged down in this during an investigation, so maybe you could come up with a couple of cases of prime brew, or VIP seats for the ball game, a really shiny bribe." "I could, no doubt, but let's try this instead." He opened the front door. In the drive sat a vehicle of dull and somber gray. Its lines were too practical, too ordinary for ugly, so the best it could claim was drab. It did boast some shiny bits of chrome that glinted hopefully in the morning sun. "Peabody already took care of it?" "No." She'd started to walk to it, struggling against the personal disappointment that it was much more humble in appearance than her old one, a lot more humble, so the shiny bits came off as pitiful as cheap lip dye on a homely woman. Then she stopped, frowned. "Don't tell me it's yours. You don't have anything this ordinary in your toy box." "It's not mine. It's yours." "You said Peabody hadn't—" Now who was a half step behind? "You can't buy my official vehicle." "There are no rules or regulations restricting you from driving your own vehicle on your official duties. I checked." "Yeah. No. You can't just give me a ride." "Of course I can, and fully intended to. It was going to be your anniversary gift, and now I'll have to come up with something else there." "You were going to give me a cop ride for our anniversary in July? What? You're sensitive now, and foretold my ride would get trashed?" "It was only a matter of time. But no, I thought it was a gift you'd appreciate. Now it's not a gift. Now it's a request. You'll do a favor for me and take it. Use it." "I don't get why you'd—" "It's loaded," he interrupted. "The internal data and communication, both primary and secondary, are state-of-the-art. It's vertical in air, are comparable to the new XS6000. "The XS... You've got to be kidding me. As with much else, it's what's inside that counts here. It'll go from 0 to 60, ground or air, in under 1.3 seconds. Sweet. It can achieve a 15-foot vertical lift within the same amount of time." He smiled as she began to circle it, study it. Smile widened to grin as she opened the hood. She knew next to nothing about engines. "It's really big and shiny under here. It's programmed for solar, non-combustible, and combustible fuel. Its body is blast-proof, as are its windows.
It's a bloody tank that'll move like a rocket. Auto-nav, of course, holomap, voice or manual controls. It has an electronics detector that will notify you if anyone has rigged it or attempted to. There's an in-dash camera with a reach of 150 yards in any direction. Jesus. Memory seats, alarms, lights and sirens as required by the department. A blast screen that can be activated between the front and back sections if you have a need to transport any suspicious characters. Let's see. Have I forgotten anything? Yeah, the 12-disc tutorial that tells me how to run it. Rourke, I can't... It's programmed for your voice and print. No codes necessary. She wouldn't, he'd determined, get out of it that way. For now, you just tell it what to do. It's programmed for Peabody as well, as I know you very occasionally allow her to take the wheel. And for me. If at any time you want someone else to drive, you can authorize them. Okay, now hold on. This is worth 5 times, maybe 10 times, what a department ride is. I've never actually bought a vehicle, so I'm ballparking here. I can't drive around in something that costs more than all the rides in my department put together, pretty much. He thought she could be as skittish as a virgin when it came to money. But I can bribe your fuckers and bastards with cases of brew and sports tickets. Yes. Not logical, but yes. He just brushed a finger on the healing cut on her forehead. Think of this. If you'd have been driving this yesterday, you'd not only have avoided the accident, you'd have apprehended